Hello and welcome everyone to the 2025 WCI here from Suzhou, China. We're in the Yangchan Esports Arena and next to me is Alex. Are you already excited?
Hello Phil, yeah, excited as always, and I bet the people at home are as excited as us because the long-awaited WCI 2025 is finally here. Also, we apologize for the small inconveniences, but yeah, today we're gonna start off with the group stage. We're gonna have a lot of interesting games, I think, and the first one is gonna be GCAT against Stacked.
Yeah, and we had some internet issues at the local venue. Hopefully everything is resolved right now, but we'll have 6 matches, each of them being best of 7. So you can already look forward to quite a lot of streamed games today. Then we'll follow up tomorrow with the second half of the group stage, and next weekend we'll have the playoffs, which will be double elimination. And yeah, we are very much looking forward to this match specifically because every match counts. The top 2 teams of the group stage will make it to the upper bracket, and the 3rd and 4th team will go to the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. Every game is going to count. It's very important for these teams to make it to the upper bracket because next week the pressure is going to be quite high, and if you lose, you do have another chance if you qualify to upper bracket. We also saw there the groups. Over here we see the schedule. We're going to start off with GCAT and Stacked, as I said, followed up by W and 2072. Match 3 will be LJR against 1-1, and match 4 is an absolute banger. We will have the Polish derby between Mafia and Hit, followed up by GCAT 2072. And to finish off the day, we will have Stacked versus W.
Yeah, and as you can see, we have a bunch of teams all from different regions. Some of the names might not be very familiar to you, so maybe we can take a quick overview on the teams. We have 3 teams from China. That's 1-1. They were in the final last year. There is GCAT, a team that has played WCI in 2023 and 2072. Then from the APAC region, there is LJR, a team from Thailand. And we have 4 Western team, Alex?
Yeah, exactly. We have Hit, Mafia and W from the side of EU. And then we have the team of Stacked that managed to qualify from the NA side. And I think that we have a lot of very interesting teams that will for sure play at their best in this group stage. I think we will see a lot of variety in strats, and the games will be fairly interesting.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we'll have 2 weekends, which the first weekend will be played from our training rooms, basically. Like all the teams have basically like a setup for themselves, like a room where they have their PCs and dedicated facility. And starting from the playoffs matches next week, we will play on the live stage in the stadium. And yeah, the stakes will be higher, and I think the pressure will be as well.
Yeah, for sure. As you said, the pressure on those offline on stage will be very high. And here we see the lineup of GCAT, XH, Rico, Soldier, Renren Wang, Chin, Kongbai, and Handsome, which is the color of the team.
Yeah, I mean, GCAT, a team that has gone through quite a lot of ups and downs. I remember they had a very interesting comeback in the summer event, where in the upper bracket final they lost 7-0, and then they came back and won 6-7 in the lower bracket, via the lower bracket. Definitely a couple of players that we have already seen in the previous iterations, but we also saw a lot of young talent, lots of young players from the Eastern team, but also from the Western team. And talking about the Western team, Stacked, obviously the opponent here.
Yeah, we see Stacked here with OP Hacker, Coleman, Deft, Sebastian, Kenway, John, and Vova. Fluky will be on the bench. We only see the lineup of the playing players, but I'm sure that Fluky will also play in the upcoming games.
Yeah, it's interesting because Kenway was usually, I think, their an 8th/9th player, but they had to do a couple of changes because some players weren't able to travel here. So Vova from initially Team Dopamine subbed in, and External and Ethan Striker were not able to come this time.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan Striker and External are very important players. We see here the team stats of GCAT. We see the average damage that they deal per game, the strike damage, which I think the viewers at home could have a look at, and it will show if they like to play more control strats with tanks like CS, K91. We see the hit rate and pen rate, which are fairly good, 84-85%, and also the HP restored at 1100 HP.
Yeah, same goes for Stacked. We saw earlier the strike damage on the side of GCAT, now with only 780. That definitely indicates that they had a bit faster games, less point of interest control. Obviously, it is also a matter of meta. So if you have a bit of a faster paced playing style on your server, the maps just get finished earlier. You don't have that much time with, like, I think 90 seconds cooldown on the point of interests as well. Hit and pen rate fairly similar, just a % off, a bit more HP restored, but I don't think it will matter that much what they have done on the regional events. I think we'll just have to see how they fare up against each other.
Yeah, exactly. This is just a bit of an indicator. We see here the stats of the players, Chin against Deft. We see pretty good performances. Deft doing 3000 average damage, fairly low hit rate, but we have seen him play RHM before, I'm pretty sure. The pen rate is very good, and he actually has quite high HP restored of 200, so he has played, I guess, more different tanks.
Maybe a BZ here and there, something like that, or maybe even a Foch. But yeah, those stats will obviously become more important the moment that we have actual game data from here. But I think we can take a quick look at the community predictions. We'll have best of 7 matches, which means first to win 4. Our 5 casters over the 2 weekends, you'll have a good overview there, will be Daki, Baby, Key, Moth and myself. And yeah, take a look at the predictions.
Yeah, we see Daki going for Stacked 4-2. I'm gonna go for GCAT. I hope Stacked don't get too upset at me for that one. Key agrees. He's going for a 2-4 for GCAT. And meanwhile, you and Moth decided to go for Stacked in your prediction, 4-3 and 4-2 respectively.
Yeah, I think everyone giving a lot of respect to both of the teams, considering that there are no 4-0s or 4-1s for either side. Everyone thinking that it will be quite a close affair, and I think that indicates that we have a great match to look forward to. For all the viewers from the western regions, there is one map that is also new. We have changed the map pool a tiny bit. We'll not have any Siegfried line during this tournament, but we'll play on Tundra. And I already took a quick look at the map pick and bans, and Tundra will be our potential decider map for the first match. Maybe you can explain the viewers what to expect from this map, because that's a pretty new one.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra is quite a short-range map. We have one side of the hill being blocked, so this means that the teams can't really camp a lot. The north side has 2 strikes, so this means that on such a small map, you will kind of be forced to play for that side, in my opinion.
I guess the first pick and bans are already shown, so Stacked starting off with the ban of Murovankar, followed up by a GCAT ban of Westfield. Both of those maps are fairly open maps, but I think we have seen quite some passive gameplay on Westfield with more distanced play and not a lot of aggression over the initial cap circle area. Then we have the 2 first maps that will be played, Cliff and Sand River.
Yeah, very interesting maps. Cliff is a map where you can basically do a lot of variations, surprise the enemy team. It makes sense that Stacked actually picks it. I think that they like to always look for something interesting and surprise their opponents. And as you said, Sand River is also getting picked by GCAT. The next 2 bans are Ghost Town, banned by GCAT, and Ensk, banned by Stacked. Interesting bans.
Yeah, and then we will follow up with a Cliff pick, Himmelsdorf pick of GCAT, Stacked ban Pilsen, and Tundra as the tiebreaker, meaning we'll have Cliff, Sand River, and Himmelsdorf as the regular time maps. And if we get to 3-3 after those maps, there will be Tundra to decide which team takes home the points.
Yeah, I would like to see that Tundra because it's a new map, and I'm really curious to see how teams play it. I mean, we've had it in Onslaught, in normal Onslaught, but obviously the level here is completely different, and the playstyle is as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that map.
Yeah, I think with Cliff into Sand River, we also have great variety in terms of what different approaches in terms of like brawling versus playing control can be seen. And I saw some interesting strategies from different teams on both Cliff and Sand River already, with some unusual tanks. I saw a bunch of FVs and some more things that I will hopefully not spoiler now, but we'll see later down the line. So yeah, we're waiting for the players to get ready, and then we'll hop into the first match as soon as they are. In the meantime, maybe we can say a quick thank you to our partners from 360 who have done a great job organizing this event, and VSPO who is helping with the broadcast. We arrived here already on Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday, and we had a great time spending together with the teams, with the other casters, with the organizers here in China. And you can see the teams are having their own locations. Everyone is having a big smile on their face. They're getting ready, and I think the excitement is there.
Yeah, you see them rubbing their hands. They are ready to start the tournament, and obviously like they are as excited as the people at home. This is the biggest tournament of the year, and the stakes are very high. And as we said before, the group stage is just as important as, I mean, obviously not as, but it's very important to get to the playoffs with an extra chance in case you lose due to the high pressure.
Yeah, and also it takes away a bit of this stage fright, because lots of those players have never played on an offline stage of this size. You can see we are starting off the match on Cliff, GCAT versus Stack, the first match of this tournament, and I think it's an honor for us to be able to commentate this.
Yeah, definitely. Cliff, a map that can have some weird setups. We see on the side of Stacked already Sebastian with the Grille, Vova with the CS, Koma with the 140, and quadruple BZs. A weird mix.
Yeah, I mean, there is the Divine Valor, which is like a skinned BZ75. You might see it a couple of times here, so don't get confused. It's similar to other tanks where it's an identical copy. Thank you for Underseat, one of our sponsors as well. And it looks like as neither teams have a light tank, the spotting now from Vova will be very important. You can see multiple tanks get spotted. Vova only taking one shot of damage. The STB drove into a rock, so it will lose a bit of time there getting to the ramp. And the BZs of Stacked are already retreating.
Yeah, they are retreating. Vova actually didn't take too much damage, which is very good for the team of Stacked. And we see that Stacked have a Guardian Angel, and that is Sebas with the Grille
the
behind
first
them.
1000 damage into
Big
the
hits.
STB. Very important tank as well to deal damage to, right? Because the Inspire is very important.
Yeah. And all the BZs on the side of Stacked are very close, so at any time they can overrun and try to focus down that STB that took some damage.
Yeah. And now you can see the BZs there crossing back towards the donut. In the meantime, there is a tank positioned from the side of Stacked. It's a 140 on F1. The Grille trying to sneak in another shot. So far, not able to.
Yeah, and we see the STB trying to have a small peek on the ramp. If he gets too excited, Sebas is going to punish him for sure. They are trying to find with some blinds on Vova, but I think that he should be fairly safe there.
And he puts another good shot into the BZ, so good stuff here by Stack, getting like a 1.5k HP advantage.
Yeah, we see Chin as well trying to take the strike. It's going to be fairly good to take that strike. He gets reset by one of the... I think
Vova just resetted him because you can see he has a small strike, and he did a lot of damage. You can see at the bottom there's a 140 that just pulled back because it was pressured by the E50M. Koman lost quite some HP already, and now there's a repush coming. Kenway, John and OP Hacker pushing onto Soldier. The strike is being deployed immediately, but they're retreating. Big strike coming in and OP Hacker down to 1.2k.
OP Hacker taking very big hits, and they are retreating because they tried to go for a move and they saw that GCAT are fairly well set up. We see the BZ trying to maybe join from the donut, but there's not much movement. So far, Stacked paused their push.
Yeah, I mean, the HPs are still pretty much the same, roughly 1,500 difference. Now it's back to 1,000. Deft is trying to approach the hill now, and I don't think there's anyone that can realistically punish him. But keep in mind, there are 2,500 HP on the side of Stack that are situated completely out of the fight, because the K5 Gorilla is not able to share any HPs.
Yeah, by the way, one thing, Coleman has taken a lot of damage. He's down to 400 already, which is very, very bad for the team of Stack. They are using a Gorilla, so they should try to not bleed that much and just try to bait GCAT in. We see Deft having a small peek, and he takes a shot back, and so far it's a fairly equal game in terms of HP.
Yeah, I think Vova is having a really good time. He already did 2.4k damage, and you can see there is not that much effect from the Gorilla aside from the first shot, because nobody is overpeaking anymore, so they really need to find a way to get this Gorilla into the game. Kenway now pushing around. You can see here trying to get some shots, but very good awareness. I mean, the STB and the E50 immediately punished him.
Yeah, I mean, also Kenway can kind of
play
fairly safe, and it looks like he's getting repushed, so it might be an indicator for Stack to do something in the middle.
Yeah, he spots them now, but Rico and Renren are already there. He's boosting away. He will get tracked, not with the first shot, but with the next one, and he's down to 1.1.
He's gonna go down, and this means that Stack need to react, and they have a Gorilla and a 140 that cannot really make a move, and it's pretty bad in terms of move. However, OP and Def do have the hill. They are trying to trade Kenway that just died, but so far one tank down for the team of Stack.
Yeah, taking a look at the HPs, this was very costly as well for the side of GCAT, and I'm not sure why is the BZ on the other side down to 600 HP. Someone must have given him a really good shot of damage, maybe Vova in combination with the Gorilla 15. John now trying to flank around. If he gets there unspotted, that would be pretty good. Handsome not in time to spot the rotation. Now he gets spotted, but it's way too late. And with the E50M being on 600 no, it's 1900 HP, right?
Yeah.
Only then we'll have to see if there is some progress to be made.
Yeah, we see this, like, Handsome has taken quite a lot of damage, and they were pretty well established in the middle, so I'm pretty sure that they are aware that the team of Stack could have a Gorilla. I'm fairly sure that
I think the moment you take an AP hit for 900 or for 1000, you kind of know.
For sure. Kongbai also is down to 700, so they are fairly weak. Chin going down, John gets the kill, and Kongbai is kind of isolated there.
Yeah, and now the important thing is basically to keep the cap circle down. We have 15 seconds left, and Vova has no strike so far. So he needs to put in a shot. Now he gets the strike. He immediately will be able to redeploy it. Hopefully pick up Kongbei as well. Now the decap is there, only one tank still in the cap. John is there as well. And yeah, the HP advantage getting bigger and bigger. 3 tanks left, and the moment the Gorilla 15 drives in, you know, this match is pretty over.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty over indeed. The Gorilla of Sebas trying to go in, and Rico and the XH are pretty, like, they are gonna go down. XH goes down. No, Rico goes down. XH is still alive. He's gonna go now down. Deft is pushing him in, and yeah, I mean, good first round from Stack. I was saying that it looked pretty bad for them in the first minutes. However, they took good position with the BZ on the hill. They traded well Kenway, which was their first tank to die. And yeah, fairly strong round from the side of Stack.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the thumbs up from Vova. He was pretty satisfied. I think OP has also a big smile on his hand. He's shaking them, making sure he is ready. Now he is getting the wet wipes to have some fun, thinking about the big shots put in by his Gorilla 15. And yeah, now we are back to us, and we can kind of summarize what has happened. So we saw at the very initial engagement that Kenway was a bit out of position, but because we had 2 tanks on the hill, the BZs were really punished for over pushing onto Kenway, and there was like a 3000 HP advantage generated just by this kill pickup. And I think from there on it was just a bit of a control issue where Vova was controlling the middle area. They didn't really have anyone in the donut anyway, and then you have the hill claimed by Stack and you just lose position after position.
Yeah, also those BZs in the middle, it was probably not on screen because we saw Kenway getting pushed, but they probably tried to make a move at the same time in the middle, which isn't really needed. And they took a lot of hits. So yeah, Stacked, as we kind of said it before, on their map pick, they I think I would say they surprised GCAT. I mean, playing Grilla with BZs, I think it was a very interesting combination, and so far for the first round, it worked.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have those kind of strategies that you're maybe not 100% sure about, I think playing them at the beginning when teams are easier to be caught off guard is a good idea, right? So you can end up claiming a couple of easy rounds just by surprising or just by playing something more unconventional, and a team that is not fully focused yet, not fully ready to see what both teams are deciding is their current meta and their approach to the meta is definitely a possibility. And having like maybe your like safer strats for like really important end of the match rounds can be something very useful.
Yeah, and also taking down the first round of the game gives you a little bit of a boost. I mean, you saw how happy they were after the round. It's always important to start off with the right foot, and
yeah, for sure,
good for the confidence of the team.
Yeah, and important to say is as well that the round difference will obviously make a difference as we are in a group stage system. So in case you end up with the same amount of victories as maybe like another team, or you're in a situation with GCAT 2072 W and Stacked in the same group, right? Stacked. Yeah, so if two wins are claimed by 3 of the teams, there would be like a 3-way tiebreaker. So every extra round that you win is definitely helpful, even if, and I'm not saying they would lose this match.
Yeah, it's definitely important to win every round, and I'm sure that the teams are obviously playing to their best. As you said, they might be hiding some strats for the playoffs because all of the teams are going to make it to the playoffs. But yeah, actually...
As you can see, we are stalling a bit because we are waiting for the post-game stats to arrive as well. Obviously, this is the first match, so all the things that need some technical adjustments will be done at the very beginning of the stream. So our technical team is working on those things, and with everything having been done a couple of times, things will go a bit faster as well. So you don't have to worry. We hope that there's no further issue with the stream. It's just a bit of a delay.
Yeah, we see here the images of Stacked, Vova having a laugh. GCAT not as happy, but obviously it's only the first round, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a BO7. Obviously, they cannot give up too many rounds, because if you start giving up too many rounds in a BO7, it could be slightly punishing. But yeah, we'll see how they react. I think that GCAT are quite like OP hacker. They're waving his hands. Maybe something going on, some issues with the PC.
I hope everything is fine, but well, definitely. I think it's green. Like, look at the screen. The screen turned off.
Yeah.
But maybe it was fixed now. He just made sure that he is definitely ready. And we are starting into the second round. Do you think we'll see some light tanks this time? We saw neither team playing with a light tank in the first round.
Yeah, I think we could see a light tank. I wouldn't see the reason why not. Even though Cliff is a fight map, I think the light gives you very important information that you can get. We see on the side of GCAT, Chin readying up the Tesak, Kongbai with the VZ, a Bliska, 1K91, an IS-7, IS-4, and
this
VZ.
does not look like it's Cliff.
Yeah, this lineup is very interesting.
I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I think there's a restart happening. That's why the line monkey. As I mentioned, there was some issue with the screen of OP Hacker. I think we'll try our best to resolve it as soon as possible and come back to you. But yeah, talking about lineups, we had a combination of BZs, E50M, CS, and a Grille, right? There was an Inspire tank on either side. There was the 140 on the bottom side for stacked, and the STB picked by GCAT. Why do you think the Centurion is not the better option there? Do you think it's just a matter of gun depression?
Yeah, I think the STB is being picked there mainly because of the gun depression. He can play the ramp fairly well. I think the Cent is also quite decent there.
What about Udis?
I think Udis is quite, because of the siege mode mechanics, it's quite, you need to play it very positionally, like super positionally. For example, on El Haluf, you sit in one spot and you just play from there. I personally don't like it that much.
I think sometimes it's just players feel like a tank feels better, even maybe the alpha trades with the STB being much harder. It's just like the gun feels easier to deal with.
Yeah, could be. I mean, it's I've seen 140 being played there as well. You can definitely play on the ramp.
I think it has 7 degrees of gun depression now.
Yeah, and also it's fairly low profile, which makes it super annoying for the enemies to play against. Like if you're hold down and you can use those 7 degrees, it's so annoying to deal with it.
Yeah, and I think the same reason we had that some teams pick T100 over the RHM. It's just like when you drive up the ramp, you provide them with a much smaller target, and like you just like swoop by and they really need to be on point with their aim. While with the RHM, there's like this big box of a German light tank driving up and you just like click in the middle of it. So while we are investigating the issue, there's obviously a tiny bit of delay. So stay patient, please. We are trying to our best to be back as soon as possible, but we are obviously also here waiting. Maybe in the meantime, we can talk about what else will expect us during the day. I think we mentioned it once. Hit versus Mafia. I think those are two teams that are potentially the favorites for this tournament. W, the third European team, had a bit of a struggle in the last couple of weeks, not ending up in the playoffs of the OLS. So did Stacked, only getting third, not reaching the finals of the OLF.
Yeah.
They secured the first round, and even with this restart, nobody will take that away from them.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about the dynamics of the teams? Do you think the European and North American servers will be stronger or weaker than the Chinese servers? I think the APEC team is a bit of a wild card. Nobody knows a lot about them.
1-1 has had some problems, apparently, from what we've heard. A lot of changes. D13, which was playing in the previous year, is not playing for the team in this tournament. So yeah, you were talking about Stacked not making it to the final of OLF, and W also struggling. I think they are teams that have the capabilities to come back and bounce back. W have made some changes from what has been made public. We might see Fugo not playing, and we'll see how that works. It could go completely wrong, or it could help the team, you know, regain the confidence and do their own thing. So it's definitely interesting to see how the games are going to go today.
Yeah, and I think the first indicator will be this group stage match between Stacked and W, which we both expect to be one of like the closest matches in this group, because both of the teams kind of have to show that they are like still there, still on the top, and both of them came from two very strong performances in the second and third season. Definitely. I mean, Stacked actually won first, second, and third.
Yeah.
And then we had W that won as well twice in a row. Now they are the teams that have to kind of prove themselves, while in the other group we have Hit and Run and Mafia. the two teams that were in the finals of the European Cup, and yeah, managed to get teams like Cashback and Weekend out of the way. So we'll definitely have a second look at how the dynamic of those teams will play out. Maybe talking about some more general Onslaught specific things for the players and maybe also viewers that haven't been here for a while. We had a couple of changes with the update 2.0, which brought some tanks back that were a bit forgotten, specifically looking at high alpha Japanese heavy tanks. How do we feel about the Type 5, especially here as a neighbor country, being in China right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the OLS, in the first match days, we saw the Type being quite popular. Also, a lot of the players, I remember you told me, you gave me some insight, they were using it a lot, but it feels like it's getting used less and less. However, aside from the Type, we are back, and we see here the lineups. We see the GCAT starting off with 5 BZs and double CS, very aggressive setup.
Yeah, stacked with 6 BZs, definitely showing that they're in China right now. And the Force B, everyone pressing the boost forward button, and you can see this pack of 6 players now pushing towards the middle. On the other hand, we have 7 players from GCAT driving there. Neo, one of our sponsors, there visible on the billboard. Thank you for supporting the event. And now we are ready. Everyone is being spotted on the side of Stacked, and the first engagement will be between the BZs of Renren, Kongbai and Soldier, and Kenway, who might actually take the first hits here.
Yeah, Kenway taking a few shots, however Soldier taking some shots back. Koman right now some trading. We see that Vova is trying to make his way up the hill. GCAT already have a CS on the hill, and the Foch B on the donut is trying to make his way up. Big strike coming in for Stacked, and that Foch has to play because it looks kind of tough in the middle. Vova trying to go towards the mid, Soldier taking a few shots, OP taking a very big volley, and it looks like he's gonna go down. OP Hacker going down, and the middle looks like a very close fight so far.
Yeah, another small strike now coming in, hitting 2 tanks as well and applying a second round of stuns. The medkit for Seabass was up, but the HPs are pretty much in favor of GCAT. Now you can see they're closing in on Sebastian, Quint farming in as well. Great damage coming there from the sidelines. The one-shots being picked up, the focus fire exceptional, and GCAT looking like they will claim their first round as well.
Yeah, looks very good. We see Chin is perma-farming there from the balcony. He managed to stay alive quite well. Soldier taking a very big hit there, very big volley, and XH is pretty much left alone. He has to buy as much time as possible because we see the BZs there coming in on the Foch and trying to finish him off. The CS, he manages to stay safe, but I think that Vova will pick him up eventually with the help of Deft. He's trying to get safe, Vova ramming him. Deft doesn't really have the gun depression, it's a bit awkward. We see there a strike, meanwhile the Foch getting picked up. XH is still alive somehow. Another strike coming in on Vova. It's not from the team of the GCAT, and they finally managed to pick him up. We see here a sponsor. Def taking very big shots, and yeah, it looks like the round is pretty much over. While we saw XH getting pushed here on the hill, GCAT managed to clean up the donut, clean up the middle, and Def going down. Good round from
good
GCAT.
stuff, and I think they did a good job as well, acting quickly and in time. Like we saw that the tank that was pushed towards the donut immediately secured the strike, and the strike hit hard onto 4 tanks in the middle, disrupted the fight there a bit, and yeah, now the faces of the GCAT players are looking much more positive again. Even some players smiling there, showing off some confidence. Sweaty hands as well, you can see on the left side of the screen. But well-deserved first victory for GCAT, which means we split the first map between Stacked and GCAT 1-1. Actually, a team that will play later. And we will switch to Sand River, which was picked by GCAT.
Yeah, Sand River is going to be a very interesting map and often regarded as a map that's slightly unbalanced. However, I think it's a matter of how the teams play. There are many variations that you can play on Sand River. I would say that it's more of a control map. It's fairly hard. I mean, you can apply cap pressure together with K-Line and try to, you know, kill the tanks close. But I think it's going to be an interesting map to see.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely have a bit of a change of pace. Cliff, we saw it right now. The players drove towards each other, and whoever was peeking got shot. I think Kenway took a big brunt at the beginning, even took some shots into the track that didn't deal damage, so it could have been worse. But this was like direct confrontation, and as you managed to explain already, like the different approach on Sand River is very much focused on control. There are, I think, 3 strikes in total, one on the southern K-line area, and then one in the middle close to the ramps, and then one more towards the dunes. Plus there are the points of interest that give you vision. Both of them are pretty exposed, so a good reason to use a light tank as well. The communication center is basically just in the open. We saw a lot of rotation happening. We saw a lot of medium tanks play there as well. And I'm pretty sure after 2 rounds without it, we'll have some light tanks too.
Yeah, I also think some light tanks, maybe even some Grilla again.
I mean, that's definitely a tank we could see on one of the balconies. I'm not sure if there's an issue with the post-game stats, but potentially we'll just start into the next round. GCAT picked this map after having initially banned Westfield. Both of those maps are fairly open with a bit of brawl opportunities. It's interesting to see that they prefer a map which has been played quite a lot on the European and North American server, while Westfield was not very popular. But maybe they decided that this is just their home turf where they feel really comfortable, which they have very well prepared. And we'll have to see if they might be able to just take a 2-0 here and get up to a match point.
Yeah, maybe they banned Westfield because it was not so played and they are, you know, spying on the EU teams. But I think that Westfield has been a map that hasn't been very liked in the recent games. We see here the scores of the rounds. First round taken by Stacked and second by GCAT. I think Sand River is going to bring us a lot of variety. And we see here the match stats.
I'm pretty sure this is from the first match.
So for the viewers at home, we will see first the stats of the first round. And then we will see the second round. We see that Deft, Vova, and John all Stacked players dealing the highest damage, so yeah, it was for sure from the first game.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that 27,000 damage was dealt by Stacked in the first round, so roughly 10k more. And there, I think now we see the remaining players. So everyone having a good share of damage. Koman, he dropped a lot of HP at the beginning, but still 2k, and great performance by Deft.
Yeah, Deft putting in 6k damage, and it's a very good score for a BZ, right? I mean,
yeah, especially as I would say he had a much more difficult job than Vova, who kind of had like free farm into the sides of the BZs.
Yeah. I mean, those BZs can rack up some damage in the long term, especially if the fight is a bit longer and not as short as we saw in the second game where there was a full brawl. But yeah, good numbers from Stacked. This was the MVP of the round, Deft, with the BZ.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Very well earned.
Yeah, 90% pen rate, so he probably
shot. Yeah. I think she shot 11 times and penned 10 out of them.
Yeah.
Right?
So 1 missed and.
Yeah, I mean that's even like 90 points something. So great stuff. And with that being said, I hope we are ready for our first round of Sand River soon. We mentioned it before, Sand River not that much of a heavy tank map. We'll definitely see maybe like an IS-7 to play hull on somewhere, or like a BZ to push in the middle. But I think CS and RHMs are kind of like the go-to tanks here. And with the buff of the E50M, this has also been a tank that has been very popular.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the E50Ms being played a lot. I remember a push of W going over K-Line with so many E50Ms and getting absolutely obliterated. But yeah,
I think STRVs is also something that could be played on this map, right?
yeah, I think Cashback started this trend on EU
Yeah.
using
But
the
Mafia
STRV.
as well, I think Orzech played a couple of rounds in it. So I think IS-7, we had like a great situation of Ukrainian player Brainbreaker, who
Yes.
had like a nice escape,
Yes.
like baiting a lot of shots, spotting, staying alive. As you can see, there's a lot of things that we expect. We maybe didn't expect the Gorilla in the first round, but
For
it
sure
was
not.
very cool. STRVs is something that we have already mentioned. I think the other tanks that could be played are more of like niche vehicles, like you mentioned. What we haven't mentioned is the Yotang.
Yeah.
Kranwagen that we have seen, which is not very popular either. Maybe an Udis, but also like it's very situational. And then, but that is probably even less likely, like an EBR, because on this map the plane ability is very important.
Yeah, it's very important indeed. And actually, you mentioned the Udes, and one good thing about the Udes is that you can hide in the bushes in the middle, and you can counter those spotting points that are in the open, as you said earlier. And we've seen some teams use it before. Might be the case in this game.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see. It's taking a bit longer between games. Not something that we're not used to.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's still, as I mentioned, the first match. There are like some technical difficulties that always come up when this is like a big production, lots of people working in the background, and I think we can give a little shout out to all the people that you will not see during all the 4 days of streaming behind the cameras, doing the production in terms of audio, people on the cameras in the client, like the observers, the gameplay director, all the technical people, all the people that booked flights, all the people that organized hotels. Those things are maybe not as visible as us just sitting here and talking, but it's definitely a lot of work that has been done, especially by our Chinese partners, to arrange everything and make it very hospitable. And I think the hotel is great. This whole hospitality aspect is really amazing, and I much appreciate them welcoming us here for the 3rd time.
Yeah, for sure. And the city is also quite beautiful. We've had a chance to visit a little bit in the first day. And yeah, everything is very nice so far. And let's hope it stays this way with the players showing up and giving us a good show. But I'm sure they'll do. I mean, we have here the best teams in the world. We see here the match stats. This is from the 2nd round. And we see that it was a bit closer. We see the damage from both sides, Chin being the highest damage.
But look at the amount of strike damage. Like, this was like the first strike was like 1,800 damage, hitting 4 targets. And yeah, I mean, you can see Deft again with a very commendable performance, 5.2 or 5.3k damage, but this time the overall performance was just a matter of shooting more. Both teams, you can see great hit rate, great pen rate as well, but just if you shoot much more, you just deal more damage as well.
Yeah, definitely. We see here the stats of the game, and yeah, on the side of Stacked, we had Volva and Deft showing up. They couldn't do much more. We see OP going down with 1.3k, Sebas as well. I mean, 2 shots of damage on the BZ. You must have taken a very big volley in order to only do 2 shots. I think it's very punishing to do so little damage for the overall situation of the team. And yeah, on the side of GCAT, Chin doing almost 6k damage, while 3k being from strikes. So yeah, we see here he also has 2,000 assists.
Yeah, I think it's also assist due to the strike, right? You get stun assist. Definitely a standard performance here, and the Hurricane, which obviously is a copy of the CS63, was kind of the tank that Vova was playing before from a similarly important position. And you get a lot of cross shots. The APCR obviously hurts towards the sides of the BZ. You don't have the heat where that could potentially get stuck in there.
Yeah.
So with that being like a constant pressure point, you also generate the strikes, and I think it was 2,900 damage, which he did just by applying strikes to multiple targets that were grouped up in the middle.
Yeah.
And then it was just a matter of like getting the HP advantage and converting that into guns. And then you just get the control over the whole map and dominate the round.
Yeah, also not only the strike damage, but one thing is that he managed to escape the Foch that pushed him, and he also stayed alive for quite long there in the balcony. I think both CSs on the side of GCAT played very well in the previous round. They bought as much time as they could, also the CS on the hill, and yeah, they had a good round. We see here more images, Deft being bored already.
Yeah, he is like, guys, I'm having 5.5k DPG and I'm still not winning.
Step up.
Like, what are you guys doing there?
Yeah. So far, Deft has been playing really well. Also,
yeah, I mean, it's only obviously 2 rounds, but
even in OLF, I remember that.
For sure. Okay, like the players don't have both their hands on the mouse and keyboard yet, so it looks like we have a bit of a delay, but you can see they're sitting very comfortably on the Under Siege chairs sponsored by our amazing partners. And I think we can use this small break to talk a bit about all the support that we got from external partners. We talked about all the people working with us. Well, just as I was saying, that provided our amazing GPUs and CPUs of AMD, we are now jumping into the game. You can see the amazing graphics, the amazing performance. There we go, the first round of Sand River, Alex.
First round of Sand River, and I'm very curious to see the lineups of these teams, because we have in front of us a map that has a lot of variety. We see the side of Stacked with the STRV, RHM on both sides actually, triple E50M, 140 and 1 BZ. On the side of GCAT we have BZ, Yoh, E50M, K91, double, and 1 Centurion AX, as well as the RHM as mentioned before. And we see the side of Stacked opening more towards the mid. Some tanks of GCAT are making their way towards K-line. And it looks like there could be some fight here over the north of the map. We see some shots coming in from the GCAT tanks into Vova. Chin is very, very aggressive. He will peek. He didn't spot all tanks so far. OP is not spotted, I think.
Kenway is also unspotted still, so he might cross there. There's an E50M who could give him a shot, but I don't think he is enough high on the ridgeline. And after the initial dust has settled, we are still at the roughly 1k HP advantage on the side of GCAT. But keep in mind that the tanks from Stacked have taken quite some positions, while the MV Yo is still behind the ridgeline.
Yeah, and we see the STRV from Stacked being quite passive on D2. I mean, we've seen before teams like Cashback playing the STRV together with another tank on the K-line, more in the position of the E50. And yeah, so far Stacked have taken a strike. Just now the Yoh from GCAT are taking the strike on the K-line. And as we said before, Sand River is more of a control map. We will not often see full-on fights, and it's more about those very small details that can change the outcome of the game. And speaking about that, OP Hacker is going to boost, and they are going to try to find Kongbai. Deft is pushing in with him. Will they be able to find him without taking so much damage?
I mean, there is a K91 dealing a lot of damage now already. I mean, Kongbai will definitely drop, but another strike comes in, and you can see Deft is on the same amount of HP as Kongbai. Kongbai should be able to put one more shot into him. Deft now dropping to 81 HP. The reload is advantage on the side of OP Hacker, but that was a lot of HP lost on the side of Stacked.
That's very punishing, and they place a plane now. Let's see if Renren1 can find the shot. He's looking for it, but yeah, overall, it was very expensive, and he does. Chin with the RHM manages to find Deft, and OP Hacker looks quite stuck there.
I think he can try to get behind the rack of the K91, but with the BZ Cupolas being fairly high, This is not a great position to be in, and sooner or later the strikes will be refreshed and you will just take 2 strikes and GCAT will have a tank advantage.
Yeah, we see there Handsome getting striked, and that means that the buildings around him are getting destroyed. He takes a very big volley, and Handsome is in a bit of trouble. He is in a big crossfire. He's trying to push over into some kind of safe position. Let's see if he manages to find OP Hacker. Whoa, taking very big hits, minus 2,000 there. He misses his shot on OP Hacker, and that was some good damage to Handsome, which is not in a good position right now.
Yeah, I have to say, a bit of an over-eager repush here. I don't know why they felt like this was needed. Now the STRV is getting spotted as well and losing some HP. Seba's there dropping to 1.7, but taking a look at the top HP bars, Stacked recovered from their initial loss of HP and has still a tank up.
Yeah, and we see Rico in a very risky position, knowing that Stack do have some presence in the K-line. I'm very surprised by I would say it's a mistake of Handsome there. I mean, he got striked, so the buildings got destroyed, and he could have maybe gone back into the dip behind him. At the same time, off screen, we saw that Soldier is only 200 HP, so they have taken a lot of damage. And we see now the team of Stack trying to rotate, but GCAT also have some tanks here. John is going to try to push up, and I think the Scent realized that there is a lot of help coming, and yeah, they have to run as fast as they can.
Yeah, Rico now putting one into Vova, trying to get into safety, but paying a bit of HP for it. Overall now stacked up roughly 1.4k. Important to say is the lighting just took another shot, so in the 1 versus 1, Koman would have an advantage now, and he is able to kind of shield OP from any damage. OP now managed to secure another RT strike, and the map control looks pretty good for Stacked.
Yeah, and also OP managed to heal a lot. He's at 700 HP now, and we see Stacked making their move. Kenway is already on top, putting in shots, and they are connecting quite well. Minus 1,000 on that Scent. That's the strike coming in as well. Didn't hit both though, and we see that Vova is going for it. The Inspire tank is usually the bait tank, but he's just going for it. They have to clear the K-line. XH in big trouble, he gets rammed, and they managed to clear the K-line fairly well.
Yeah, now the question is, will Soldier be picked up or can he escape? He is now behind the ridge line, and the K91 has a lot of DPM, but look at the amount of HP left over. Or Rico in the middle of everyone being picked up, and 1000 HP only. 2 against 5.
2 against 5. We talked about it earlier. Rico is in a fairly aggressive position. Chin gets picked up as well, and the only tank remaining is Soldier with 200 HP. We see there the blind plane trying to find him, and yeah, it was a very good start from GCAT, but it feels like they honestly threw that advantage, no?
Yeah, I have to say, like, the initial push did not end up too well for Stacked, but this attempt of a repush there by the BZ did not work out, and I think OP Hacker has a big smile because he knows exactly that this did not go as they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very interesting. They managed to do a lot of damage, right, on OP and Death.
Yeah, for sure.
Which were the tanks that pushed. And then it feels like Handsome almost panicked a little bit. I mean, he got the buildings around him destroyed, and it feels like he maybe overreacted a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there was just like, I think we had him on 500 HP OP. So
yes.
If they take 2 strikes, he's basically out of the game. Maybe they can even hit some Capola or something like that, and it's like 1 strike. They had control over both the middle and the southern strike, so I think it was a bit of a patience play needed, and they just didn't wait.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see that the games between these two teams are very close, as expected. They can go either way, and the smallest mistakes really do make a difference. I mean, I would say that GCAT had it pretty much in the pocket, because at this level, if you can trade very well, and they had basically 2 tanks there being stuck, you can really, you know, slow down the game and slowly, you know, gain advantage. And yeah, it didn't go their way so far.
Yeah, but I have to say it was maybe not just a small mistake, but quite a big one. They lost a full tank for it. I think they put 0 damage into OP because he started with 500 and then he used his heal and ended up on 700. So OP did a good job bouncing some shots with his sight and then taking cover behind the wreck of the K91. And as you mentioned, with all the buildings being destructible on the way towards this rock position that he wanted to reach, he just lost like 3000 HP. I think he arrived with like 700, already having healed a bit, and then it was just a matter of like taking some angles, getting him out of the game. It looked pretty good at the beginning, which I would say was like a proactive play by initially Stacked. But then they, like, while they played the passive part pretty well with the double K91 dealing quite some damage, their own active part was just not very well implemented, and it didn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, and that mistake was actually, it was handsome, right? The color of the team, so
maybe he has this strategy that Kian has, where he drives in, gets the information, trades HP for information, then he's just like, yeah, now I have full focus on controlling the rest of the game because I don't have to focus on my tank anymore.
Yeah. We saw also that they tried to, you know, make some aggressive play after that on K-line, but Stacked were already going back. And we also mentioned throughout the game that Rico was a bit aggressive there with the Yoh, and once the K-line dies, he's just in full crossfire.
No. I would be very interested to see how much damage the STRV was able to put in, because this whole push onto the K91s, the STRV was on the other side. I think the STRV was able to put some shots into the Yo tank more towards the end of the game, and obviously in the wrap-up there were probably also a shot here or there, maybe in the end on the RHM. But yeah, the STRV definitely being a tank that if you're the team that is pushing is often not that helpful.
Yeah, but it's always a tank that you can, you know, use to play a bit more passively and punish the enemy. Maybe there is a situation in the game where you start off a bit worse and you try to bait the enemies in and, you know, punish them for their mistakes. But yeah, we'll see the second round, and we see that Stacked are bringing out the Gorilla now instead of the STRV with an RHM 140 double IS7 and double BZ.
Yeah, and on the other hand, a bit of a W callback 4 E50Ms. There is the Udis that I had mentioned before, and double BZ for the team on the home server here. HPs are pretty much even, but very differently distributed, because obviously the Gorilla 15 coming in with a bit less. I think this time he decided to pick HP boost. You can see 2.7k HP on the Gorilla. Komen trying to spot out, and Handsome with a very aggressive move, taking one from Deft.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, there is the chance on this map to put some cap pressure. Stacked has to make a move now on the other side, because this cap pressure can become fairly annoying. We see the BZ on the side of GCAT also picking up that strike. And right now there are 15 seconds left. The I7 is just now stepping into the strike. And however, we see Kenway making his way into the cap, and this could be a possibility for GCAT to look for some shots into him.
Yeah, and I mean, good shooting there, putting in roughly half his HP. Kenway retreating, but buying enough time for the other tanks to kind of get closer. Important to say is that John did not pick up the strike.
Yeah, and XH is quite aggressive here in the middle. I think that John might even try to go for him. I mean, no, he does stop on the rock. Yeah, Rico taking also a few big hits. So far, a lot of trades. John is a bit exposed. I think Chin will be able to find him soon, even though he has some cover.
Ooh, Dev taking 1.5. John dropping now to 700 HP, and he's still exposed. OP Hacker there trying his best. But yeah, John being picked up immediately, and I have to say, the E50M in the north is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and he cannot really get counter, right? Because the RHM cannot go for him, so he's just doing, like, he's just farming, right? OP also losing the 1v1.
No, it's a 2v1.
There's a 2v1,
E50M as well.
The E50M farming him off screen. Meanwhile, we see Chin on the smaller screen chasing that RHM, just absolutely doesn't care about anything, and he's gonna find the BZ that will try to ram him. He went on a big run, Chin. But the advantage of GCAT is quite big right now, and they have cap pressure as well. Kenway will try to get close.
Oh, Coleman flipped.
Yeah. He's back. He's back.
Extra style points.
Extra style points.
Never worried.
Yeah.
Bit of a barrel roll, so if the gameplay part is not sufficient, he will add some additional acrobatic movements. We have to take a look at if there's any chance for a decap, but realistically speaking, with double the HP on the side of GCAT, this looks pretty much like another 1-1 on the Sand River pick.
Yeah. I mean, very good play from GCAT. They applied pressure, and I'm quite surprised that Stack didn't move faster, right? Because they are the team that have the RHM, right? They should have the info, and they just took way too long to get that strike, and they got punished for it. Base captured, and it's gonna be 1-1 on the map of Sand River.
And 2-2 overall.
Yeah, 2-2 overall.
I think this is the moment when some of the predictions will start crumbling.
Yeah.
I think Ducky and I predicted 4-2 in favor of Stacked.
Yeah.
And you predicted, I think, tiebreaker?
4-3, yeah, for GCAT.
Okay, so I think the only ones that are getting closer are Kai, who predicted 4-2 for GCAT, and Ducky and I. Obviously, with the 2-2, everything can happen, and I have to say, I don't think there was a better team so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of close games so far. As we spoke before, there were some small mistakes here and there that, you know, determine the outcome of the rounds. But I think that we've seen a good display of both teams. There isn't a clear better team as of now, but what is the next map?
The next map should be Himmelsdorf, picked by GCAT. We had bans on Ghost Town and Ensk, so those maps, also very different maps to be honest. Like Ensk, like a very brawly combat map with lots of like tank destroyers shooting at each other. Either way, Himmelsdorf, a bit of a different beast. We saw a lot of aggression towards the cap. We saw a lot of autoloaders in the past. I'm not sure if they will be that popular now, because the E50Ms have quite had some success on the hill as well, and pushing potentially one of those like arty strikes on the outer sides. Either way, I think Force are still a thing. I think we saw Hit pushing the rails with like 2 or 3 Force in one of the games. Was pretty interesting. Compared to the normal Himmelsdorf map, there is a much better connection now between the hill and the middle area. Plus, obviously, with a Zeppelin in the middle, there's a lot of extra cover provided. So, a lot of close combat brawling. We might even see some Polish tank destroyers.
Could be. Could be. Paired up with the BZs. We have seen that before, especially on the EU server, right?
Yeah.
I would say that Himmels is a map that's quite focused around playing for fights in the middle. I mean, not only middle, you can also play around cap. We have seen in the, I think it was W Mafia, W brought some CSs on the hill and they tried some interesting strat. But yeah, we see here the stats, and this is from the first round, right?
Yes, that's the round where they played with double K91.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what stands out is actually quite some damage by OP, also like 1.7k block. That is quite good. But I feel like the important thing is to point out what didn't happen, and that's the damage stats on the side of Handsome. 2 shots with the BZ while he basically was full HP at the start, and then just like kind of ended up suiciding. It would be interesting to see if he had some assistance damage. But definitely OP surviving there, ending up with 3 kills as well.
4k damage, very strong.
Very strong performance. Potential MVP of the round, but also Coleman with 4,000 damage in a light tank. Very good stuff from his side. Vova actually 4 kills as well. So OP Hacker, I mean, we mentioned him. He took the lead. All his shots penned. Very good stuff there as well. And surviving, like leading the charge, also being the one that gives the command in the team. Very good on his side, and BZ also on this like longer distance stuff. Sure, you initially push the K91 and it's a very close combat, but like sniping with this tank is not that easy.
Yeah, I think that he might have punished Handsome there. I think 2 or 3 shots maybe.
Yeah,
into him.
for sure.
Yeah, he drove into Crossfire, and yeah, good stuff from OP. I mean, he initiated the push. He managed to pick up the tank, and then he made the best out of the bad situation because GCAT were dealing a lot of damage to them.
Yeah, and with that being said, we'll take a look at the second round of Centriver as well. Obviously, this was a bit of a different situation. There was no initial aggression just by one team, but a bit of a clash, I would say. We had the aggression, but also only towards the cap circle. We had, I think, 2 E50Ms driving into the cap circle. They had 4 in total. One was obviously positioned in the north. Kin did quite a good job holding down the supportive tanks there. And then also controlling the angles that basically made it very expensive to get decaps.
Yeah.
We saw that John, I think, who was the IS-7 that was sent to the northern cap circle, was not able to take the strike, which is essential not only to get the decap, but with the strike you destroy all the buildings in the cap circle and you get much easier shots afterwards. You can see it's very close in terms of damage, just roughly 1,000 and 200-300 in between those teams. But in the end, the aggression of GCAT was what made the difference. They captured the base and ended up just controlling the map from there on, putting a lot of pressure, and even though only 3 tanks got destroyed on either side, they took the victory.
Yeah, they took the victory, applying pressure. We see here the game stats. Hongbai doing 5k there. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like, I think the pressure that they initially made really paid off, and it feels like Stacked were just a bit slow, right? Having that RHM should give you enough info to react faster, in my opinion. MVP,
yeah, MVP, good stuff by him. I mean, BZ, we mentioned it, not the easiest tank to play on long distance. He did 5k damage, penned 8 out of his 9 shots, and even secured 1.9k assistance.
Which is very good.
And that was not just a strike, like he was actively fighting and trying to provide some information towards his team. And I'm looking forward to see what they have to bring onto each other in Himmelsdorf. There was a lot of time for preparation, not only here in China, but also prior to this, just preparation against teams of your own server. GCAT obviously has a bit of an advantage not having to travel that long, not having like any jet lag issues or similar things, but I think the faces of Stacked still show quite some focus, so I don't think they're distracted or tired or any of those things.
Yeah, looks like Def definitely has some energy playing there with the water bottle, but yeah, they've played fairly recently the last season of OLF, so I think that they take the momentum. I mean, they, for example, Stack didn't make it to the final, but you can always learn. No matter if you win or lose, you can always learn and improve your mistakes, and yeah.
I think there seems like there's a bit of a delay. The players seem to communicate it right now with the administration. In the front you can see hands were taking towards the keyboard again. So Himmelsdorf it is the next round, and I'm hoping to see a lot of steel.
Yeah, and I think we will see a lot of steel indeed. I'm looking forward to the fights, and in these type of fights, details really make the difference. I think focus fire is very important as well, and those very fast reactions. And we see the side of GCAT having a Type 5, 1 IS-7, triple BZ, and double E4.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see the double Forge B as well. Stacked picking up this, the 140 Vova with the Inspiration tank. For the players that can't identify it by the icon, it's a T57 copy, the Stinger. And the BZ copy on the other hand being the Divine Valor.
Yeah, we see on screen the very big map, and we see that Stacked is making it towards one line. They are going to boost with the double BZ towards the cap and apply that initial pressure. They get spotted with the double BZ. Soldier,
but no damage, no damage.
No damage so far, but this should indicate Vova also getting spotted fairly aggressively. And Soldier kind of stopped. He doesn't know exactly whether he should commit or not. Both of the Foch Bs are spotted now, so GCAT do have a lot of info, and Kongbai is...
OP wasted his ability.
OP wasted his ability, and Kongbai is slowly making his way up in the middle. XH going towards his friend in the IS-7, taking big hits there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the very beginning that there was an HP disadvantage of over 2,500. Because obviously the mouse brings quite some HP with it. But now you can see John took some damage, OP took some damage as well. Either way, damage is being traded on either side, and we are now back to equal HPs.
Equal HPs, but I feel John taking there another hit. I feel like, ooh, Ren Wang making a big peek there and taking a lot of damage. Hold on, he shouldn't be able to take that much. Handsome coming in with a lot of HP. He's looking to put a shot. He trades with Kenway, but he has a booster and he takes a huge volley. He takes a lot of damage. The trades are not good from the side of GCAT, and they need to react.
Yeah, I mean, you can see OP clipping out right now. Just reached the 2.7. Put in 2 more, like over 3k damage done. Second clip by the Foch. The Fochs now are eliminated, and that leaves the 140 unprotected. Important to see is now how long will it take to pick up those 2 fairly low HP heavy tanks here. Coleman and Kenway trying to eliminate the same tank. So high being picked up in the next couple of seconds. Now the IS-7 is the next one to fall. The HPs are still fairly even. And if they're able to put a bit of a delay here on this push of Stacked, maybe G can come back.
Maybe they can come back, and it's very important that they kill Vova, because that Inspire is giving them a lot of boost, a lot of BPM. Finally, Soldier goes down from the side of GCAT. Vova goes down as well. And it looked very close, but they have picked up the 140 finally. Rico going down, and it feels like it took them just a bit too long.
Yeah, and I mean, the HP at some point were like 5k apart, while the tanks were even still. Now, this obviously looks pretty over, but there was a long time where this was very close. Maybe you can explain the viewers what you think they could have done differently, or maybe something that went completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, GCAT started off quite well, dealing some damage here and there. I think the Foches didn't really manage to find anything, and that's very good when you like counter the Foches and you don't really get surprised. But I feel like they were slightly undecided in the mid game. I feel like those BZs, we saw Handsome driving in after they had already taken a lot of damage. It felt very undecided, just peeking one by one into the E4, taking shots. I don't know.
Yeah, I think OP just got his fist bump denied, so he will be very disappointed. But yeah, I think the weirdest part was basically their attempt to over-push the cap circle one by one. And then the IS-7, which is a tank that is great, hull down, peeking behind the rubble, can play with this too. Just peeked sideways, took like 2-3 shots without really returning a lot of fire. Same like the BZ, and then there was just this like blob of heavy tank in the middle, which wasn't helping either side. And we saw it on the damage charts, like until the Force died, they did like at least 5k damage together. And at that point, you also sponged some HP for just reloading your clip, having the heal in between. So they just bought a lot of time. You said it, the 140 stayed alive. It was nearly full HP.
That's very important.
When it started to get overrun. And sure, he dropped at the end, but at that point, the game was just over.
Yeah, I mean, that 140 is crucial. It was a close quarter fight, but it was a bit more extended, and that's where the Inspire really gives you a very big boost. And yeah, we spoke about GCAT being slightly undecided, and when you're fighting against an Inspire, you don't have that much time. I mean, you need to make a move because on the long run, you are going to slowly lose.
I think there's also one important thing that Stack did right, and that is basically distributing the damage onto the targets that you want to distribute it on. And I'm not talking about who you can shoot, because that's sometimes not your choice. Like if one tank exposes, you shoot that tank. But you remember the 140 we already talked about, and then the T-57 who stayed alive until the end of the game. And those are really tanks that you want to deal the damage. And sure, you lose a BZ, you lose a Foch, which already did these 2 clips. So if those tanks with a lot of damage, the 140 and the T-57 stay alive until the end of the game, like fighting against the Mouse or a Type 5 which is stuck in between some buildings, it's just like an easy game.
Yeah, and we see here the match stats. Sebas doing 5.7, very good. Kongbai also did a fairly good amount of damage, but yeah, overall good numbers. I would say, Stacked also getting 1.7 restored, which is...
I think that's the Foch, right?
Yeah, that has to be the Foches. I mean, I think one of them got... It was... I don't remember exactly who it was, but he took a lot of damage in the beginning, so... We see here, yeah, we see the HP restored. Yeah, it was John that took a lot. However, he did manage to heal quite a bit.
Yeah, but it was obviously on the first level ability, so...
Yeah.
Either way, a bit of BZ healing there as well, here and there. The Type healed some allies. He stayed alive the longest, so you can see Kongbai there with 5.3k damage. It's kind of like the situation where the Type has so much HP that you don't really want to shoot it.
Yeah.
And then they focus out other tanks. Meanwhile, you mentioned it, people just drove into the E4, right?
Yeah, I feel like they were quite careless in the style of how they peaked. I think even if they just gather up together and peak together, it would be much better than peaking, you know, one by one.
Yep.
Just in front of an E4 that for sure will punish you with that 375 APCR pen. So yeah.
Yeah, with that being said, I think we can already throw Kian's prediction into the trash. He predicted 4-2 in favor of GCAT. While all the other predictions are still alive, you're hoping for a GCAT victory now on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah.
And we saw, I think, all maps so far being split 1-1. I think Stacked will just take it home now. They secured this first round of Himmelsdorf, and after a bit of a shaky Centriv round, which was a bit of a struggle for them maybe, because they just couldn't control the cap circle, they will now close it out and take the 4-2 as I predicted.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I bet you want them to do that. I think, yeah, it was Stacked always winning the first round on each map,
yes,
right?
That's
and
correct.
then GCAT coming back. I mean, it could be a pattern. But we see that they are discussing here with each other. Stacked a bit happier. We see OP with a smile on his face.
I think it's just like a 8 versus 7 situation where Deft has the bottle on his side and like he's just playing with the bottle and
Yeah.
counts as 2 people, because you see like the bottle, it gives him so much fun.
Yeah. I mean, he's not only toying with the bottle, but he's been putting a very good performance so far against GCAT. And yeah, this round is match point for Stack, right? You said they are gonna take it. I'm hoping for GCAT to take this one, so we see a very interesting tiebreaker on Tundra, possibly.
Yeah, definitely. And while we got immersed so much into this match, we have 5 more matches afterwards. So
Yeah.
I'm very hopeful that we'll see a bunch of different maps and very different approach here now as well, with 3 Brischka-Witzes coming in, a 140 again from Vova, and triple BZ on the side of Stacked.
Yeah.
4 BZs on GCAT together with 140 and Brischka, so you could say a very similar lineups, right?
Yeah, Broly setups. I mean, Stacked have 1 more Bliska. They are splitting though, both teams. The team of Stacked is gonna drive straight through the middle, just as GCAT, and they will find each other.
But there are only 3 tanks on Stacked side that drive towards the middle.
Yeah, we see that the double Bliska and 140 will be slightly late, so if GCAT want to make a move, this is the time.
the tanks get spotted, and I think the overpeak is immediately happening. Deft being put into the crosshairs here of the players from the Chinese team of GCAT. Handsome now getting some shots in as well. And I think the capture will not be possible because the Brishka is sitting there in the window. Now he retreats, and that would be a big strike onto 3 tanks. One, you can see the purple tracer just missed, but a decap coming in from Deft, important shot. And looking at the HPs, it's very even still.
It's very even, and Handsome taking very big hits. He got stuck in that awkward position. Meanwhile, Vova is trying to take the strike. Handsome going down. Kongbai is also struggling against Koman, and now the situation kind of turned around. We saw that GCAT had the slightly advantage in the middle, but Stacked focused down Handsome, and Kongbai is gonna go down soon as well.
Yeah, and you can see the 1 versus 1 of the Brishka Vitzes was won in favor of Stacked. The 140 kind of not in the game, but it picked up a strike and gave a lot of like stun onto the red tanks here of GCAT, and with 4 against 6 guns now, this should be a victory in favor of the team from North America.
Yeah, the team from Stacked, they played very well. I mean, again, Handsome getting a bit caught. I think that they were a bit, I don't know, they struggled a bit to overpush the middle, and yeah, they clear Chin in the middle, and XH is the last man standing of the team of GCAT, and he is going to go down as well very, very soon. We see Vova driving in and trading with him. And Vova, we spoke that he was slightly out of the fight, but this 140 has the Inspire ability, right? He only needs a shot to boost his team. And meanwhile, he can just collect strikes and act as a support tank. And we see there the fist bumps of the players. Congratulations for Stacked. They won the first match of the WCI 2025.
Yeah, and I mean, congratulations to myself and Ducky as well for the first perfect predictions. Obviously, there were lots more of them to come. I think we can emphasize a bit that either team had their chances, and it was definitely not a one-sided match. Sure, this will not matter to GCAT that much because they would have just liked to win this round. But very close rematch of a match that we already saw during the summer event, the WCI, where I think Stacked also came out on top, but it was less close. So there has been some progression by GCAT. I think the first match of the tournament is always a bit of a shaky one as well for everyone. You have to get used to the new environment. There may be new screens, and you're not sitting on your own chair and onto your own table and so on. But after that, obviously, Stacked and GCAT still have 2 more matches to play. I think one of them will be happening today. One of them will happen tomorrow. So we still have GCAT versus 2072 today. And tomorrow we'll have the match between Stacked and 2072. So the 3rd Chinese seed. This was a pretty close affair. You mentioned every time Stacked moved up a point, GCAT was able to return the favor. On Himmelsdorf that was not the case, so we ended up with a 4-2. Tundra unfortunately not being played, but I think we had a pretty good match either way. 6 great rounds, and after the initial technical difficulties, I think I'm very confident now that we are rocking this stream.
Yeah, we are rocking it indeed, and we see that Stacked really rocked it in both of the Himmels on this round. They just absolutely dominated, and yeah, I overall really liked that Stacked. You know, it feels like even in the bad situations, they just maintained their calm, and it feels like it was GCAT that kind of looked like the undecided team, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And in the end, it's also a matter of focus fire, I believe. We can see here pen rate 93% on the side of Stacked. Hit rate as well, much higher. So they just like made their shots work. And you mentioned the awkward position of Handsome, who just ended up, again, 2 shots of damage. There is a pattern.
Yeah.
Vova, really good strike damage. We mentioned it into the cap circle, also providing some extra stuns. Good performance. Neither of the tanks from the rush into the cap circle was able to block something on the GCAT side. Only Soldier was a bit behind. And then each of the tanks, John, Kenway and Seabass bouncing one in the initial brawl. And this way they were just able to distribute the HPs much more equal over the different aggressing tanks there.
Yeah, and we see here John with the Bliska doing 5.1k. He penned all of his shots, and those Bliskas are really, really dangerous. Like when they get the chance to DPM and punish the enemy, they are very scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
Well, that concludes the first match.
It was
I think it was pretty good, and I hope everyone is already getting excited for the next one to come. We'll continue in the same group. As I mentioned earlier, there are 4 teams per group. This group is Group A with stacked GCAT, then the European team W, and the second Chinese team 2072.
Yeah.
So we'll have the second match of Group A first. That will be W against 2072, and then we'll switch to the other group.
Yeah. What do you think about the W 2072? I think it's going to be fairly interesting. I mean, I personally haven't seen much of 2072. But obviously the first game is very important, as I said before, starting with the right foot and gaining that confidence. And I personally would have W as the favorite team on that one, but obviously you never know, right? It's Onslaught, and anything could happen.
So yeah, looking at the highlights, we can kind of like summarize what has happened there. Like, this was the round where we thought GCAT had a good advantage, and then like the over push of Handsome into the open was just not great. Now the punishment came in, and the wrap-up operation there onto Soldier was quite well done. Here we saw the aggression of GCAT into the cap circle.
Yeah, and we saw that they have good ideas, right? I mean, they have good strats that put pressure, and they managed to get the round there. And here on Himmels, it was just a bit too undecided. And we see that Stack just managed to take the game.
Look at there, like all of the tanks from Stack are like 2000, 2500, and they just have so much better focus fire.
Yeah, and it just feels like GCAT put themselves in positions where, for example, Handsome was exposed and they weren't really trading him, and he was just, yeah, he was just taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, well-deserved win in the end on Himmelsdorf, but GCAT is not out of the tournament, neither out of the group or out of the upper bracket. It was just the first match, and if they can show a strong performance in the second match, they're definitely still in for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, they have the ideas, and they just need to work on those small mistakes and work on those reactions, which make a very big difference in Onslaught.
No, do you feel like there was anything that stood out in terms of meta already, or do you think the sample size was just not big enough yet?
Well, I think that overall we have similar meta to EU. I mean, I watched a lot of the OLS because it's the main event, also the OLF. I haven't watched that much of the Chinese, but overall it looks like the meta is fairly similar.
Okay, well, with that being said, we'll have a short break, and after that we'll be back with more action.
stund er jeg her. Steng ikke vegen, for jeg vil følge Guds folk til strid over berg og bølja. Jeg framand, jeg en pilgrim, hver ei kveldstund er jeg Steng ikke vegen, for jeg vil følge Guds folk til strid over berg og bølja. Jeg framand, jeg en pilgrim, hver ei kveldstund er jeg
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to also be presenting to you the WCI 2025. And we are here together with match number 2. It is the Felix and I. And this one, finally, we are going to see the introduction of the European server to the stage today.
Yeah, I mean, W versus 2072. Actually, a very cool story behind the name of that team. The team was founded in 2022, and they decided that they will have 50 years of playing together. And now, obviously, 22 plus 50 is 72. So now they're in year number 3 and attempting their first WCI. You think we're gonna see 50 WCI tournaments still?
I mean, if I get to choose, that's a yes. But first of all, they are going to have to take it on with maybe, possibly, the hardest challenge yet for them. And it's going to be actually the first match for them. It is the European team of W. That being said, W back-to-back OLS Season 2 and 3 champion, but since then we've had a season and W have not made it to the finals there even. That is because, well, it seems like W recently have hit kind of a roadblock internally, you might say, because the performances from the reigning champion during the Season 4 were subpar, I think is a good way to put it.
5th, right? So, not optimal.
Not optimal, certainly. So yeah, first of all, let's see the European team of a W. Very, very accomplished lineup. And here you can see the lineup that they are going to be playing with today. It's going to be Clerf, Nepal, Mentos, Itox, Ayos, Squeezy, and Jakufa. So the secret wonder weapon has returned from his Hawaii vacation. Man's Mr. Worldwide at this point, because now he's in Suzhou, ready to make his mark.
Yeah. And obviously the defending home turf team lineup by 2072. A lot of players that are a bit new to potentially the Western audience. We have seen Cousin, who played in GCAT in 2023. But yeah,
so, yeah,
like Haonan, Xipeng, Elijah, Twists, Mission, and ZX Max.
I mean, Twist's branching out, right? Man's playing CSGO, now he's playing World of Tanks. Or maybe it is just a similar nickname. But yeah, here you can see the team stats coming out for Team W. The accumulated stats, of course, during each round, then averaged out a bit over 20,000 damage, 665 strike damage, a number of shots a bit shy of 60, hit rate 86%, pen rate 84%, so, well, I mean, some room for improvement here. Points of interest captured almost 2, and HP restored above 1k.
Yeah, and a similar story here on the side of 2072. We can see that the HP restored is a bit bigger, so are the number of shots, but we saw in the previous teams as well, everyone has a bit over 20k average damage. Obviously, 2072 got 3rd in the regional qualifier, so potentially they had a bit more wins, which explains the bit more average damage as well. And maybe also the shots, because you stay alive for a bit longer. Hit and pen rate also in the middle 80s. That's definitely a good value. And we'll have to see how those teams fare up against each other. I think all of us European casters have predicted in terms of W, but we'll come back to that in a second. A quick comparison between Xipeng and Clerf. Clerf, it has to be said, is playing a lot of light tank damage, like light tanks, so his damage values might not be that impressive, but definitely a standout player for the team of W. You can see the highlighted points of interest captured means that he is really the point of interest controlling tank. The light tank driving around, making sure he gets the information for the team or even the strikes.
Yeah, absolutely. Light tank players are absolutely crucial. They're always an asset to their team, and most of the time, if you're able to pick off the light tank player early in the game, that, well, usually leads to a catastrophe. It's like waterfall. The light tank falls, you lose the map control, you're down the drain from there. And, well, call it bias, but all of our European casters here are going with a victory for W, and both Moth and Baby pretty brutal out there with the 4-0. Both Ducky and you are going with the 4-1, so the consolation point for the team from China. And I guess China #1 for me, I'm saying 4-2 for W. That is down to 2 things. Well, first of all, I myself am still struggling a little bit with the jet lag, so maybe that's an issue for W, especially for Jakufa, who well, let's just say his bowel movements have been suboptimal as of now, so far. But yeah, to be honest, the thing as well is, well, W they've kind of reshaped during the end of the regular season of OLS. So we'll have to just wait and see how it all comes back together for them. That being said, I think 2072, the third seed of the Chinese region, I think they might be sort of a nice starting point for the Team of W, just because it's probably not the strongest of opponents that they're supposedly facing in this event.
Yeah, I mean, GCAT is the second seed, and they have beaten the exact team here of 2072 already. And we saw Stack beating GCAT. So if we assume that this is the initial order, then definitely W, one of the favorites to be in the upper part of this group. Now we take a look at the pick and bans, and I think we are very intrigued to see Tundra there as the first pick. Initially there were bans on Himmelsdorf and Pilsen. Himmelsdorf was just played, so I don't mind this being banned. Centriver also being picked again by a Chinese team. Looks like they liked Centriver as well. Ensk and Westfield being excluded, so Murovanka and Cliff. The next ones to come, Murovanka was a map that we haven't seen yet either. Ghost Town on a tiebreaker. What are your favorite maps, Ki?
I think the favorite map here definitely to see is going to be Tundra. Also Murovanka is going to be probably played rather fast. But the biggest question I have here is, why is W picking Tundra? Because for the longest time during the WCL season, Tundra was actually in the pool for the Chinese teams. So normally speaking, the Chinese teams should actually have more experience on that map. And it should normally be an ace up the sleeve of the home teams here, because the other teams, being the Thais, the North Americans, and also the Europeans, shouldn't have this much experience. So it is extremely interesting to see W coming out here with the Tundra pick, because, well, they're simply not going to have as much experience. I would also have expected for the Chinese teams in general, we're going to see this later throughout the day, to be picking Tundra more, but that is actually not the case. That being said, I was talking a bit with the teams here. I mean, it's the first time that we're really going to see Tundra on the Western streams here. I was talking to the teams and they were saying, well, Tundra is a bit sided, which normally favors the worst team, because if you have a 1-1 map, you're keeping kind of up with the favored team. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. First of all, though, we do see the lineup of 2072. And I mean, so far so good. They look kind of relaxed, whereas W, I mean, more of a look of determination, I guess.
Like, when can we finally start?
There's a lot less movement in the W team right now.
Yeah, and I think an important thing with Tundra is as well that taking into consideration that Tundra is a lot of brawl to be expected, maybe W says that while they're still refining their tactics, they're aware that they're very strong individually, and a map where they can brawl and immediately get into the fight might be in their favor.
That being said, shout out as well to the map intro videos. They're absolutely beautiful. What we get to see here by the Chinese production. Wow. So that is personally also going to be the first map of Tundra that I am going to cast. So let's hop into it. W against 2072, and W is going to come out with the quadruple BZ75 together with a CS63, a 140, and a 268.
Yeah, the first 268 of the tournament. There is a Brischkowitze to match the Tank Destroyer, triple E50M, a 140, and double BZ on the side of 2072.
Alright, so opening wise, we do see both teams kind of sticking together, whereas 2072 are going through the riverbed in towards the middle of the map. We see a little bit of a split. The Brischkowitze, I think, is being split off towards
look at the damage coming in immediately.
Good shots by W in towards Haunan, and Cousin taking one to boot, so initial damage definitely favoring the team in green, as Clerf is taking the first artillery strike, though we have to say W starting with a huge HP advantage, and they are not looking to stop here. That is a lot of tanks in the face of Cousin, who immediately goes down towards 1400.
Yeah, Cousin now dropping, but important to say is as well that Clerf picked up a strike. So the strike in the back is not that easy to take if you get decapped, and the HP advantage starting to shrink.
Yeah, the HP advantage now down towards 2k. That being said, though, Elysia taking 657. That's going to put him down, though. Cousin again, and Taunan as well, taking those shots here. Nepal, though, in the crossfire, taking 2 for 1. Not the most favorable trades. Klurf also kind of caught behind this rock here now. And the thing is, both sides now controlling one of those strikes. Elysia here with the ability active, and Jakofa with that 268. Is he getting spotted for those peaks is the question. The 268, of course, with that ability can be an absolute menace, as we do see 2072 forming up for a push in the northern area in the AB line. They do have those high DPM medium tanks that are formed up, ready to go. Jakofa also spotted out, but Jipeng immediately crushed back. The strike goes down. It might hit 2, it might hit 3. It goes down. Itox now completely exposed. Takes 1, make that 2. Down towards less than 1k. And twists in the 140 with the first kill of the match.
Yeah, and now it's looking pretty good for 2072. They're up in HP, they're up in guns, and the positions are not bad either.
Oh, good strike here on towards Cousin, but another strike going down, so W really building up that nuclear arsenal, but Mishan with the E50M now starting to contest the middle artillery strike, and W here with 1 gun less. Jack also caught out, minus 1600, down towards 1 shot. Jipeng to pick it up, that's the 2nd kill in a row, and the home team of 2072 looking for a first point on the board as Mishan also takes the strike. Things are going from bad to worse for W.
Yeah, I mean, there was an HP advantage on the side of 2072, and yeah, Twist coming in now. They're kind of trying to clamp into this triple tank there, and immediately Nepal being dropped. Great focus fire now. Ios also on a 1-shot, potentially for the BZs. Hey, Alpha Guns really want to pick up the HPs before he heals over. They use 2 shots for it, and W with a desperate push now down to 2 tanks.
Yeah, Mentos and Squeezy, the last 2 for the team of W here in this round number 1, but it is simply too much HP, too many guns for the team of 2072, the home team here, pushing Mentos off the bridge, only Squeezy remaining, Twists and Jipeng directly behind in pursuit, and 2072 are going to make it 1-0.
Yeah, I think that was the wake-up call. W dropping the first round, obviously in a best of 7, not super critical, but good starting off point for the team from China.
Absolutely, and it all comes down to this overextension that we saw W do on towards the BZ75s of 2072, where really I think it was Yoss caught out with that BZ. I don't know if he was tracked or not, but it was definitely the wrong call to make. Just so much damage pouring in. We also saw the 268 of Jakofa not really with the best of impact, simply because 2072 was playing such a controlled game. They were simply not peeking in towards him.
Yeah, and I think the 268 maybe is also not a great tank there if you're not getting into those brawls, because you don't have really that much gun depression. Frontal armor isn't that great either.
What frontal armor?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that getting an E3 there or Badger just takes a lot of time, which you might not have. But the 268, I don't think it had that great of an impact. And even with the initial trades going pretty well, you remember the initial damage was like 2-3k even onto the BZs. There was just overall a good attempt from 2072 recovering this as a team, and then just taking out the 1-shots.
And I think this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier, right? Why I didn't understand why the Chinese teams weren't picking Tundra a lot more, because they are going to have the experience. They're just going to have the edge when it comes to individual positioning. They're just going to be better at this map, and I think this is just what showed here. Yes, the individual damage, or the initial damage rather, was there from W, but after that, the decision-making, the positioning, it was worse from the European team, and that is why 2072 rightfully walk away here with the first round. They didn't have to do anything special. They just had to wait for the mistakes that W was going to make inevitably, and, well, chapeau to them.
Yeah, and the same gun depression issue I would like to point out for the 140. You remember Squeezy was kind of like trying to drive up there, and then what do? You have 300 alpha, and you just like, you shoot once, and then it's like a BZ, like a Blishka, like all the other tanks coming in with like double or even more than double the alpha, and it's very important that you stay alive, right? You're the Inspire tank. Sure, your alpha is enough to trigger the initial one, but it's just not good enough to just keep the damage coming.
Alright, and I wasn't really paying a lot of attention towards the kills that W managed to get, but yeah, here we see kind of devastating. Only 1 kill on the board for the team in green, and it wasn't too mean what we were seeing from them, really, to be honest. It was, well, kind of. I mean, we do see the tanks of W, namely Clerf, Squeezy, and Mentos. They're at the top when it comes to the damage dealt, but this just in turn means that whereas, you know, W, they had a few high-impact players, for 2072 as a team collectively, they stepped up. Also, the HP advantage over time, we see that initially W were dealing quite a lot of damage, but then the positioning individually just coming in for 2072, carrying the day. And yeah, if we take a look to the right side of the page here, it is just everyone on the board here, whereas for W, I mean, Yos 2 shots, Itox 2 shots, yeah, the other ones are pretty good.
as well.
Yeah, Jackifa 2 shots as well. If you pick the 268, you want to see 4, 5k, maybe even more, but I think the distance towards the fight was just too low, so the camo wasn't enough.
Yeah, and you mentioned that everyone putting in the hurt, the E50M on the lowest amount of damage picked up a kill and bounced 1000 damage. This is not a low alpha, low HP medium tank. Like, getting that tank killed takes quite some time, and it was just a very good team effort coming in from 2072. In the end, I don't think this will be deciding how this match will end up, but Mission there with 4000 damage, picking up a kill in the E50M as well. Good stuff.
Good stuff indeed, and I also want to highlight that 2072, they were kind of winning the front line, but at the same time they were not doing nothing elsewhere. For example, at the end, when they had essentially already won, the 140 had pushed around, he was farming from the back, so there were like contingency plans in place as well for the team of 2072 to take map control if the trades maybe don't end up going in their favor. So overall, we saw a very mature round coming in from 2072, who are supposed to be the weakest of the CN teams, but maybe since the qualification tournaments, things have kind of shaken up a bit, because, to be honest, GCAT didn't quite convince me in match number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously had a bit of extra insight. We actually met the new coach of the team, who was actually here in Suzhou as well, Livy, yeah, helping them out with strategies, helping them maybe out as well with like some psychological pressure topics. Basically, this is the first time that a lot of those teams meet each other, and you can see like everyone there having like quite a positive atmosphere, sitting together, making sure they're staying calm. And W, there's not a lot of interaction between the players right now.
Yeah, no, and we have seen in the past that W is one of those teams that strives off of vibe. And if I was to describe the vibe right now on the picture, I would say, yeah, Graveyard looks like a party compared to that.
Okay, let's start with round number 2. Obviously, we'll reverse the sides now on Tundra. W actually had a pretty good start from this side. They put in some initial hurt, but it wasn't really enough to take control. Do you think we'll see significantly changes in the lineup, or you're just waiting to be surprised by what is to come?
I mean, frankly, I haven't seen enough of Tundra to make any kind of judgment yet, but here we go. Round number 2, our experience is about to double. Talking about double BZ75 for a W, together with a CS63, a 140, W50M, and a Błyskawica.
Yeah, the same can be said about the BZs on the side of 2072. They decided to bring a 140 themselves as well, triple E50M and a CS63. I don't think we will see any capture play, so the strike is not so important, but you can see the distance that he has traveled already, and he's nearly in the RT strike. That's 450 damage at least secured, plus with a small size of combat area, it's very likely that you hit 2 or 3 tanks.
Well, let's see, Clerf here also in the secondary artillery strike with the CS63 of his own. That being said, I think the team of 2072 here are A lot more fanned out, actually, as we do see Mentos taking the first damage of the game, and Delusia trying to boost off the artillery strike. Takes a lot of damage. That definitely was not worth it, as all of a sudden there's 2 W players against 1 of 2072. Mishan down 1100 damage, but in come the reinforcements. They're starting to flood towards the W50M. That is all of a sudden now outnumbered. Mentos with a good shot in towards Jipeng, but now Kazan and Jipeng will have to try to break through this northern contain that W have. But all of a sudden Clerf also coming to reinforce Mentos, pushing Mishan down as well. Jackpot though taking a lot of damage. The call himself, the team captain, in a lot of trouble, able to get behind the house as Mishan goes towards a one-shot. The 140 squeezy is exactly where it's needed at the right point in time. Double kill for W.
Yeah, and now we can see the reinforcements have arrived. Twist in the 140 still in the game, full HP, but he is out of the fight. Kazan, the next one to fall. They are pushing onto IS, trying to pick up some guns, but that is really needed because they are down 3k HP.
I mean, iOS pretty much down and out of the game, but the kills, they have all been W so far. Only 3 remaining, make that 2 for the team of 2072. And W, yes, they were struggling in round number 1, but this round number 2, they managed to turn it into a fist fight, into a brawl, and they also brought the guns towards that one.
Yeah, and this looks pretty much over. There are the last kills being picked up still. The 140 might even put in another shot, but W with a very convincing second round and 1-1 score overall, and we see some life on the table of W again.
I mean, some life, that is basically a dead, like a flat line, maybe showing a little bit like of an error, like a little blip. But yeah, it's going to take a lot more to maybe make a first smile appear on the players of W. And meanwhile, here 2072, they look a little bit shocked, because whereas the first round it took a while for it to get going, but here in the second round, W immediately pushing the issue. They didn't want the players of 2072 to be able to play out the advantage of just knowing the map better. They just created an overmatch, forced 2072 to react, and then they were just quicker with the keys.
I have to say, one thing that I didn't like from either of the teams was the focus fire. We saw that there was a brawl with E50Ms, and we had like one E50M dropping to 1500, then retreating unpunished, the next one taking shots. The same happened on W's side. I would say on W's side it was more them preventing good focus fire, because they were shielding each other very nicely. So W made the mistake of not properly focus firing, but they prevented 2072 as well from shooting. And I think I'll start calling them by colors, because saying 2072 all the time feels very long.
Just go with numbers. I mean, what are we going to call them? But yeah, anyway, that concludes Tundra as our first map. And it is a 1-to-1, which is going to mean that W's map pick actually gets split. And, well, if we are kind of, you know, going to take this super seriously, then this was W's first pick, and it was split by 2072, or, well, numbers. And this would indicate that numbers actually should have the stronger start into the match.
I mean, we saw it in the previous match. GCAT had basically the advantage as well of splitting the pick of Stacked, but then it was just a matter of like 1-1 on the next map as well, and either of the picks basically got equalized.
And well, if it were according to kills, then 2072, the home team, would still be leading, but it doesn't. So Tundra gets split 1-1, leaving us with the next map pick, and this was actually the home teams of Sand River. We already did see Sand River, and yeah, well, here the match stats coming in. This time around, the top 5 players by damage dealt a little bit more split, still light advantage for W, but then again, it was a brawl, so naturally the tanks that survive the longest are going to be top of the board usually. But yeah, here W, I think they showcased that initially they got the kill advantage, but not necessarily the HP advantage. But then by being able to keep the guns in the game, they just had more effective DPM and completely spiraled out of control, as you should.
Yeah, I mean, a good thing on the side of 2072 was that they managed to keep their 140 alive. with this kind of a brawl, especially as you have single shooting guns of the E50Ms. You have the 140 that keeps giving this boost with the Inspire. He did a decent amount of damage considering the fact that he was a bit out of game. But then on the side of W, everyone put in their share this time. And they took the round fairly convincingly, I would say. Good stuff as well by Clove communicating that he can get to the strike. He was initially decapped, which obviously used the strike on the side of 2072 just for one tank. But then he retreated, got it back, and Ayo's great performance as well. He penned all his shots, 4,500 damage, even picking up a kill. That's what you want to see in an E50M.
Absolutely, the E50M, one of those tanks that deals damage over time, and if you give it a lot of time, it's going to deal a lot of damage. So Ayo's stepping up for his team here, exactly what they needed at this point in time. And now the next question is, what are we going to see on Sand River? Because I can tell you, like up there in the lounge, that we actually do have to rest ourselves a little bit. We were watching the Sand River match in between GCAT and Stacked, and we were kind of scratching our heads a little bit as some of the decisions that were made.
For sure. I mean, there was a very aggressive push coming in the first game. You remember OP Hacker leading the charge, and then like a repush that I don't really want to talk about. Third time, it was terrible and it didn't work out. I like the idea of the double K91. It was quite innovative, and that's a tank that, even though you don't have a lot of armor, you have a quite small profile, and you can kind of like play a ridgeline fairly well, especially with the gun depression over the side. It worked out pretty good at the beginning to kind of like counterplay the aggression, but the DPM is not helping if it's just about alpha trades. So the second round, the cap aggression, was also a decent idea. They got rewarded for it, but a lot of like small imperfections, what do you call it if it's not precise? Unprecision?
Imprecision?
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, you can see the sand is sparkling. We're about to get into Sand River.
What to expect here? Of course, Sand River, one of those maps where the experience advantage is not going to lie with either team, frankly, because, well, both of the teams are going to have played this map in their regional, well, leagues and qualifier tournaments, and so in we go on the dusty dunes. And W coming in with the triple BZ75, a W50M, and Udes, alright, kind of out there picked together with an STRV.
Yeah, the STRV can also be found on the side of 2072. They decided to pick a light tank, which I definitely like. CS63 together with 140, triple VZ also on their side.
I mean, the biggest thing to talk about here is obviously that light tank. It's going to be 2072 with the RHM against W without one. So in the long run, I think the Chinese team definitely with the advantage, considering that they can just roam better, they can take more map control, etc. But good shot in towards Lucia here, the CS63 for that spotting run, immediately getting punished. Meanwhile, though, W with the double BZ in towards the cap, so they're going to immediately try to put some pressure on towards the home team, as XZ Max and Hao Nan hovering around the K-line with the double BZ, but obviously they need to be careful because that is a lot of tanks from W that are able to shoot them, and those sting like a bee, but they can hover like butterflies. That's a lot of mediums as well that W have brought here. Mentos, though, in the Divine Valor, that is the BZ75 copy on the Chinese server, pushing up to take the artillery strike. And oh, Twists has overextended. We were talking about the RHM. It can take a lot of map control. It can roam the map, but not if it's spotted. And now the cap also down towards 6 seconds. 2072 need a reset or a cap block. Mission is there.
Yeah, I have to say, Twist's a bit over-aggressive. Second bigger mistake from him this game, because the plane at the beginning was also not great. He didn't get a replane, which means he didn't get at least 4 spots. And Mission, I think, saw how expensive it is for him to get back in there, especially now, good shooting, that the buildings are destroyed.
Good shooting here in towards one of the BZ-75s by W. Still though, the cap 13 seconds, and I think Itox is the one with all of the cap. You can see the damage on towards Clurf is doing nothing to alleviate the cap pressure. Finally a reset coming in though, so 2072 can lean back a bit when it comes to that, but still taking a look at the HP. 5,000 disadvantage. Mentos now starting to push and peek and prod against XC Max here, who's down to 1800. Twists also down towards 700, and Elusia with the CS not looking much better. So in the trades, the team from Europe currently leading by a lot.
Yeah, and the recovery is so far not happening. There's further cap pressure being applied, and you know too well that if you have to commit for the cap, it often is very expensive.
Oh, and a lot of damage in towards the 140 of 2072 here. Look at those HP, less than 10,000 at this point. The heal brings it back a bit, but XC Max is actually down towards one shot. Itox has relocated from the cap, and this is now a problem for 2072 because it is 3 guns versus 2 in the south here. The CS63 from 2072 has flanked all the way to E2 as well, but that just means that W are surrounded and can push in towards every direction. Houndown with the overpeak, but Mission is going to be the first kill of the game, and now XC Max in immediate danger of falling.
Yeah, and the repush is being prepared. 4 tanks of W are now closing in. Double kill for W, and the next tank is immediately to fall. You can see the HPs are dropping. 5,000 HP advantage, and that is the round for W.
Absolutely, Haonan now completely surrounded by the opposing team here. Clurf about to be reloaded, Itox ramming into him in the back, Jipang also taking big amounts of damage, and W in this first round of Sand River absolutely mopped the floor with 2072.
Yeah, the Dragon was not to be seen on Sand River. Maybe it was too warm, but W definitely more interaction between the players now, and 2072 does not seem to be too down after that. We saw it on Stacked match in the beginning. The Chinese teams have definitely shown some mental strength to come back from those initial rounds, but to see that this was such a one-sided affair, I feel like there was quite some mistake by the light tank player.
Well, that is one mistake by the light tank player. If you're playing against a team with no light tanks, you're essentially being handed free play. Free play, it is a possibility, but it is also a responsibility, and that means to not get caught, which is exactly what happened, right? If you go down to 700, you're being robbed of a lot of your options. And I think the other problem for 2072 here was that W was not really doing like magic or something. What they did was put 2 BZs on the cap with an E50M and an STRV to cover from the south, plus an UDAS from the middle. That is not some crazy unheard of strategy. That is kind of standard play, and the fact that 2072 had such huge issues with dealing with that should be concerning.
Yeah, you know how the nice phrase of an asset becoming a liability is very often used for the light tank. If you have the light tank, you need to make usage of this spotting ability, because the firepower is just not in your favor, and we see it in the results. 7-0 for W, and they very well coordinated a push using the tanks with HPs. Itox willingly to force the issue, getting in there, losing his HPs, but then having the number advantage on the K-line, over pushing, and being rewarded with this very good round.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at the damage dealt, 4 times W, only 1 time a team from a player from the Chinese team, and I think Mission was playing the STRB, so you would kind of expect for him to dish out some damage. And overall, I mean, the HP advantage as well. It just tells the tale of W dealing the initial damage and keeping the advantage.
Yeah, Jackifer in his STRV, great performance, 5,000 damage. But I have to say, the moment that you're forcing the enemies to drive into you because there's cap pressure, the STRV has a much easier job. To his, and you mentioned it during the game, to his credit, Elijah in the CS was flanking him and he got spotted, so this was not just a good old 500 alpha damage STRV gameplay. But you can see 14 shots done, and I think like we saw 4,000 damage towards the middle part where the life damage was updated, and then even putting like a bit of extra damage towards the end. No kills on his side, but I mean he just dealt the damage when it was needed, and the wrap-up operation was left to the close combat tanks.
And I mean, it's quite the statement, right? If the STRV player, even in a 7-0 round, is able to do 5k, because I think the biggest challenge that the STRV has is actually when your team is winning to still do damage.
Yeah,
and
because you're not that mobile and you kind of want to stay in your like hidden spot.
Absolutely, and I mean, Jackifa is still edging out with top damage here for his team. That just attests to how well he was positioning, because, well, as soon as you're in position with the STRV, you're kind of there, right? And you have to hope that you picked a good position, which in this case he did an admirable job of. And now for 2072, I mean, things are not like critical yet, but this was super concerning. Like, W was playing absolutely box standard, and you lose 7-0 to that.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the things that we saw W doing really well during previous tournaments, is while other teams were experimenting with RHM, Batchat, EBRs, W just picked solid tanks like an E4, BZs, and just played well individually.
I mean, if you would want to hate against that, you could call them meta slaves, but if it works, it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? What is broken, though, right now is a little bit the streak of the, well, I call it streak, but the first game that 2072 won. But after that, it has been W all the way, at least so far. Let's see if 2072 are going to be able to equalize the scoreline. The silver lining on the horizon is going to be that they are spawning from west side, which is sometimes considered to be stronger on Sand River Onslaught. So let's see what they're able to give to us. The alternative, of course, being that W immediately goes to a match point here.
Yeah, with that being said, let's take a quick look at the lineups. Jackifa switching from the STRV to a Gorilla, both teams with a light tank, an Inspire tank, this time the Centurion, E50M for Nepal, double BZ, and a Yo 2072 with a BZ as well. They have E50M armada of 3 mediums combined with a 4th, the Centurion Action X, and there is some initial aggression towards the point of interest providing vision. They pick it up and immediately have the information.
Oh, Jackifa there with a very dangerous shot in that Gorilla, but it nonetheless connects. But what does connect is the shots of the enemy team as well. Overextension by the German Gorilla 15 player here, and that of course means that Twists also gets a level 3 plane to boot. So, yeah, that was a little bit of an overplayed hand here, as 2072 now immediately take North control completely. If any of y'all still remember, North and Sand River, Shockish probably turning, well, not in his grave, but in his chair as he watches this right now. But yeah, W now with the South control, they do take an artillery strike, but to be honest, not much more. The map control has completely been given away. Once again, W is surrounded. They could push any direction, but they don't really have the tanks to do it or the positions right now.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can argue that taking some damage at the beginning with the Gorilla is not that much of a problem, because you're not usually the tank that is on the front line, so it doesn't matter if you keep your gun in the game if you have it on 2000 or 1000 HP. But you mentioned the vision advantage, getting the map control, getting control as well over those point of interests, plus having the light tank on a plane. Even if maybe now for a couple of minutes there will be not that much damage spotted by him, is definitely a nice thing to have.
I mean, the fact that he's sitting on a level 3 plane, he has an artillery strike and an info tower now. You don't jack up the RHM more than this. He does use the info tower immediately, so that is a little bit of utility used. But a W, good for them in turn. They do not really end up in any positions where they get caught out, so no damage dealt for this one. But Cousin in the Hurricane, I think he's collecting the artillery strike in the north of the map, and over time this is of course going to favor the home team here, the team in yellow, because they have control over double, well, at least one artillery strike north easily, plus the double info tower, whereas the only utility that W can easily collect is the southern artillery strike. The medium one, Itox, going for it currently, but yeah, he does get reset by, I believe, a hurricane strike here, and now Haunan even looking to peek the crown a little bit in that BZ-75, but the shot derps into the ground. He even takes some damage for it, so I guess Itox, they're going to let him capture it.
Yeah, but keep in mind that W still has 2 strikes available. They just used another, they got another strike onto Itox now, who is decapped for a second time. So if they get 3 strikes, that's definitely a good arsenal to kind of like boost out a tank that was part of a push. And I think the push is about to come. Mentos should retreat very quickly there. He should have also some boosters left, or he gets the reinforcements, but that's just 2 tanks. It looks like the push is happening onto Itox. Itox is the BZ in the middle, and immediately the shots are flying, but Itox is on 2.5k HP.
Indeed, and now Mentos is going to brawl against the double medium in his face. Meanwhile, Haunan and XC Max pushing through the dried out riverbed. Itox in the cap, that is not to build up cap pressure. He's just, for the moment, safe there as Haunan is going to peek him hold down. And I think W now are reacting towards what 2072 are doing with the double medium here. Those squishy tanks actually pushed up a little bit. They are having problems against Mentos here, the young player from Ukraine, but the bounce shot against the Centurion here. Illusia peeking, but all he sees is actually a wild MVY trying to push over that one line to reinforce, and that means the Centurion needs to leave.
Itox now down to 600 HP. You can see he's fighting the 1 versus 1 with the BZ, but if Haunan manages to put in a shot, that would be a really good kill.
Nice shot by Haunan and good pickup to boot. But the problems here for 2072 is that Illusia is actually not really safe with that Cent AX. They have bitten off more than they can chew. Yes, temporary tank advantage for 2072, but that might swing back because as of right now, that AX, it's not able to leave. And Mentos is a constant, a looming threat because the guns from the crown are not really aimed. The team of 2072, they're not able to punish, as with the repush though gets spotted out by Xipeng, who takes a shot of damage. Yes, indeed, Illusia falling down now, and the hit squad from W is coming and encroaching. Good strike on towards double tank, but it doesn't mean anything because Xipeng goes down towards 2-shot. Now he drops down, and this might mean that even Clerf in that RHM could 1v1 in bad peak though from Clerf.
Yeah, Clerf being punished, he was still spotted, and the HP swings back in favor of W after great shots into the middle. You can see Haunan there in the BZ was fully picked up. Really good teamwork there from W. Also Squeezy, keep in mind he could have pushed the E50M, but he knew that this would be a very risky maneuver. Clerf now not aiming towards the E50M, and that puts Squeezy in a very difficult situation.
Let's see which one of those is going to reload first, the E50M with the funny button or the AX. Both of them are actually kind of backing up, but Squeezy, I think, in a crossfire behind the stones here. So it is a 1v1, but meanwhile on the rest of the map, things not going so well for 2072 as Squeezy falls. It is going to be a 4 versus 4, but the HP advantage, it is so much there for W, and it's not all concentrated on that Gorilla. Instead, Yos has a lot of that in that Yo.
Yeah, I mean, Twists, the light tank player, he will be one of the players to really make the difference now. Having the HP in the later stages of the game is really important, and you can see there are 2 tanks, the E50Ms, that are basically one shot for everyone and anything.
I mean, I bet the MVY here from W would love to drop down, but he cannot guarantee to do it without dying, and I think that is why he's just sitting here. He knows that if the E50M that must be somewhere below him comes close, he's just going to take him out of the game. So now the pressure is on towards 2072. Twists in that RHM, he is still an asset for his team because Clerf in the opposing one has actually gone down against the guns of 2072, and now we see him taking map control here. Of course, W, they need to pay respect to that. As, oh, good shot by Twists, I think. No, that one was not blind. I think he was planing out.
He planed him, yes.
But, yeah, still, HP advantage there for W. But now they know roughly where the RHM is.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was really good. He used the plane. It was just a matter of like 2-3 seconds where he could have maybe delayed the strike taking a bit.
Ooh.
Now, a bit too aggressive, I would say. He has the vision advantage, obviously, and he knows that the E50M is not a one-shot for a strike. Jekifa in the griller, aiming.
Aiming, and he's waiting. I think he has the ability active even, but he misses the shot. He fluffs it. He gets spotted for it. Nepal in turn falling, but now Mission has been found in that E50M. So once again, it is a 3 versus 3. Still, though, the biggest asset on the field, still that RHM Panzerwagen. He can roam around, but it is still up to 2072 to make a move here, because normally they should have a lot more HP lost than the enemy team with those 3000 HP disadvantage.
Yeah, and you can see Mentos and Ios now grouping up. The Gorilla retreating. Obviously, this is a tank you don't want to have isolated on the front line. There will be another strike pickup on the side of 2072, but the HP advantage is quite substantial.
I think Jipeng just got spotted out by the info tower and killed with the artillery strikes. All of a sudden it is tank advantage for W here, who are looking for the match point. And also the fact remains that the RHM of 2072 not too healthy himself. 550, it would only take 2 artillery strikes, as Mentos is going to take one of those that would be required. And you can hear the whistle actually coming out, so not much time remaining at this point actually. And Jekifa with the outspot against the E50M. Now of course they might be guessing where he is.
Isn't it a siren?
The siren, yeah.
Yeah, a good shooting there into Ios, but I don't think that will change the outcome of the match. The plane there coming in from Twists, yeah, securing another 450 damage onto Ios due to the RT strike, but with 30 seconds left, there's a gun advantage for W, and I think it's time to quickly explain the rules in case of a draw.
Absolutely. In case of a draw, the team that has more tanks alive is declared the winner, which in this case, of course, is W. 10 seconds remaining for 2072 to pick up another kill, but with the HP being as they are, I don't think that's going to be the case. Good shot by Twists here in towards Ios, but he simply doesn't have the DPM to do that, and this means that W make it on towards the match point here. 3-1. They made it a little more difficult on themselves than they themselves needed to, but yeah, they reward themselves with a 3-1 scoreline respectively, or yeah, at the end of this. But to be honest, still not a lot of smiles on the players in the green jerseys. And yeah, 2072.
I think I know what the problem is. Look at the color of the chairs. It was green. They were sitting on the W chairs, and that was like just the under-seat advantage.
Oh, of course, of course. And with that great brand, of course, W probably even have RGB strips attached. That makes their FPS by like 3% better. Unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a bit of a pay-to-win option, but something you can get as well. The Underseat store is open if you're interested in a new gaming chair.
Well, well, I know some other interests that we are going to be having, and that is more rounds here. And for more rounds to happen, that means in turn that 2072 need to start stepping it up again, because 3-1 in the best of 7, of course, that means match point here for W. Dire times for the home team.
Yeah, but I have to disappoint you a bit, because my prediction was 4-1, and obviously there's just 1 round left now.
My prediction was 4-2, so I am certainly cheering with 2072 in the coming round. But of course, we are here just watching. The players are playing, and they are going to be deciding what is happening. That being said, Sand River now has been played. The next map, I think, would be Westfield, if I'm not... Or is it Moro?
We'll find out soon. I think Murovanka was mentioned by you as one of the maps that we could see.
Yeah.
Definitely a map that has seen very different approaches. We saw approaches more with the BZs and the Brishkavitzes, either towards the cap circle or towards the middle church area where the RT strike is as well. We have seen long distance play. We even seen like Gorilla and STRV on this map, but I think EBR could be one of the niche picks that yeah, that we could see here to decap the point of interest that gives the communication center advantage. Definitely a very interesting map with variety towards what we have seen before. Sand River is an open map, but the foliage situation is very different on Moravanka.
Yeah, I mean, Moravanka has foliage, right? That's kind of the difference. First of all, though, here we do see the stats, and of course, we already know that W had one more kill than 2072 had in the second Sand River round, which is going to translate in towards this 3-1 tiebreaker situation. And yeah, here damage dealt, I mean, HP advantage. It was all W throughout all of the match. 2072, they had this RHM, but they simply were not able to make enough use out of it. They weren't able to generate enough value out of it to really make this second Sand River game their own.
Yeah, taking a look at the damage dealers as well. The Gorilla of Jakifar, solid 3k damage, I think, for a match that was like a bit of a stalemate, especially to the middle part of the game. That's a fairly good result. Squeezy and the Centurion as well, putting in some damage. And all across the board, aside from Itox, who had a bit of a struggle there in the middle cap area, 3k or 2.5k at least. The Rheinmetall on either side being played, but you can see Twist dealing quite some damage. But if you survive for that long and you have that many opportunities, that's obviously also a bit easier.
Yeah, and Nepal coming here with 4.3k pen rate, 78%. Actually not the greatest of pen rates, to be honest. But the damage speaks for itself, and also the assist, 2000 with an E50M. You don't see that in every single round.
Yeah, I think the pen rate can also be explained just on the distance of the fighting. I mean, sometimes you need to like shoot a long range shot onto an angle tank, and like you don't really sit in the game and you're like, oh, what will my pen rate be? You're probably more like, I'll try my best, and if it's a 10% shot of getting additional 400 damage, I'll definitely take it.
A wise man once said, every shot, actually, not something else you don't take, is a shot that you miss. So yeah, Nepal certainly listening to that wisdom here, but we need someone else to listen to wisdom, at least if it comes to making my prediction come true, and that is 2072, because yeah, let's be real, after that first round where they schooled W a little bit, to be honest, we haven't seen a lot from them. The European team since then,
look at them.
stepping
He's even like fooling around in his chair, like wiggling to the side. I think Nepal, he knows he's the MVP and he'll take it home for me now.
Yeah, and 2072 for them now, at least in this match.
It looks like Max woke up. I mean, he was just like stretching and getting ready.
Oh, so you mean they're like a pressure team, thriving under the pressure. It's like, you know.
Isn't that usually W's job, to come back after like being down 3-0 and then end up in a tiebreaker?
I mean, pressure situation now for both teams, right? W, they want to bring it over the finish line. They want to get the clean victory, whereas 2072 up against the ropes kind of a little bit. And I mean, for a lot of these players, playing this kind of matchup is also a first, right? A lot of them, it's the first LAN experience of their lives. So, so far so good, at least for W, able to cope with the pressure even after losing the first round. That being said though, lineups, Phil, for the first round of Moravanka, possibly the last round of the match already. Triple BZ75 together with a 140 CS, an E50M and a Bliskowitz for W.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, very similar approach. There's an Inspire tank, we have E50Ms, BZs, no light tank, and that is the important thing. Now we need to see, will the teams be able to collect the point of interest and get information, or will they emphasize on getting RT strike and map control?
Well, let's see, the initial clash here around the cap is going to determine a whole lot, as W immediately committing a lot of tanks in that, but they're paying with a lot of HP for that. We see Nepal in that CS pressured on the middle strike as well. There's two heavy tanks fairly close, but those are starting to bleed. seconds remaining, and the Inspire coming through for the team of W, but the HP advantage there for 2072, but they need to find those resets, and I can tell you already those are going to be costly. 10 seconds remaining. It's do or die in their first match for 2072.
3 seconds left, 2 seconds, 1 second, the decap is coming, and there it is. The damage onto Cousin has been dealt, and now they need to keep Jackify in the game. W still down with HP, but they need to really focus the right targets. The BZs are not the tanks you want to shoot at.
Well, the E50Ms are still firing on towards the BZs, but in the meantime, Nepal in that CS has actually fallen, and now 2072 pulling the trigger here with twists. He does get tracked, he takes a lot of damage, but he is still alive, and the kicking. Klurf down towards one shot, down towards the grave. Double kill now for the team of 2072. They are on a possibility of keeping themselves alive in this match here. Now it starts to get messy though, as Jackify falls. Haunon also down and out. It is 4 versus 6 here, but still the HP advantage is there for the home team as Mission goes towards one shot.
Yeah, another kill being picked up. It's 5 versus 6k. W now with Ios picking up another kill, climbing back into the game. 4 against 4 tanks, but Squeezy being dropped. Cousin now also on a one-shot for Mentos. 650 alpha, even with the heal, is not possible to withstand there. Mentos reloading, taking another shot, has to pick up the kill. The strike helps him as well, and now it's a 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2, and the HP now actually favoring W, as Mentos knows where both tanks are. A good shot from Ios here. Mentos, of course, doesn't want to take a shot from the BZ, but he gets picked up, leaving Ios in the 1 versus 2. And now he can show what he is made of here. He has the HP, and he has the tools to do it. He has the funny button medium. That is a lot of DPM, but he sees the BZ. Good shot coming out from XC Max here, as Illusia tries to run. Of course, the E50M doesn't know where the 140 is. XC Max just boosting towards him here, and now he finally sees both. He focuses the low HP, but that shot does not penetrate against the turret front. He still has 1900 HP. The funny button is active, but now it starts running low. The BZ does not penetrate the shot. That is a crucial one. He actually does, but now the 140 coming in. The E50M with the readjustment here. Is Illusia going to get another shot in towards the lower plate? Yes, that means one shot on towards the E50M. Is XC Max going to pick it up? Good shot in towards the cupola. It is the 1v1 we've been waiting for here, and he does it. 2072 stay alive.
Yeah, amazing end of this round, and you can see the excitement in the team. Finally, there are some high fives, and very close round. A bit of a hesitation there from Mentos, trying to get an HP advantage by eliminating one of the tanks. Maybe a bit too hesitant, dropping his own gun out of the game. But what a round.
What a round indeed, and you can see the consternation here on the faces of W, but to be honest, in my opinion, if they had come back from this, it would have been a big surprise. 2072 was so far ahead in the game. The fact that they made it close is kind of a miracle in itself. But yeah, I'm going to have to say a big sorry to you for not completing your prediction.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, good stuff here by 2072, and you know, now I reached the point where I wouldn't mind them winning another round, huh?
We'll have to wait and see, because the 3 rounds that W have taken so far have been very, very commanding. But yeah, 2072 do show us here in this first Muravanka that they're still in it. Maybe to win it even, but to do that they would need back-to-back rounds, of course. They would need to take the tiebreaker first of all and then win it. But they're showing signs of life, and for W, I think the calls that were made were maybe not even ideal, because Nepal in the middle of the map, he was getting overrun by double heavy tank without anyone to cover him. And meanwhile, you know that this cap attempt is not going to succeed, because 2072 had so many forces committed to the other side.
I also want to highlight that I again felt like Twists had a very important tank and didn't really make the right decisions. Like, he was the one leading the charge on this repush, trying to pick up Jackify, who was shielded by 2 tanks, and then the full HP E50M dropped to more or less a one-shot. He also doesn't end up in the top 5 damage dealers. I'm not sure if that is too critical. Great stuff here by Ios. He dealt like 30% of his team's damage, over 7k, but in the end, it's a team game, and it's not enough if one player stands out.
Yeah, you can also see that the HP advantage, I think for the longest time, was actually on 2072's side, and then, of course, W were making the resets extremely, extremely costly, but not costly enough. And I think the crucial thing here actually that broke the straw, so to speak, that broke the camel's back was that W very, very early on lost some guns and they were not able to recover from this. I think Nepal dropping super early, Jakifa as well, and you can see that reflected in the damage numbers, right? Clerv 2, 2100 only in that Divine Valor. It just means that 2072 for the longest time had just more effective DPM and guns in the game.
Yeah, I mean, iOS really, like, if you would have bounced one additional shot by the 140, this could have been the game for him. Great play in the end. I would probably even give him the MVP for this round, even though he wasn't on the winning team. But yeah, also, obviously, the 3 kills, 5,600 damage BZ, penning all his 10 shots. That is a standout performance.
Yeah, and if any one of you out there has ever played BZ75, even in Onslaught, right, you know that the gun can be extremely iffy. So 100% pen rate, especially with a tank like that does have fairly lowish pen. Also Muravanka, where you have a lot of fences, so you can't really shoot heat too much. It is just... my goodness, we do have a fly here in the venue. But yeah, it is extremely annoying to do that. So the fact that he gets 100% pen just speaks to the prowess for him in this round.
Yeah, and that concludes the first round of Muro. I think this was a very interesting and fast-paced round, especially compared to the Centrifugal game that we had that ended up in a 10-minute, pretty long stretched affair. I would like to see another round of Muro where we see a bit of aggression from the team of 2072, because we saw it in portions, but it was always a bit reserved. Like, they pushed on to Nepal, but Nepal also was very far in the front, and then they were mostly reactive towards the cap play that W was making. So maybe now they can come in and show like their active approach to the game as well. But as long as it is enough to win the round, they're obviously free to go with whatever approach they want to.
Yeah, and signs of life once again from 2072. We see the players here, the spirits may be a little bit lifted after this first round here, but of course W still, for them, nothing has entirely changed. If they get this next round here, then still they win without a tiebreaker in this Group 1 match, in the second match on stream of WCI at 2025.
I mean, from this perspective, the Magical Forest looks pretty empty. We were talking about proactive play, and do you see what I see? Triple for 30U on the side of 2072. Combined with the 140, which is definitely a choice that I like, boosting the funny button tanks, as you like to call them, with a bit of Inspire. We have a bunch of BZs on either side, but E50Ms on the side of W.
Now let's see how this one's gonna go, as Itox and Mentos in the double BZ75 get pushed through the 4 line here, but they're going to be met with 3 of that number, as 2072 immediately driving toward that mission, getting tracked, but the damage very, very scattered, at least coming out from W. That cannot be set for 2072, that immediately focus out Mentos, who goes down towards 1800, but the shots from W, actually that is a lot of E50M damage on towards Mission, who is also double tracked.
Fly forward!
He doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that Mishan should be shielded here. He activates the boosters, but he does get picked up. A good track shot by whomever was able to do that, and this is of course a huge advantage now for the team of W. Let's see though if they're throwing it on Itox.
Yeah, Itox a bit in the open and now getting additional damage from the 2 tanks here. With 800 HP, he's not a one-shot even with the ram, but if there's additional assistance coming from the forest side, this might be an opening. But now with the kills coming in, Jekifar supporting his teammate there. Can't protect him from the strike though, but the HPs are clearly in favor of W.
The HP is clearly in favor of W, and the positions as well. You can see the forest has been taken by the team in green, and there is nothing that is really able to stand in the face of this firepower here. 4,000 HP remaining and 5 players for 2072, but those are about to fall once again. The focus fire by W not really good, but Cousin falling, followed by Illusia, and now Haonan as well as Aximax being killed. The kill field just completely flooded with players in yellow, and yes, 2 stumbles here in this first group stage match, but finally we see some smiles by W that do manage to complete my prediction as well. Thank you very much for that stage victory number 1.
Yeah, and that leaves the Chinese teams in a bit of a fumble. They dropped the first 2 rounds. Obviously, we have not seen the teams from APAC play and the full other group. How was your initial judgment after having seen both the match 1 between Stacked and GCAT and the match 2 between W and 2072?
So I think to kind of approach it from the bright side for all of the teams, there is room for improvement. It's definitely there. There are some easy mistakes that can be fixed, I think, especially in post. Like, if you look at it, there were some overextensions in some of the rounds from basically all of the teams. There were some wrong calls that are maybe down to the fact that for a lot of the players it is the first time playing at a LAN, first time playing in an environment like that, so maybe you're a bit over-eager, under-eager, something like that, where you're taking decisions that you normally wouldn't. My mind wanders back to an E50M chasing an RHM, for example, on Sand River. Stuff like this, it looks very funny, especially if the RHM does a somersault after, but normally you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, W has had their rounds where they looked pretty good, but they also had the rounds where they looked pretty shaky. I think we shouldn't judge them too much just based on the first match that they have played. In the end, they still won the match, so did Stacked. I think both the Chinese teams will play against each other later, so they will definitely have to show up there and at least secure the point against each other. And obviously the winner is playing with each other as well. W will meet Stacked. A rematch from the WCI that we had in July, where I think the result was 6-2 in favor of W. But since then there were quite some changes. The meta has changed, the teams have changed a bit, and the environment obviously as well. With that being said, this match is concluded. Congratulations to W and obviously to Keyhand predicting correctly 4-2 in favor of the European team W. So a decent showing for the underdog of 2072, and good showing as well from Nepal and Clove, who were the double E50Ms putting in the hood.
Yeah. The thing is as well, I really like this damage dealt graph that we have in the middle of this asset here. It basically shows that W throughout the whole of the match, even when they didn't have the gun advantage yet, they effectively did, because just more guns were able to deal more damage over time, more quickly, translating into kills, less possibilities for 2072, and also I'm not super sure about this choice of the 430U. There's a reason that a lot of the teams right now are preparing the E50M. Yeah. Yes, the 430U, a bit more armor, a bit more alpha, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, and like the heat of the 430U is obviously also a bit of a problem if you want to play in the middle area. 5,500 damage here from Nepal. I mentioned it earlier, he had a great game again, and yeah, 93% pen rate is definitely also something that speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, Monsieur de France here coming in with 5,500, and I think that's not the first time we've seen him as an MVP in this match, and probably not the last time we are going to see him throughout the tournament. So yeah, great job by him here, and I'm not going to say great, but I'm going to say okay job for W, because I definitely feel like some of their rounds, some of the mid-round decision even in the rounds where they won, were maybe not optimal, but they got there in the end.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that they got the job done. And let's be honest, if we are moving a week forward and they end up in the upper bracket,
no one's going to care.
No one is going to care if it was a 4-0 or 4-2.
Absolutely. So yeah, and for 2072 and GCAT as well, I mean, the problems kind of start from here, like right for the Chinese region at this point in time. But yeah, we do see the highlights here, and this first round, I mean, the opening from W, it looked good, but after all of that was said and done, it turned out that if we look at the minimap now, it was just that the team of 2072 had the entire ridge to play with, whereas W was super concentrated, and this led to crossfires that W was not able to sustain. So there, I think, the better map knowledge for 2072 translating in an easy victory, and then W, I think, playing one of their strengths here in round 2. It's just overcome, adapt, and just overwhelm the opponent with superior numbers, firepower, and focus fire.
Yeah, and they secured the second round of Tundra and then transitioned into Sand River. Sand River was a map where we saw a bunch of mistakes. Initially, you saw Twist dropping a lot of HPs, and then just W punishing here, punishing there. Ios and Clove joining the push, and then just snowballing their lead, I would say. This round, what I would say was the most one-sided affair. It was just like a 7-0 stomp from start to finish. This round was actually a bit more interesting, in my opinion. We saw this initial map control by the team in yellow, as even them picking up the first kill. But then they ended up kind of like overextending or overstaying a bit here and there. We saw the Centurion being picked up, then the BZ staying for too long, and then we just ended up in a gun advantage, controlled and calm. W ended this match just by making less mistakes.
Yeah, and making less mistakes is not something that W repeated here in this round number 5. I think here it was just the fact that a lot of the players ended up staying in positions where they looked overextended. Also, I mean, W were almost able to come back in a kind of clutch situation, but yeah, at that point 2072 just with too much of an advantage, and so XZ was able to clutch it home here against Ios. Of course, if the BZ still had any boosters left, then at that point, essentially, he should win regardless. But here, once again, talking about mistakes, I think the reactions from 2072 in this last round here were just not on par. You end up with a double-track BZ75 that kind of just ends up dying in the open because no one's there to shield him. And on the other hand, the BZ75s from 2072 were trying to boost in towards BZs plus E50M support from W, and that is not a fight that a triple BZ75 is ever going to win, especially if you have taken damage and even casualties before the engagement actually starts.
Yeah, I think they all have something to work on now, and they'll have a bit of time until they play their next match. Both of those teams will play it with the later part of the day, but after those two initial matches were played from Group A, we'll now switch into Group B, have a full set of new 4 additional teams. Maybe teams compared to previous teams is even something we can quickly talk about, because previous WCIs we always had 6 teams. Now we went up to 8 and also playing over 2 weekends. So we'll now switch to Group B. We'll have 2 teams from the European server. That's Hit and Run and Mafia. Then we have the team that is left, 1-1 from the Chinese server and LGR from APAC. We'll watch them after a quick break, after a countdown of the highlights.
Soon the games are closer and closer. There's no more time left. We just, took the power. On the stage, we are the, competitors. Like, it was hard work. Very proud of them. You overcome all challenges. Keep in mind that you have to, in the end, face me.
次坦克世界国际冠军赛已经拉开帷幕，暑战其策2024，谁将谱写最终的胜利篇章？让我们拭目以待。
前往东江纪念的乘客，可选择从第2口扶梯出站。
没错，其实从场上能看得出来啊，在我们此时还是全场的掌声，给到 Storm 拿下了本场比赛5比0。
我是鱼饵，但是鱼咬钩了吗？还能再吃吗？鱼饵没有被吃掉。
ROG 引刃3鼠标尾。
再输出一下。
没有关系啊，他们也是在恭喜着 Hit and Run 拿下了这场比赛5比2。
可以说，欧洲冠军和世界冠军身上还是一如既往的强大。
这种情况，我需要你5个人处理一个。等你审核审
过层层的角逐，最终是来自欧洲赛区的 Hit and Run 战队与来自中国赛区的万万战队披荆斩棘，最终会师总决赛。
让我们看一看冰川之地将有怎样精彩的战斗。
看着自己的技能，哇，倒也有点难了，是稳稳的陷入被动。他有减伤，
成功的收掉，7比0拿下海岸争霸。差距
也要被带走了。
不知道 Hit and Run 再次拿下1分，
伤害就多一点点，900多。
现在来到了一个 Hit and Run 5打1。
披战队即将拿下自己的又一个总冠军。
这是恭喜到 Hit and Run，
海盗尽头天作案，山登绝顶我为峰。双冠王披战的润仍然在山巅静候挑战。
Never again. Ni vida. Plus jamais. Nigdy więcej. Never again.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to match number 3 of the WCI 2025. And as you can see, we have upgraded, well, maybe side-graded when it comes to casters, but upgraded when it comes to assets in our hands.
Yeah, hello. We're back for the 3rd game, right? And we're gonna have LJR against 1-1. A very interesting game because I haven't seen much of the LJR team. What about you?
Well, I have seen the matches that they have played. I actually did end up waking very, very early. At least for me, I like sleeping in. But yeah, I was adminning the matches that led to them qualifying, and it was an absolute nail-biter. They ended up going to tiebreaker with their adversaries in the WCI 2025 APAC qualifier, with the better end for them. It was quite dramatic, but here they are. The team from Thailand, their first appearance on any kind of international stage, really, but they have earned their right to be here. And now, expectation-wise, how do we set those? Because, well, to be honest, I mean, let's put it this way. APAC teams in the past at WCI, let's look at their performance. 2 times Triple MC, so Mori-chan. Yeah. I wanted to say their name at least once. They made it to WCI, but let's just say they didn't make it far. What are we expecting from LJR?
It's been tough for the APAC team so far. And but I think that anything is possible. I mean, LJR coming from the APAC region, they do not have that many events compared to EU, so it's a bit harder to find, you know, the rhythm and the improvement curve that you are trying to look for when you're playing this game mode, because I think it's a game mode that advances quite quickly. The meta always shifts, so teams like EU and the Chinese teams that have a league going on, they can always keep improving and, you know, upgrading their strats.
And I mean, if you're an A, you're 3 days ahead of the meta anyway, so...
As always, yeah. We see here the lineup of LJR. King, Tana Currency, the Returner, Sonicse, Natawat, Wei, Runes, and Astronomical.
I would have said it exactly the same way, and I hope we're not butchering any of those nicknames, but yeah, here are your reigning APAC champions ready to carry the flag of their region further. And, well, their first matchup actually is not going to be an easy one, because waiting for them is a name that we all know, but under that name are some nicknames that we may not have expected.
Yeah, a few changes on the side of the Giants of China, 1-1. I mean, they made it to the final last year. They've shown that they are a very well-established team in China, and they have shown very good performances. However, recently, it seems that they have been struggling a little bit, and as you said, they've had a few changes. I think their main damage dealer, D13, is not playing in this tournament. So it's gonna be an interesting matchup, and it's gonna be interesting to see if LJR, you know, can shake them up. I mean, they have the chance to do so because they are not at their peak. So yeah.
I mean, with 1-1, if you look at it from a kind of historical, you know, perspective, I mean, here we see them first of all. There are, of course, a few names that we're going to remember from last year as well. If you haven't watched any of the WCL matches, I mean, DQ amongst them. Yingyi, Wind, Karma, Lige, or Ligue, actually, Daoye, Jiangshan, the old guard kind of coming in for 1-1, and they still have in their logo their mission to be first, and I was alluding to it historically. I mean, 1-1 in 2023 was third, 1-1 in 2024 was second, 1-1 in 2025.
It could be. I mean,
there is a possibility. First of all, though, team stats, we do see the average damage, I mean, kind of low for LJR. Then again, when they qualified, it was a little bit of a different meta with less Type 5s, etc. Less of those super heavies being played, so the average damage below 20k. Strike damage, that is a big jackpot number, 777 number of shots, just shy of 60, hit rate 82, pen rate 78, that's below 80 actually.
Yeah.
POI though, a little bit below 2, and HP restored just below 1k. The rest is kind of within the expected parameters, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as you said, yeah, we see here the damage delta of 1-1 is much higher because we have more recent stats, right? They have events more often. We also see the hit rate and pen rate are up there, 85 and 85 respectively. It's pretty standard, I would say. And the HP restored 1900, which is in line with the current meta that we have, you know, those BZs that are simply amazing at breaking through the lines and taking damage and then healing up. So yeah.
I have to say though, those 1-1 players, they definitely look like they practice their poses.
Yeah. They look locked in, not gonna lie. And we see here some stats between their players. We see Jiangshan with 3.1k, which is fairly good. Also good hit rate and pen rate. And yeah, on the other side we see the returner with a bit lower damage, 2.8. Maybe we're not so used to having...
I mean, the thing is, once again, I think it comes down to how recent those stats are as well, right? Higher average damage for Jiangshan. He's probably playing against more Type 5s once again, because Type 5s, well, it does have some armor, but most of the time, especially against the likes of, let's say, E4, it kind of ends up being an HP pinata, or, well, a stat padding machine for the tanks that are shooting at it. So I wouldn't put too much emphasis on this one for now. What I would put emphasis on though is the predictions by the casters, and well, according to us, this one's only going 1-1 way.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared about my prediction though. I went for a W
Don't
quick sweep.
Don't be. We have the same one.
Yeah, we have the same one, so I believe that you will be right, that you will lead me. But yeah, I mean, we all expect 1-1 to be leading this game. They have the experience, and yeah, looking at their lineup, they still have very good players, even though they've had some small problems here and there, but they look like a strong team. And LJR should try to contest them. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 rounds.
I mean, let's see how it's going to go, right? Because Onslaught is one of those game modes where situations can very quickly spiral out of control, right? And if LJR is able to put 1-1 under pressure in towards situations where they haven't been, then maybe they do stand a chance here, because let's not fool ourselves, 1-1, despite having the changes, despite having maybe a bit of recent drama surrounding their team, I think it's fair to call it this way, they are still supposed to be the stronger team here. But on the other hand, the team of LJR, they come from kind of an, let's say for most of the people here, uncharted territory, a kind of like dark horse region. So maybe they're playing in a way that is entirely unexpected for 1-1, and that, I think, is their shot at making something happen. Talking about shots at making something happen, here we do see the map pick and bans coming in. So Westfield is out, Himmelsdorf on the other hand is out, LJR picking Ensk. So a very brawl-heavy map, which is kind of interesting because you can try to pull a rabbit out of a hat there, but it's difficult. And Ghost Town, I mean, 1-1 immediately completely going with a control map here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually quite surprised that they pick Ensk, so it's gonna be fun to see if they can surprise a good team like 1-1. And we see that Sand River is banned by 1-1, also Pilsen on the side of LJR. And we see that 1-1 are picking Muro, another control map, or a map that is... You can put some cap pressure, but there are a lot of angles to reset, and I think...
mean, you would know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And we also see Cliff as the tiebreaker, which if we do get there, I mean, it's quite unlikely if we look at our predictions, assuming
only
that
if we look
right.
at those.
Cliff is a fun map to have as a tiebreaker because there are so many strats, so many variations you can pick.
I mean, the interesting thing about Cliff and Onslaught for me is that it's not really mirrored like a lot of the other maps. It's like one of them has kind of the balcony southwest of the donut. Meanwhile, the other team has this kind of cubby to the north of the donut. But yeah, first of all, of course, Ensk, and that is interesting because it feels like Ensk most of the time, if people are not if teams are not trying to do like Fosh B shenanigans, then Ensk feels like a struggle, like an arm wrestling competition, and most of the time there the players or the teams that are individually stronger wins. And I think still here we'd have to give it to 1-1 for now, but LJR can surprise us.
Yeah, I mean, Ensk has been a map where, I mean, obviously it's a city map and it's quite small. Teams like to really brawl a lot, but in this current meta, we've seen the games becoming much slower.
Yes.
Teams like to play, you know, slower, take their time. And I think that 1-1 should try to look for that, as they're the more experienced team. And we get our first images of LJR getting ready for the game.
I mean, vibe-wise, both teams kind of similar right now. Calm, cool, and collected. To be honest, Jiangshan, he looks very, very locked in. I mean, look at him. Beside him, even printed out the minimap of Ensk. Yeah, he's not even uttering a word. Like, he's just staring at the screen. He's like, okay, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Do you reckon they have the strats printed out, or is it only the map? I mean, having the strats would be kind of risky.
It's just the map. Like, if for some reason you forget where A1 is, then you can, you know, send the Type 5 there on Ghost Town. But
Hugo would know about that.
Yeah, true.
He's had his trips with the Type 5.
You know, that was... I think we'll never see that. I hope we will never see that. I'm still scarred from the experience of watching that. Yeah. But yeah, let's hop into game number 1 of match number 3 of the WCI 2025, and LJR, the team from the APAC region, making the first appearance. Triple Type 5, 1-1B, together with double Fosh B and an E4.
On the side of 1-1, they have 113, an E100, a 140, and a few E4s. And
immediately, I want LJR to win the round because I hate the 130.
I agree with you. I'm with you on that one. But yeah, starting Karma doing the typical city spotting run, and he should have gotten some info. So Jiangshan is probably going to advance on that one line. The team of LJR is just going to drive straight at those E4s, and we know how that can go.
I mean, LJR, as I said, they're looking to surprise the team of 1-1 here. They're sending that strike squad with the double Fosh B, even pushing the E4 of Sonics here. And they are going to touch the artillery strike as well as the info tower. They're going to take both of those, meanwhile pushing the Type 5s through the middle. And Daoye here with the E100 unable to go through the side. Wei Runes, though, taking a lot of damage in the Type 5 of his own. Meanwhile, though, 2 neutral objectives taken by the team of LJR, but they're taking a lot of damage for that. Natawat, meanwhile, though, trading it out with DQ, who's taking even more damage, and actually HP advantage coming out for the team of LJR that might even be able to pick up the first kill. DQ falls.
Yeah, DQ false, and good pickup there from LJR. Liege also taking a few shots of damage, and it looks like LJR do not want to stop. They are trying to go for these E4s. However, they are getting punished. The HP is still getting closer. We see a strike coming in as well. And 1-1 are trying to hold very tight because
those artillery strikes, they're absolutely disgusting. And Wind is going to claim the first scalp on the team of LJR as King has reloaded in the AMX 50 Fosh-B, that is, as Ying Yi goes down towards one shot. But where there's one Fosh-B, there's another. The second kill coming through for LJR. King taking a lot of damage. In comes the ability, but is still in the mobility part. He is going to go down. Liege bouncing a shot from Natawat, who is down on the long reload as well. The question is, can LJR finish off that very low HP E4? They seem to be unable, though. The Fosh-B is on reload. Tanakon with the pickup, and still there are 3 tanks available for the side of LJR, but 1-1, they do have so much more HP.
Yeah, 1-1 with a lot of HP, and there was some good pickups, but it looks like 1-1 managed to, you know, punish and turn the game around. Natawat is fully reloaded, however, he has to deal with that 113, which is just way too healthy. And this round was very interesting.
Yeah, the round very, very interesting, and I think LJR, there was a lot more potential for them. They got a little bit ahead of themselves after getting that first pickup, sending the triple Type 5 over the 5 and 6 line, where they ended up getting murdered.
Yeah, I mean, they actually caught DQ off guard, right? They picked him up very well, and I think they had a small window there where they could have possibly pause the game, right? I mean, you get a free pick, and there was a chance to take it a bit slower, especially since they knew that the E4s were there, and it would be very tough to push that with the Type 5s.
I mean, essentially what you want to do when you get that first kill is reset, right? Completely. You want the double Fosh-B to reload, you want to get to safety. I think the assessment by LJR in this situation kind of was that they weren't able to do that because the Type 5s, they were pushing through the 5 and 6 line, and they were kind of afraid that 1-1 from the field were going to flood in with superior numbers, completely outflank the Type 5s, and that was why they ended up going with the call of, well, we are committed, keep going, guys. Yeah. Whereas we, as the all-knowing observers, and of course with the hindsight 2020 of casters, we know that the correct call in this situation would have been to just stop. But there is the fog of war, and also there is the fact that tanks go unspotted if you don't see them any longer. So LJR did not have that information. It was a gamble for them, and this time around it ended up not working.
Yeah. Overall, I'm actually positively surprised. They were the ones that made the first move, and obviously 1-1 with their experience managed to get back into the game. But I'm looking forward to see the next round on Ensk, 3-7. I don't think the score actually reflects. I mean, it was a close game, but we know how Onslaught is once
snowball.
Yeah, it's just that snowball effect.
Yeah, and it also comes back to the fact that this is LJR's map pick. Meanwhile, I don't think Ensk is really a map that plays to the strengths of an underdog. I mean, yeah, you are able to surprise, as we saw with DQ, but the follow-up was kind of lacking, really. And you saw why, right? 1-1, they saw the triple Type 5 and they were like, okay, this is kind of standard with super heavies, but all of a sudden you have the double Fosh-B plus E4 appear on the city that, by the way, got telegraphed from LJR by taking double info tower, so the reaction by 1-1 was not stellar either.
Yeah, you're right. By the way, we see here the triple types of LJR struggling, 2 shots each. MVP of the round, Daoye, with the E100 doing 6.2k, but I think he did grab the strike, right, on the field. He was the E100 on the field, and we all know how those 450 alpha strikes stack up.
That's a lot of damage, especially if you get to put it on the triple Type 5. So not only do you hit 3 tanks, those tanks also do not have damage reduction, so you're going to be doing, I believe, 1350 with that one. That is, yeah, quite a lot. And, well, the Type 5, it starts off with a lot of HP, but it starts melting rather quickly, as I said.
Yeah, it's a huge box. I mean, if I would be playing, I would aim for the types for sure. So my DPG is higher.
But yeah, that was the first round of Ensk. Second round about to come. Sides, of course, going to get switched, but I think so far so good for 1-1 because they actually managed to recover from the initial tank deficit. And for them, the decision-making after DQ died was pretty good, right? They were like, okay, we have to cut our losses here. This one is dead. But what do we have to work with? Well, we can actually try to fake the pressure on towards the Type 5s to make them keep pushing, and we can just take them by the E4s and just melt them. And at that point, of course, all the alarm bells are ringing for LJR. They need to keep pushing. Some missed shots even, so the pressure may be getting towards the team from Thailand here. And yeah, we have to hope that this doesn't get to them in round 2 for their sake.
Yeah, I mean, I've spent some time with them during the first days, and they are fairly, you know, positive. They are a good group of friends. They are just, obviously they are here to win, but they are always, you know, trying to improve. And I think the vibe is not going to be a problem for them. We'll have to see, though, if they can recover in the second round of Ensk. And I'm curious to see if they will have the same approach or if they will try to, you know, slow things down. But yeah, overall, going back to what you said, Ensk looks like quite a tough map to play against if you're an underdog.
Well, let's see, LJR this time around backing away a little bit from this Type 5 idea. Only one here together with the 1-to-1B, double Foch B and triple E4.
On the side of 1-1, we have Mouse Type, 1-140, 1 Foch and triple E4. So a lot of variety of tanks on the 1-1 side. I mean, aside from that E4, and LJR going for the double Foch, which I think...
Oh, look at what 1-1 is doing in the bottom right. They're putting those E4s onto the rubble here. They want the high angles together with Ying Yi to maybe spot for them in the 140, but as you can see, he sees nothing. So this initial kind of interesting opening by 1-1 does not get met with success. Returner with the 1-to-1B on the field is actually able to drive towards the info tower. Is he going to get it, though, is the question, because already the shots start coming towards the destructible house, and he takes the reset only in towards the Strack, however, but now he gets tracked, he gets held. How much damage is he going to take for this is the question. Double track even coming in, and the tack shooting at him is the perfect tank. It is a Foch B down towards 400, down and out. Easy first kill for 1-1 with no possibility to retaliate for LJR.
Yeah, the Inspire tank going down. They tried to send him, and we see that Daoye in the Type is slowly advancing. I mean, they... sorry, not Type, Mouse. He's slowly advancing. And yeah, they managed to pick up one of the most important pieces, right?
The most important piece.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got to pick any tank on the lineup of the opposing team that you get to remove, it would always, at the start of the game, be the Inspire medium.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Especially if you do have one Inspire. And Daoye is just like at home. He's driving through the open. He finally takes a few hits because he was just driving through the open like nothing. He might try to take this info tower soon. Doesn't look like it. Wayne Runes is trying to have a peek. He does spot him. He manages to put in a very good shot. Daoye retaliating, but... yeah, we'll see how LJR... You see that Natavat is actually destroying the houses. He misses a shot. He has 2 shots left. Doesn't connect. One last shot. He does manage to connect the last one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and to be honest, good trade for the Foch B, right? He trades 1 for 2, and he had the ability active, so he's going to be healing some of that damage taken by Daoye back. But I think 1-1 have just about had enough of taking damage on that Mouse. They're starting to swoop in. A big hit on towards the Type 5 here of LJR as well, as 1-1 is starting to concentrate their forces on the green. Meanwhile, we see that LJR is still holding some reserves in the city. That is double TD out of the fight. And now we see Daoye has pushed up in that mouse. That is so much map control gone for LJR as Wayrunes with another unfortunate trade. And Daoye in that mouse really trying to push his DPG, I guess, peeking into the mouse. Takes a lot of damage for it, but now the Foch B is starting to clip out. But Win just there in time as Natawa takes one by Jiangshan as well. Second kill coming through for 1-1. This is calm, cool, collected, and controlled by the home team.
Yeah, calm, cool, and collected indeed. Karma picking up the strike, and he's gonna place it. It's gonna come. Oh, another strike coming in. Triple hit there, and yeah, 1-1 are just gonna snowball into this. Wayrunes is one shot. He's gonna go down soon if Leech doesn't bounce his shot. Tana currency is also very low. He finally goes down. And yeah, very tough to recover from this kind of rounds.
Yeah, no, there is no recovery here for the team of LJR. Maybe they'll be able to kill Daoye. That would be the single kill in this round that possibly they're aiming for, but I don't think it's going to be the case. Never mind, they're going to get Daoye, but it's not going to matter. 1-1 are taking the second round of Ensk with the small amount of 15,000 HP remaining.
Yeah, we were talking after the first round that you know, LJR took like the first step. They went to fight, but after this round, I'm a bit skeptical whether they can actually, you know, come back into this game. I mean, they tried to make a move with the 1-2-1B. I think that they didn't have really enough info. I mean, we saw that 1-1 placed the tank in the corner, the Foch B.
And perfect, he gets a track shot, and after that the 1-1B is like, yeah guys, you're gonna have to play without me for the remainder of this round. And the rest of the team is like, well, we wouldn't like to.
It's very risky to go there and try to take the info, especially since the tanks on that side weren't really close, you know? Like, when you try to take the info, normally you want to slowly advance with some anchor, like, I don't know, an E4 or a type, and he was just absolutely alone trying to... And, yeah, 1-7. LJR did manage to pick up a tank, but we're gonna head on to Ghost Town now, which is more of a control map. You could go for a cap pressure. However, I think that teams that can play control properly are, you know, I would say they have the higher chance to win. I mean, no offense to the teams that play cap pressure. But yeah, we see here the match stats of the first round, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah. But yeah, we do see, most importantly, I think what was the important thing for 1-1 in that was the strike damage. And that was so much, basically, HP reduction on the Type 5s that the pressure that those tanks can exert when they come close was just completely gone. And yeah, once again, stats from the first round, I do believe, or maybe the second one.
This is the second, yeah.
Because Returner coming in with the grand total of 0. But yeah, that is just down to the fact that his team sent him towards the strike. The strike got denied. Sorry, not the strike, the info tower. But it ended up getting denied by the house getting destroyed. He needed to bail, and the Foch B was there in time. So unlucky GG go next in that case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Returner didn't just, you know, decide to randomly drive in. I mean, it was probably meant to be, but... Yeah, we see Daoye, second MVP of the game, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe that's the Chinese production trying to funnel the MVPs in towards him.
Could be, could be.
I'm going to start my you know, conspiracy theories right here. Might as well, but yeah, good job by him. Obviously more than 5k damage, and yeah, he was maybe pushing a bit, you know, prematurely on the field there, even taking a lot of damage early on. But then again, if the enemy team has lost the Inspire medium, might as well take map control, take everything from the team that cannot retaliate, and then some.
Yeah, I mean, he was like their little, I mean, not so little because it's a mouse, but he was their explorer. I mean, he managed to take map control after the 1-2-1B died, and maybe it was actually good that he was so aggressive because it gave his team, you know, some time to relocate. we saw that 1-1 had gathered like 6 tanks already, and the team of LJR were like all over the city. They had like 3 tanks out of fight. So yeah, good stuff from Daoye, and I think that LJR need to step up a little bit if they want to. Maybe they can surprise on Ghost Town.
Maybe they can surprise. I mean, Ghost Town is, luckily for LJR, a map that can be played in quite a number of ways, actually. You can go for the immediate cap pressure, you can go for the long game, you can go for the unlucky Type 5 rotation as well, but most of the time we see either BZs boosting into the cap, or we see something that you and your team back in the day have invented, La Rata. But for that to work, you need a lot of confidence in your light tanks, a lot of confidence in your strike placement as the, sniper mediums, and you need anchor tanks that absolutely play picture perfect and do not lose HP when they don't need to. Do I see LJR combining all of this together? Not really, and it seems like they kind of agree with my argument here. That is why they're bringing double Type 5, 1 T57 together with the CSW4 and an EBR.
On the side of 1-1, we see triple IS-4, 1 BZ, 1 E100, an IS-7 and an E4. Very weird setups from what I've seen for now. I mean, triple IS-4 is very interesting.
The IS-4, to be honest, great tank, because you can like play hold down, you can side scrape. It's one of those few tanks that can actually properly side scrape, right, and deal damage as well. But yeah, the triple IS-4 now driving towards the cap. Meanwhile, LJR trying to use the advantage of having the EBR here. He's completely booking it through, spotting a lot of what 1-1 is doing here. But 1-1 starting with so much HP advantage because of all those heavy tanks. That is like 5,000, and Tanako needs to be extremely careful with that Type 5. What's he gonna do against that triple IS-4 that's marching his way? Turns out not a lot. Those 340 heat pen tanks are just buttering through the front of the Japanese tier 10 heavy.
Yeah, Tanakorn taking a lot of damage, and I think Sonics did pick up the strike, but 1-1 are not willing to stop into the cap. They are just gonna go for it. Those triple IS-4s can do a lot of damage to the types with the 340 heat. They do take a big hit from the mini strike of the CS, but overall the IS-4s, I think they can slowly try to keep advancing, and the HP is actually quite equal.
The HP quite equal. Big shots in towards Liege in that IS-4, but the first tank to go down is one of the Type 5s from LJR as Astronomical comes in with that E4. They're trying to focus out Liege, but Wyroons is being completely torn to pieces, torn asunder by the still remaining 7 guns of 1-1 that reduce LJR to 5.
Yeah, and we see the IS-4 splitting the HP very well. They are shielding each other, and the 1-1 doing a great job to keep those guns alive. That really makes a big difference towards the end. We see finally Liege going down, but I feel like it's slightly too late. However, we will see, but it looks like it's a bit too late. The HP going down, Astronomical as well being picked off, and yeah, looks like 1-1 are not too keen on letting this round slip away.
No, indeed. It looks like LJR have given them a hand, and instead 1-1 are going to be ripping out the arm right with it. Natawat here is going to try to do another clip of damage, but King is the last man standing, or rolling rather, in that EBR 105, but it's not going to help. HE shells even connecting in towards the EBR that goes down, ducks, weaves, tries to somehow avoid the incoming fire, but instead 1-1 are going to pick up their 3rd round in a row, a match point for the home team, and some would say the greatest hope for the Chinese server.
Yeah, they seem pretty unfazed, right? Like we saw a smile there, but yeah, I mean, a good round. Interesting, those 3 triple IS-4s. I mean, it did work in this game, but I'm just thinking, like, normally when you apply cap pressure, we've seen this on EU, OLS, also OLF, like you want fast tanks like BZs, so you apply it from the start and you give the enemy team, you know, no time to react. So I'm actually curious if you would play against an EU team you know, with those IS-4s are quite slow. You would give them some time to go around the map, pick up the strikes. But yeah, it worked very well. We saw in the mid-game the IS-4s being able to shield each other very well. The silhouette of the tanks like allows you to be hold down if they over angle. So yeah, good stuff from 1-1. LJR had EBR opening field. I mean, it gave them some info. Initially, I thought that they would try to overpush the BZ that was contesting the strike, because the EBR literally spots everything, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he sees the whole field, and they were quite close with a tank. They just needed 1 or 2 tanks to join, and they could possibly pick up the BZ. But yeah, it was an interesting round.
It was definitely an interesting round. I mean, the problem also for LGR is, I think, like, for them and for everyone here, including 1-1, the EBR is not lit, right? But the fact that you are getting spotted so early with the heavy tanks of 1-1, so deeply, so close to your spawn, it essentially signals, it telegraphs to the opposing team that they must have an EBR. And at that point in time, of course, the opposing team know that they are playing against less firepower. So they're just going to be all the more aggressive, and that is exactly what we saw with the IS-4s. Like, they even started peeking in towards the T-57, which normally as an IS-4 is not the best of ideas, but in the context of playing against an EBR, you just know that you have the advantage when it comes to firepower, so you're going to take a little bit less favorable trades in order as to just generate more trades in the long run, because we saw at the end the EBR was still alive, but had he had an impact? No.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I think that EBR is a very risky tank to play, and you really need to act on every little info that it can give you. I mean, it's not too little, because the EBR usually gives you pretty good info, but it's very important to react, and I feel like LJR just didn't really do that. But yeah, we see here the match stats. Jiangshan finally taking that first spot over Daoye. He might get the MVP this round, so no hat-trick for Daoye just yet. He will have another round.
At least.
At least one round, yeah.
But yeah, also the damage dealt rating. I mean, 1-1 continuously ahead here. They just did not give LJR an inch. So from start to finish, very, very stable round. And if we take a look at the damage dealt here, once again, we see that, I mean, 2,800 damage for the EBR. That's kind of a lot even, but the thing is, he was alive to the end, and there are tanks that almost have double what he did, and they died earlier. So we really do see, like, the EBR great when it comes to concealment, great when it comes to mobility, great when it comes to map control, but not so good when it actually comes to, you know, putting in the hurt. So yeah, Jiangshan this time gonna be the MVP with 4,600 in the IS-4, and yeah, I think the IS-4 in general an interesting pick, but especially when you bunch it up in like 3s or 4s, the DPM that these tanks can generate actually really does spiral out of control.
Yeah, also that 340 heat pen is really nice against types, and yeah, we saw how they were just chewing through those types, and I also really liked the play. You know, they were with 3 tanks next to each other, shielding each other, splitting the HP. So yeah, good stuff from them. Now after this round, I'm actually curious to see next round, because I don't think these lineups we have seen before. I mean, quite weird lineups, if I can say so.
I mean, for us, yes,
yeah,
because we mostly see EU and sometimes NA, right? But this is kind of our opportunity as well to take a look at what the other regions are kind of cooking up. And I mean, so far, so good. And quite the tasty dish as well from the team of 1-1 here that hasn't missed a beat so far. 3-0, they're looking to put the 4th and final nail in towards LJR's coffin, at least in this first matchup for both of those teams here, and the first matchup in Group B as well.
Yeah, hopefully I'll get my first prediction right with the help of 1-1.
You need just one from 1-1.
Just one from 1-1 to hit my #1 prediction.
Oy, oy, oy. Well, we better get quickly into this round number 4 in between LJR and 1-1. I mean, I got the same predictions. I'm kind of cheering for the home team here. At the same time, going out 0-4 is always a tough one for a team. LJR coming in with a light tank once again, so they're going to bringing not the EBR this time, it's the RHM together with W50 M140 double Type 5 and a nice 4 of their own.
On the side of 1-1, we have double BZ, 1 E100, 1 140, a CS, 1 E50M, and a Batchat.
Yeah, it's not the first time that we see Daoye in the E100. He really seems to like that tank, as we see DQ and Liege also pushing towards the cap in the double BZ. That looks a little bit more like what we're used to. On the other hand, the 140 of LJR driving in towards the bushes, trying to find out what's happening here. Return immediately, getting spotted in the E50M as the double BZ makes it in towards the cap. Tanakorn with a non-penetration in towards those double BZs, and now Natawat also bouncing one on towards Liege, who ends up pushing off his own. Now Wyron's making his way around the corner, and here we see the problem of those BZ-75s. They're not really able to deal with the frontal armor, but it seems like 1-1 have actually set up a sniper nest in G1, and it starts hurting the tanks of LJR. That IS-4, I don't think he can really stay safe.
Yeah, I mean, those BZs could be in trouble. However, they are getting covered up by their mediums. But we see as well the RHM taking the strike, which could be placed very soon on those BZs. And we see that LGR are actually gathering up and setting up for a push soon. The BZs do get striked, and those types are just going to go for it. Actually, the whole team, they are just not going to stop.
Yeah, indeed. LJR now pushing on towards the cap. Both DQ and Liege have lost their loaders. There is no DPM on those BZ-75s. Liege the first one to fall, leaving DQ in an untenable situation. It is 5 tanks versus 7. Still LJR for the first time in the match look like they're on victory road. Daoye fighting it out against the RHM of LJR, but now LJR really trying to kick 1-1 over the edge here, as Daoye, the one to get focused out. The E100 is going to fall shortly after. The 140 should be following, and this should be LJR's first round on the board.
LJR showing up, and Ying is going down as well. What an amazing push from the team of LJR. I mean, they played it absolutely beautifully, and it seems that they really want to get this round. They are setting the cap pressure, and they don't seem very keen to chase the damage. I mean, they just want to end it and take it to the next map. I mean, so far, so good for them in this round.
So far, so good. To be honest, we've got to wonder what 1-1's plan was this round. Double BZ into the cap. They don't really have any support because most of the medium tanks are on the 1-2 line. An interesting opening and approach, but yeah, Wind coming in now, trying to reset, trying to make it a little bit longer, thinking about a possible tiebreaker here in between both of those teams. The strike going down as well. It's going to momentarily reset for a little bit longer. Wind though going down towards 1600, and Natawat and Sonics trying to put the damage on towards the tanks, but this round is long gone, and LJR, the only representative from the APAC regions, lock in their first point.
Yeah, beautiful round. Very well played by LJR, and as you said, those BZs being committed into the cap was, I don't know, I mean, they spotted double tank going mid. I think it's quite risky to do that. I mean, we saw that it didn't go well, so I don't know. I feel like you can also stop. You don't always have to drive towards the cap, right? But it's also easy to say from here after the game ended. But yeah, actually this push, I want to talk about this push from LJR, because they spotted that the BZs didn't have that much cover in the city. And we haven't seen this push very often, where they just gather their whole team, even from one line or a line, and they just push through the center of the city and do not care about anything else.
I mean, the fact as well that both of the BZs had lost their loaders, I mean, it's kind of a little bit unfortunate, especially in Onslaught. Then again, I mean, losing the loader is not too bad in the sense that most likely the commander probably has a jack-of-all-trades skilled. so the impact should be like kind of manageable. But overall, I think even with both of those loaders and maybe Adrenaline Rush on top, the DPM for the double BZ wouldn't have been enough to stop 7 tanks.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the BZ already has such a bad DPM. On top of that, they had no loaders, and yeah, I mean, they kind of out-rotated them in this center. I mean, I saw when they were pushing, basically all of 1-1's team was stranded on the 1 line, and sorry, not 1 line, A line, and yeah, it's pretty good. I think the next map will be Muro, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the next map is going to be Muro. First of all, we do see that LJR managed to get that initial HP advantage and then just held onto it, snowballed out of control. The calls also perfect, to be honest. You see that double BZ and you know that there is nothing to support it because there's so many mediums spotted on the west of the map that, well, you just drive to the BZs, you kill them, and after that you win the game, right? So yeah, easy peasy for LJR in this round, but not so easy when it comes to the match. 1-1 still on a match point.
Yeah, we see their King doing 2.5k with his RHM. 900 of it was strike damage. Astronomical went down with 0, but I mean, as long as the team wins the round, you know, it is what it is. Actually, fun fact, King is their main FC or color, and he likes to play light, so it's a bit of a multitasker.
I'm not a big fan. I think we discussed it extensively last WCI as well, but yeah, Natuat, almost 5,000, 85% pen rates, one kill as well.
IS4 on top again.
IS4 on I mean, yeah, the tank is good. Like, you've got good pen, you've got good DPM. What is not to like? Especially when you get tanks in front of you that cannot really run away, and you just get to continuously fire your gun and snowball, right?
If you throw in an Inspire there, you're even better. So yeah. I mean, overall, interesting. So, Muro as the next map, right?
Muro as the next map. I think Muro might be a problem for LJR, specifically because if there is one adjective to describe Muro, I would say finicky, because there is a lot of things to take into consideration immediately upon opening. Like 15 or 20 seconds after the game has started, there's already 20 things you have to keep track of.
Yeah, I think you're actually very right. I think the key on Muro is acting on the very little info, or the faster you react and you can gather that info or react on it, really gives you an edge. I mean, they managed to do so in the last game. They detected that the BZs were quite exposed, so we'll see if they can continue on Muro. But we will have to see.
We won't have to wait long, because I think we're about ready to hop into this next and possibly last round of the match, because 1-1, they just need one more here to finish it off. Meanwhile, LJR, they're hoping to bring it further back. Triple BZ 75, a 140, a 430U, and W50M, so skipping the light tank altogether. Seems like both teams are doing that.
Yeah, no light tanks from either side, and we see 1-1 with Triple BZ, 140, W50M, and a Foch.
Which lineup do you like more?
I like LJRs. I'm not a big fan of Foch in this meta. I think it's very hard to play, and I don't know. I just think that having constant DPM and being able to dish out the damage is very important. But we see both teams making their way towards the cap, and it looks like it's going to be a fight straight on.
Well, let's see who is going to have the better end of it, as both teams sending the BZs towards the cap here. But Tanukon taking a lot of damage immediately. LJR transitioning over towards the 1-2 line together with King, and Returner coming as well. LJR immediately going for the throat of those medium tanks, and 140, the Jingyi, he's immediately starting to melt. That is the Inspire medium down towards one shot, but Tanukon going down as well. Wayrune's looking for the kill, but gets tracked, has a repair kit, retrack coming through, but Jingyi Yi gets picked up. That is the Inspire gone. But have 1-1 dealt enough damage? It's the question. So far, so good though. HP kind of even, but now the kills are 6 versus 5. At least in the tech department, we'll have to see Leash down towards one shot. Are LJR able to pick it up? Yes. So the tanks are even, but now the HP are gone. 1-1 ahead.
Yeah, 1-1 ahead. However, LJR do have the Inspire, but it might be a bit too late. We see the Foch of 1-1. Karma coming in as well. He's still reloading. Natawat between 4 enemies. He should go down soon. Win picks him up. And yeah, it seems that they took too much damage to go for that 140. Karma soon gonna be reloaded. He's starting to clip Sonics going down, and he's just dishing out damage left, right, left, right. And yeah, that will be it from the side of LJR in this matchup.
Yeah, I think the decision making just that little tad too slow for LJR. You could see the hesitation on the BZs, right? That we're going to the cap. All of a sudden there's triple BZ spotted from the enemy team. And it took like those crucial 3 or 4 seconds for them to realize, hey, we can actually overpush the 1-2 line. But those 3 or 4 seconds are all the difference that it needed for 1-1 to put in enough damage that the kills were too late. I mean, pick up on the 140, it's all good and so, but if you end up sacrificing too much, then it's not worth it.
Yeah, exactly. It just, as you said, there was some slight hesitation. Like, if you think about it, they cross, they stop a little bit, they take an initial volley. Then by the time they've decided, oh, let's go 1-2, they just take another volley. And yeah, it's just too much damage for the 140. I mean, yes, Inspire is important, but as you said, it's just too costly. And yeah, that will be it. Another prediction wrong from my side. At this point, I don't even, like, I should just not predict anymore.
It is 3 matches in, you realize that. We are halfway through day 1, don't say that.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to hit your predictions, just do not predict the same thing as I do, and you will be perfectly fine.
I'll have to keep that in mind for the future. But first of all, first victory for the Chinese server of the day here.
Actually, yeah.
1-1 are going to lock that one in, but of course, as I just said, that was only halfway of the entire day, and we have not even seen 2 teams yet. I believe we're going to see those 2 in the next match, and I think it is almost understatement at this point when you call it a classic. It's going to be... Well, we're going to be talking about that one later. First of all, though, here you see the stats of the match. And, well, there was one Ghost Town round where I have lingering questions as towards 1-1's opening, to say it mildly. But other than that, I think 1-1 played yeah, a very, very calm match here against LJR. Even when they got behind, like in the first round, they were like, okay, we can still come back from this. This is what we need to do. Like, the reactions were on point. So far, against a team like LJR, at least, let's call it a loss, because I think losing D13 would kind of hurt most of the teams out there. It seems to not matter too much.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about 1 round loss. I mean, any big team can really, you know, have a slip up. We've seen W playing 4-2 against 2072. So, you know, sometimes you can get surprised in 1 round. Anyways, we see here the stats of the last game, and yeah, overall, I mean, across the board, nothing too special, right?
No, I don't think so. This is one of those rounds where essentially it turns into a brawl, and some tanks die first and they don't have a lot of damage, and sometimes tanks stay alive and they have more damage. So yeah, good for all of those tanks that managed to stay alive for a long time. And yeah, I think the Foch B of Karma, not sure. I'm going to say it, not sure I actually agree with the MVP decision here, because I don't think the Foch B had much to do with the outcome of this game. Like, yes, he deals a lot of damage, but I would give it to someone on the 1 line that was actually more involved throughout the battle.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, the Foch was in the middle, right?
Yeah, he was taking info tower in towards middle, in towards, well, second clip that essentially comes in when the battle
game is over. Yeah, so he was out of the game basically the whole time. And I don't want to be so picky, but these small
He's
things,
about to be very picky, by the way.
the 140 of Jingy, I think he has enough info in order to try to run away. I mean, it's probably very, very hard to know whether they actually want to go for you or not, but I feel like he could have possibly, you know, run away faster. I mean,
The
again,
sixth sense could have been tingling, but yeah, here we see the first game where LJR actually opened up strong with getting the first kill, but then I think that LJR felt they were under a lot of pressure with those Type 5s when realistically they weren't, because On1 weren't repushing via green and then transferring over rails, but instead they were putting a lot of tanks in the south. And I mean, second round, kind of a no-starter, the 1-to-1B getting picked up immediately, and from there on out it's just GG. Good for them that they ended up picking up at least one tank, but yeah, the second round really, it's one of those rounds that can end up being an absolute tilter. Which is kind of good for LJR in the sense that they ended up winning a round after, so it shows that they did not in fact tilt. It wasn't this one though. In this one, the Type 5s ended up completely getting butchered because the crossfire was just too crazy. And I think here we have to commend 1-1 for simply recognizing, okay, they have an EBR, let's kill them.
yeah. Also, they split the HP perfectly. They just went for it. As you said, they detected that they had a light tank, and they played it. They played it very well.
And yeah, this is actually the round that raised my eyebrows, right? What was the reasoning behind the split, right? You sent double BZ to the cap and then one E100 to back it up. E100 has DPM, but it's still one tank. And yeah, here I think the hesitation in this round on Muravanka really does end up costing LJR everything, because if they don't hesitate, they actually do stand a chance to snowball it out, with especially the Foch B, for example, being out of the fight, etc. But like this, 1-1 just with enough experience and good focus fire to snowball it home, which at the end of the day leads us to the unfortunate conclusion that both of us are not going to complete our predictions. Instead, I think it's Phil and Ducky, or Ducky and Moth, something like that. Either way, neither of us.
Yeah, I'm already used to it. I've given up since very long. Since the OLS season, I've already given up. But yeah, the upcoming game though, you were starting to talk about it.
I was starting to talk about it, yes. It's going to be the single two teams that we haven't seen yet. It is going to be the classic, the Polish derby. It's going to be hit and run, back-to-back WCI champions, although looking at W back-to-back champions doesn't necessarily mean a lot sometimes, and they are going to be playing against Mafia, actually the back-to-back European champions now, but we are going to come back to that after a little break, so stay tuned. And see you soon.
Welcome back, people, and I've switched sides. I've also switched partner. Phil, welcome.
I am back.
The boss is back. The intern and the boss.
Well, I mean, we have a very good match on our hands, so I thought, you know, take the best of the best to cast the best of the best.
As it should be, as it should be. But yeah, Mafia hit, Polish Derby. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this game.
Well, let's final rematch.
Yeah.
How did you like the previous match? I saw that, I mean, 1-1 kind of like lost because they just had a bit of a disconnection in terms of like one side not being able to support the other side, but overall it was pretty clean game by them, right?
Yeah, I mean, it showed that they are the team with more experience. We saw glimpses of LJR like trying to, you know, take the game and play aggressively. But yeah, as you said, overall, like 1-1 played really well. And I also told to Kai earlier, like even the better teams can slip up some round or two.
I think the Muro game was very close for a long time. Like
yeah.
They kept their Inspire tank alive, and because of that, they had like a decent chance of staying in the game.
Yeah.
But then they were just not able to translate it into HP advantages.
Yeah, there was a slight hesitation, and I think that allowed 1-1 to do like double volley on the tanks, so they just lost too much HP. But enough of that, the big boys are coming in, and we see the lineup of Mafia, the latest winner of OLS, and we see Kono, Orzech, Rexar, Konrad, Prufus, Yolo, and Yuzek. Yeah, I mean, what a lineup. Great players all around.
Same on the side of Hit. We see Monster and DJ, part of the leadership. Franek, Cat's-Eye, T-Sec, Punch Fury, and Decha.
Decha playing, making a comeback on the big stage. I'm looking forward to see him play. I mean,
for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I remember when I started playing and I was watching WGL and he was there, and now seeing him on the stage. I mean, not yet on the stage, but next weekend. Is gonna be very interesting. We see here the team stats. I mean, good hit rate, very good pen rate, much higher pen rate than the previous teams that we've seen.
Oh, I mean, they're like the supposed best team of the supposed best region, so
yeah,
nothing else expected from them.
And we see here on the side of Hit, I mean, they also do have quite high pen rate. 1.4k HP restored, much lower damage done compared to Mafia, but yeah, overall good numbers.
Maybe they just decided to take out the damage from Barbarian. You know, like there's like 4k damage average missing, 3.5. True.
But yeah, we see the stats. Yolo with 2.3k damage. Obviously, Yolo is their light tank player. He plays RHM a lot, and he is against DJ, which plays normal tanks, and he has shown very good results throughout the season. But yeah, overall, again, good stats all across the board. I think Yolo has been playing very well with the RHM throughout the season, and yeah, same can be said for DJ.
Oh, it's interesting that DJ is actually one of the very few players that played all 3 WCI tournaments. And same as Vova, he played them with 3 different teams.
Yeah. Yeah, Vova didn't qualify
to any of them.
Yeah, I think so. But anyways, we see here the predictions. Daki with a 2-4 for Hit. I'm not even going to say my prediction because, yeah. Key going for a 3-4 for Hit. Moff having same prediction as mine and as yours.
I mean,
so I'm
either
very
we're
sorry.
all wrong because we picked yours, or we
I'm very sorry. Very sorry to tell you, but yeah, I mean, I'm not the best predictor. It seems like. Hopefully, it will change.
Yeah, I mean, so far we had a bunch of wrong results, but I think everyone was kind of like leading in the right direction. Yeah. I think Key initially suggested that Stacked would lose against GCAT, and that didn't come true. Yeah. But I think everyone was kind of in agreement that 1-1 was the favorite to win. and also W was supposed to win against 2072.
Yeah, I mean, the GK versus Stacked was very close, so it could have gone either way, just like this matchup. But enough of that, we see the pick and bans, and we see Ensk being banned by Mafia, Tundra being straight up banned by Hit, and we see that the first pick of Mafia is gonna be Ghost Town. Very good map for them, I think. They can play control as they like, while Hit picking Muro as their first pick.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that we have seen them doing well. But I think it was the last final where Hit struggled to play without light tank while Mafia was having one, and then they just played better control and vision game. This will also be important on Westfield, a map that we haven't seen yet. Pilsen as a tiebreaker would also be a nice addition to the day, because those are one of the few maps that we just didn't see so far.
Yeah, and I mean, Westfield is a map that it's not so popular anymore as in the first seasons, but we did see in the playoffs of OLS, we saw it being picked by these two teams. I mean, both Hit and Mafia played on it, and it seems that these Polish teams are not fully against it. But yeah, it's for me, Westfield is always like an interesting map to see. However, it has evolved into this meta where it's played very slowly.
Yeah.
It's a bit, you know, a bit slower, more boring for the viewers at home. So
well, maybe it's something for the sophisticated viewers that appreciate, you know, like tactical rotations and
maybe
a bit more careful gameplay. I think if we have a tiebreaker, this is one of the matches that we could see it. I also believe that the GCAT versus 2072 and the W versus Stack, so basically the whole second half of the day, all of them have the potential to go to a tiebreaker and be really close. But this match, Hit and Run versus Mafia, is something that we have seen many times. And I think just without any additional information, we should give some credit to Mafia, because they just have won multiple of the recent tournaments, both the WCI qualifier and the OLS season that was following up on that. So yeah, I'm not sure where the opinion comes from that suddenly Hit would turn it around. But Hit is a beast on LAN events. They haven't lost any of their WCI participations, but they've definitely shown some signs of struggle on losing rounds to even the APEC team in the previous years.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Mafia has won the recent competitions, and I feel like Mafia is a team that's, you know, always laying under the radar. They always perform well, and they do not get the credit that they actually deserve. But we see here the lineups: Yusik and Konrad on the Type 140, CS, Bachat, RHM, and the T57 on the side of Mafia.
Yeah, I mean, Monster playing the light tank, obviously he has the advantage now that he has assistance with the leadership and assistance with the in-game management. Let's see how the planes go. That's usually a very important thing to pay attention to. Monster and YOLO are both not using their planes, so you can see neither of the tanks get spotted. There is an approach from Mafia immediately towards the cap circle, and obviously now they know that there is a tank inside. The IS-7 is following up, but will not be in time. T-Sec will block potentially the CS from peeking there. Okay, now both spotted each other. Maybe YOLO will be able to sneak in a shot. He tries to, but I think the IS-7 has a good enough hull on there to prevent him from shooting, and initial damage is still to be seen.
Yeah, and we saw Mafia picking up the first strike with the CS. Also, you see how they really cover that CS. I mean, they go for it, and they have pretty much, they had all of their 3 anchor tanks and the Bachat, the RHM covering him in case Hit would try to go for it. We see Orzhek putting in 1 shot into Pansfiri, better than 0. I mean, as Kai said earlier, any shot you do not take, you miss. And
oh, take a look now. We have 2 tanks from Hit and Run at the same time taking the 4 and the 1 line strike, so if they're able to convert that into some good damage, that would be definitely beneficial.
Yeah, and this could be an indicator for Mafia to make a move, right? If Hit are taking those strikes on the other side, they need to make a move. However, they have very slow tanks, and Hit have 2 strikes collected, and it could be very, very costly. They take big hits on all of their tanks, and if they would try to push Tisek, I think that double strike would hurt a lot.
I think they will try to have Kono double bush from there. Like, he can shoot Tisek into the lower plate, maybe even use some heat there. He decides against it, taking a look at the HPs. Hit was able to pretty neatly come back, and they even saved one of their strikes. Now with Rexar being decapped, Tisek should be the tank that gets the cap control, but there is the light tank to potentially still prevent him from capturing it fully.
Yeah,
and I think they just use the CS strike as well for it.
Yeah, I mean, this will force Hit probably using another strike, right? So that's very good. Ooh, big hit from Pan's Fury. He was anchoring down that position. And yeah, Hit actually used all of their strikes, which is positive for Mafia. They forced them. And Rexar still has the strike. Will Tisek try to peek this? He's trying to have a look, but he's not confident enough. Meanwhile, we saw 2 of their mediums of Mafia trying to rotate towards that 1 line. We see here Profus on camera moving up with his 140. And so far, I think that this game matches our expectations. You know, these small differences will decide which team will win the game, and games between these teams always are decided by these small mistakes here and there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Kono was initially covering there for Profus. Profus got in position, taking a rather like defensive approach. He has the option of peeking up on D1, but it's definitely a bit of a risk. If you get over pushed, you need to fall back. I think Franek just had APCR loaded, and now he decided to reload heat.
He did get he did spot Profus. That's a good piece of info that they got there. And it seems that Monster is going to be left here in the bush, and Franek went back a little bit. But there's not that much
Jusek is moving
right
towards
now.
the cap circle, but I don't think he's trying to peek. I think he's just trying to find out a bit more before he really commits in there.
He actually crossed, and he will cross to the cap. Meanwhile, the strike being taken by Tisek, and Jusek taking a good shot, but they traded. I mean, that's the best possible scenario for Jusek. Tisek took a big hit from the strike, and it looks like Rexar has the control of it for now.
No. Obviously the IS-7 can try to overpeak, but it's visible that the shots for the Batchat on this distance are not perfect.
Yeah, and we see that these teams, you know, they play around the strikes.
Ooh, the T-57 might have a shot or two if Ketsai doesn't pay attention, but now Ketsai is pressuring down Profus, which means that the Batchat should be able to get closer, and together they should have a overmatch here.
Yeah, I mean, Rexar does have a strike, but Profus is taking big hits. Strike coming in, Profus taking a lot of damage, and he's gonna go down. Very important kill from the side of Hit, and they are going for Jusek as well.
Yeah, and looking at Pan's Fury, you can see that he dropped quite some HP, but his equivalent is basically the Type 5 of Jusek, who is also low. And to be honest, with a Type 5, that's kind of your task, right?
Yeah, exactly. You just tank, you absorb some damage, and the most important thing is that they pick off Jusek and get that kill advantage. And Jusek is one shot for strike right now.
The strike is being captured as we are speaking. I'm not sure if it's worth it to try to overpeak. You always risk getting 700 in your face. Ketsai decided to shoot someone else. The Batchat now trying to clip out on him. Ketsai will not be able to retreat, and that's a great kill pickup by Kono.
Yeah, double 140 out of this game. However, like, Mafia are still trailing. They're down in HP and 1 gun, and Hit are taking another strike. It seems that they are trying to make a move as well. DJ putting a big hit into Orzhek. He
good shot by
strike,
Decha.
but he got killed by Decha, and Decha is just gonna go for it. Just like in the old times, he's just gonna go farm, and Hit looks like they're starting the snowball. They don't want to stop.
One. Not allowed to bounce the second one, otherwise the ability resets. He does not. Good shooting, and he should be able to pick up Conrad. 5k against 8.5, especially only 2 tanks left. This looks like a pretty good pickup first round for Hit and Run.
Yeah, it looks like a good pickup. We see Kono here trying to, you know, deal some more damage. The Tracer is very beautiful on the screen, but yeah, I mean,
I think he just hit the gun of the type.
yeah,
unfortunate. But overall, I think we saw a lot of small things that were done correctly. Hit and Run took a couple of those advantages that they were supposed to. And I think sometimes it's also the important thing is that you work with the information that is not there. What I mean with that is like there were a bunch of tanks that were not spotted, but you see who is shooting the IS-7, how many shots are flying, and at some point they just risk taking over the strikes on the 1 line and on the 4 line.
Yeah.
That helped them to get quite some information advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, and this is something that these teams are very good at. You know, you just assume, or depending on the info that you have, you make a move, even if it's blind.
That's correct.
You just gather all the info, and yeah, this is why the people at home, they should really like appreciate these kind of matchups, because the smallest differences really like decide whether one team or the other one wins the game.
Yep.
And we saw that it's not only push, or, you know, it's just playing around strikes, you know, doing a trade here and there. If they see that they over trade on one side, or they trade better, they try to over push that side. So I think it's good World of Tanks to be watching.
Yeah. And obviously this was a first round only. We'll have at least 4 of them, but let's be honest, this is not gonna be a 4-0, right?
Yeah,
I am
definitely
hoping
not.
for like a tiebreaker maybe, or at least 6 rounds. We will always play 2 rounds on the same map, obviously, so Ghost Town, I would say it's a fairly balanced map. There's no like big advantage from either side. There are a couple of positions where it's a bit easier to decap the strikes, especially the strike on the 1 line.
Yeah, it can be taken from one side safely, which, I mean, in these kind of matchups, it plays quite a small, important role, but yeah, overall, it's a pretty symmetrical
fairly
map.
balanced map, exactly. And I think this was also just not at all connected to which side it was played on.
Yeah.
There was no initial suicide, or no, like, you know, second timing. Like the CS was in the initial strike much earlier than the IS-7, and they just like made good decisions, made rotations. One thing that I was wondering was this lack of defense on Ketsai. You remember that I think it was Kono in the bed chat came to pick up Ketsai, who was like on 1000 HP.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of like non-existent cover fire.
Yeah, it's almost like they assumed they won that K line, and they just left him there. Maybe he could have also rotated out, right? But yeah, we see here the overview of all of the maps. I think good maps overall. I mean,
yeah, I'm happy to see Westfield as well, because it's one of the few maps that we haven't seen.
Yeah.
And obviously a tiebreaker on Pilsen would be very nice.
Yeah, we see here the stats of both teams. Rex are, you know, collecting those strikes, doing damage, and on the side of Hit, Pans Fury dealing 5k damage, DJ 4.7.
Imagine you're T-Sec and you're sitting in the strike for the whole game, and you're not getting a single one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's an important role, and he managed to withstand some damage, buy some time. Yeah, we mentioned that Pans Fury at the very beginning, he was like responsible for giving some information on the heavy tanks, and then here and there he put in a good shot, and with this high alpha, you just accumulate the damage pretty quickly.
Yeah, we see pen rate of 70%, but it's not really relevant because in some situations you just have to take the shot. I mean, you have the chance to shoot, and it's better to shoot than just, you know, holding the shot for pen rate.
Especially if you're playing Type 5 versus Type 5, and then he's wiggling his turret maybe a bit, and you can't shoot the cheek, and you end up in the gun mantlet.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you deal that much damage in a round that wasn't that long for Ghost Town, it's definitely a good achievement.
We saw Deja with 2.3, but I mean,
I think he was just not able to trade at the beginning, and then when they drove in, they picked up the tanks very quickly, and like a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4.
I think he did damage on the type that we saw on screen, and one more shot.
Pick up on the T57.
Yeah, I mean, hit starting off well.
No.
Do you think any of these teams could be playing for a cap? I mean, if I would have to put a bet, it would be on Hit. I see Hit.
Yeah, I mean, Hit is
that's
the kind of team that would often just like do a push without a light tank, stuff like this.
Yeah.
But I think they've also learned that Mafia is a team that is very good in kind of like avoiding direct confrontation if they don't want to fight immediately.
Yeah.
And Mafia will not give you those free anchor tanks just standing around.
Yeah. Or they cover them very well. So if you do get some pickup, you will for sure get punished for it. Yeah, maybe they found a way to play against them, and the way is playing control, but in a better way. So yeah.
Round 2 of Ghost Town. Initial lead for the defending champion of the WCI, because Mafia is the defending champion of the OLS.
Yeah, Mafia has been dominating fairly well in the last, in the recent matches or competitions, and you know, Hit has been a team that has always done well in these international tournaments, and so far so good. On the side of Mafia, we see double type, 1 T57, 1 140, 1 CS, 1 BAT, and an RHM. It's exactly the same setup as the previous time.
Yeah, I mean, the same light tank combination together with cat size 140. We have double type now for Hit with double T57 and T-Sec in the IS-7. Last round, if I remember correctly, both light tanks held their strike. Let's see what is happening now, because I don't think either of them
nothing is getting spotted.
Wants to use it. So Conrad pushes into the strike area, gets spotted immediately, but I think he is fine with that. Nobody spotted yet on the side of Hit. Monster making his initial run, but he will not waste a plane on like a CS that is behind a cover.
Yeah.
And I guess we can like kind of keep in mind that from the start Hit had around 1.4 KHP advantage. If it comes to a point where we need to check the damage numbers, we have that already checked.
Yeah, we see Mafia, they started fairly similarly, compared to the last round. I mean, the RHM did not start on 0 line as in the first round, but they do manage to get the strike. Monster is slowly trying to see if he can get some info, but so far Mafia have picked up the strike, and if they manage to pull back and rotate back to the 1-2 line, get control over it, it might be good for them.
Yeah, you can see that there is a tank, I think it's the 140, that is very close to the communication center. Now he drove in and he's trying to take it, but I think he got blind fired or decided to drive out.
He got planed. Ketsai got planed, and he takes a strike. Orzhek tried to give in some shots, but he
good shot by Monster as well.
Yeah,
doesn't get spotted for it, and I think that's great information. He knows, even though he's shot, he's not spotted, meaning there's no light tank nearby. And now he can decide either he goes towards the, exactly here, he goes towards the communication center, or he pushes further and takes over the 890 line.
Yeah, and interestingly, Mafia decided to put some cap pressure. They do have, no, they actually used the strike on Ketsai, but they are picking up another strike, and the cap pressure is on. They do have decent positions. We see the CS coming close to the city, but he's probably not looking to stay there.
Monster will try to take a strike. They can decap Monster, so prevent him from taking the strike, but I'm not sure if it's worth it, considering that there are other decaps available. Yeah, so they used the strike on Monster. You can see minus 450.
So Hit will be forced to peek. Rexar has no loader. Hit need to decap. I mean, they already did. DJ putting a big hit, and the types are taking some damage. They give some shots back to Pan's Fury. Meanwhile, Mafia are taking another strike, but in terms of HP, it's slight advantage to Hit. Not so slight anymore. 3k up for Hit. And these types are in quite bad positions.
Yeah, and now the reload is coming in. Big chunks of damage being put into Pan's Fury. But Pan's Fury obviously will return fire immediately.
Yeah, we see Franek here doing damage to the types. He basically clipped them, and the types going down.
I mean, 4k HP advantage is quite significant, considering that they have 2 guns up as well.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty bad for Mafia. The hits so far have been...
I mean, he will catch Orzich as well.
Yeah, Orzich drives into the building and he goes down. Deja gets the kill, and so far Hit have been showing good World of Tanks. Kono as well at 600 HP. Deja looking for the shot. He misses one. Does he hit the last one? He does pick him up, and yeah, very good stuff from Hit so far. Prufus fairly passive, I've noticed, in most of the games, but obviously he's not the one to blame.
So who is to blame?
The whole team.
Yeah, I think it was a good idea of Hit and Run to basically combine the light tank with the heavy tank. They knew from the start that if there's a CS driving into the RT strike, the IS-7 isn't fast enough to counter it anyway. They saw it in the previous round where Mafia permanently held the control over it, especially as if the CS gets the big strike, it recharges the small strike as well, and especially after getting the additional damage from it, you basically have another strike available to prevent from taking. This is another pretty one-sided match when it comes to the kill score. It's 7-1, and I think Hit will be pretty happy winning 2-0 on Mafia's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, they've played really well, and in a best of 7, I mean, we were speaking about you know, Hit and Mafia being a close game. Yes, it's still a close game, but it's a BO7. The first team to 4 wins, and 2-0 is a huge advantage. I mean, if they play 1-1, which is what you could expect on a map, doesn't look so good anymore for Mafia.
Yeah, I mean, the next map was the pick by Hit and Run, Muravankar. Hit is the kind of team that can just go 4-0 now, but they are also the team that just does some super aggressive, risky pushes and ends up like losing 3 rounds in a row and having to recover from their own aggression then.
Yeah, I mean, they did play more in the final of OLS against Mafia, and it didn't go so well, right? Yeah. But we'll see if they've learned from that or if they try something new. But yeah, as I said, like 2-0 is a huge lead, and they did it on Mafia's map pick, which is, I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised, and props to Hit. I mean,
I think both the teams have lots of experience with Ghost Town, because it was a map and attack defense in the past as well. Sure, Onslaught brings a lot of new perspective in terms of like outer strikes and so on, so the importance of the non-main combat area becomes even higher.
Yeah.
But back in the WOT7 days, Polish teams were known to pick Ghost Town, and it's definitely showing that there is a lot of experience there and the confidence to also make maneuvers and play aggressively if needed.
Yeah, and Hit, I mean, I think I remember Ketsai using T100 as well on Ghost Town. Like, it's a map that they definitely do not hate.
Yeah, they have done their fair share of time on this map and collected a bunch of experience. We will obviously take a look at the post-game stats in a moment, but I have to say this was again just a very good coordinated effort. Maybe that's something that will not be reflected in damage numbers, but the cohesion behind combining the IS-7 kind of like as a ramp-bog, battering ramp to make space for the RHM, and the RHM monster using his experience of like he shots, falls back, make sure he is getting he's getting the information if he is spotted, and then using this information to tell his team, look, we can immediately rotate, we can make sure that we are in time if they want to approach the cap. And I think Mafia didn't really do anything wrong. It was just Hit just reacted too well to the information that they were provided with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Hit, I would say that Hit are the pioneer in terms of IS-7 gameplay. They really like that tank, and they keep using it over and over again. I mean, I think I've even heard or players asking for the IS-7 or 277 ability to get buffed.
I think the tank is not really being picked because of that. I think it's just a good all-rounder in terms of like firepower, mobility, and armor. And taking a look at the damage charts, I mean, sure, the T-57s, Decha and Franek, great damage. That's exactly what you want those tanks to do. I don't think it's a problem that you end up with T-Sec doing 3 shots of damage only. He was out of the fight for most of the time. He did what he was supposed to do. Decha, I mean, take a look at the pen rate.
Decha
the
is
old
back.
man.
He's back, and 60
4
shots
kills as well.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you want? What do you want from a player, right? Like he did exactly
material.
what he did.
Exactly. You cannot ask for more. 100%
I mean,
pen rate.
I have to say, someone did really good scouting to get him back into the game.
Obviously.
I mean, some props to Katsai for sure.
Yeah. We'll see if this continues for the remainder of the games, but yeah. I think it's fair to question whether, you know, Decha has not been playing for very long. He's obviously a very, very good and experienced player, but Onslaught is a very different game mode to what we used to have. But so far it seems that Hit has really, you know, they've been able to implement him into the team fairly well. And so far in the official games, it's been going well. Yeah. It might be a bit early to speak, but yeah, so far, so good.
Yeah. I mean, I was watching some Decha streams like a month ago or so, and he was playing like some tier 9 randoms and ended up playing against some tanks that he didn't even know what they were doing, like Panchanic and stuff, and he's like, oh, it has an autoloader after taking 3 shots in a row.
And now he's doing
exactly
5k damage at WCI. Yeah, I mean,
good stuff by him. I mean, we can see him there on the left side, directly behind Monster, 3rd person. And I think he is excited for the next round. He's like trying to get all the sweat off his hands.
Yeah. Monster hyping up his team as always. I mean, keeping up the communication is good.
Yeah, I think one of the players said it during the recap video from previous WCI, is that Monster is the player that even if you're down, he's the one that is kind of like motivating, keeping everyone up to their standards.
I think that's very
really important to have this team spirit.
Yes. And it's really to appreciate that you have someone like that in the team.
I mean, you can, you know, assign blame after it's all over, maybe like in form of like constructive criticism. But yeah, constructive criticism is, what is this lineup from Mafia? Like, have you heard of this
BZs.
light tank thing?
Mafia have heard of it for sure, but it seems that for this game they have absolutely forgotten everything. And on the side of Hit, they have an RHM, E50, 430, 140, and triple BZ. But yeah, Mafia are gonna
Ketsa used the plane, and he hit two.
So he probably planed for the left side. It's the
he played the middle. You can see Kono and YOLO got spotted.
Yeah,
so now the important thing is basically, will Hit and Run be able to get the info point? It looks like they will.
However,
and
Mafia
I think it's
will
early
as well.
enough, to spot the capture, but obviously there is no damage possible. Mafia got the info point as well. You can see it's on cooldown now. The HP advantage at the beginning, important to say, is roughly 2.5k. They actually got an additional shot into DJ, so now it's close to 3k. But
this is
the strike was taken. Like, there will be a big decap.
He gets placed. He hits
900
2
damage. That's good, but 22 seconds is not that much.
It's not that much.
And you only have like 2 tanks shooting at it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Hit do have a lot of tanks on
see,
the
now
one line.
Katsai is using HE. Very good decision, making sure that there is, you know, constant reset.
It's
so
good.
What do you want to do if you're Hit now? Like,
I mean,
push up Pan's Fury. I think that's a great decision. Sure, he has the 140 in his side, but you need to be prepared for an overpush, right?
Yeah, and we see Mafia going for the overpush, Yuzek taking a few hits, but they should catch Pan's Fury, putting in 2 big shots. Rexar is reloaded, he should put in another one, and they will pick up Pan's Fury. He's 1 shot. Let's see if Yuzek can manage to finish him off. He does, and meanwhile the 140 managed to pick up the info, and they will not stop. They will not stop. They will keep snowballing. It's exactly what they should do with their lineup. And Deja is 1 shot. Can they pick him up?
I think he also drove into the building, but he made it around.
He made it.
Not like Orzic. Deja actually healed quite a bit with the ability of the BZ that was standing next to him. And Hit managed to equalize the HPs. Just as I was speaking, they lost 2,000 extra. Taking a look at the overall situation, we have a full HP light tank still on the run, but Katsai had to take quite a defensive stance there on K2, so he will not be allowed to rotate a lot, and they have no strikes left to decap.
Yeah, and I think this is a type of situation where teams like Mafia know how to read the game. Ooh, Conrad going down. But yeah, they are applying cap pressure slowly. Kono should not overextend. He goes back, he takes quite some damage, and he should probably try to boost the cap, and that will force Hit to play more aggressively. But yeah, Mafia slowing down, pressuring the cap, and this will force...
I think boosters left, right? Like
he should be able to
you
have...
can see he's boosting, and now 9 seconds left. 6 seconds.
5. Let's see if he gets the reset. Is he greedy to go with the AP, or does he go HE? He misses the HE, and Mafia get the cap. Yeah, I mean,
Mafia was in a decent position, but this was definitely not over yet.
Yeah, it wasn't over. However, I feel like, yeah, teams like Mafia really...
I feel like he had so much time to switch between ammos if he would have wanted to.
He had HE, but he just hit the ground, if I'm not blind. But yeah, I mean, the BZ gun doesn't help a lot. It's not an easy shot either, you know, because they have the small hill
as well, and you have to peek quite far, and then you're like stationary, and then I mean it's
a hard. But yeah, I think Hit underestimated a bit the fact that you know, Mafia can at any time explode and go for the tanks that are close, and obviously a team like Mafia will do it coordinated. And
I have to say, like, the retreat from Mafia was a bit weird. I mean, they did the correct approach of saying like, okay, we'll take the cap circle, we'll pressure it, but they lost so much damage and so much HP for it. Like, Kono took quite substantial damage, and the other BZ that was pushed forward, like, was dropped completely.
Yeah, Conrad fully died.
Maybe it was their idea of saying like, look, we throw you some meat to eat, and then like you'll not get into the cap quick enough.
Yeah, I just think that at that point they pushed the tanks off on the 0 line, I think it is, where they picked up the first BZ, and they just decided that you know, Hit have no strikes. They will be afraid of them trying to maybe push again, and it's just like they paused the game. They had double cap pressure, and I think it was the good thing to do. It seems that it worked as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something that with one more reset, you saw there was a reset 2 seconds later by another tank. It could have gone either way, especially with the light tank being alive, but there's no need to like be all philosophical and have some theories. This match is over. We'll see a second round of Muro, and yeah, I mean, the BZ strategy turned out to be fine.
Yeah, it worked.
I'm not sure if this, in the end, was a victory by strategy, or if it was just like how teams reacted and made it happen. As you can see, it is 1-1 in terms of kills, because it was a pretty early capture in terms of damage being dealt. But this means that Mafia now took their first round as well. It's 2-1 still in favor of Hit. I think the damage stats will not tell us a lot. Vranic dealing really good damage. Same for Monster,
well.
punishing the push that was coming in from the BZs. Profus being able to facilitate the push. 2k damage as well. The BZs dealing their own fair share of damage.
YOLO with 0. Was he the BZ that was left stranded, you know, when they tried to retreat? I think so.
No, Conrad died there.
Ah, it was Conrad. Where did YOLO die with 0?
No, he didn't die. I think he was just in the cap circle. I think he was in the back.
Ah, true.
He was not pushing, and then he just drove into the cap circle, and it was just over for him. Yeah, I mean, Rexa, good shooting, 100% pen rate. He did what he was supposed to do. I think in this kind of rounds, it's more of a decision-making MVP, and he ended up being in the right spot. But obviously, pushing in there and making your shots count is also important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the BZs, it's really, really important to pen your shots, because the DPM...
hit your shots as well, as we saw.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of DPM, and you only really get a chance to give the shot once. Like, for example, if they push together, all of them need to hit the shot. Otherwise, they can just run away. As we saw, for example, Deja making it out. But yeah, I think overall it was a good round. I'm fairly surprised that they decided to stay so close.
One thing that I was wondering is, why did Ketsai stay so long for the supportive fire in K2? Like, Ketsai was in the very south, and I understand that you don't want to have your damage dealing tanks being over pushed if Mafia continues the push, but you knew that there were only 2 BZs, right? And realistically speaking, the RHM doesn't have the firepower to make such big difference. And like the fact that the RHM didn't reach the church or like some double bush position there, and even if you sacrifice like 1500 HP, if 2 tanks shoot you, maybe one of them even with HE, like this way you just lost the round, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess the reason why he was there was exactly because he was afraid of that. Was it the right thing or not? Seems that it did not go very well for them. But yeah, I mean, they were in trouble with those 2 tanks, but as you said, they only had 2 BZs, so it was pretty hard for them to keep pushing. And yeah, I mean, Hit playing control, they have the info at all times, and they still, you know, committed close and got overrun. But props to Mafia for this round, and we will need to see if they continue this this trend. We saw a 2-0 on Mafia's map pick. Let's see if it goes the other way this time. I mean,
I think if this ends up being a 1-1 on Muro, it will be very hard to come back from it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Losing 2-0 on a map is very, very punishing in BO7s. Anyways, we see here the lineup of Mafia. Quadruple E50, 1 RHM, 1 140, and a BZ.
Yeah, Hit with a more differentiated lineup. They bring a K9 E1 for the RT strike. Inspire medium with a 140, and obviously a DJ again in the BZ. This time plane gets used, they spot 3 tanks. On the other hand, there were also some spots. You can see neither of the light tanks got enough to get immediate replane, which is obviously important.
YOLO is going
shots
very
are
aggressive.
being exchanged. I mean, Monster also went pretty aggressive. He was just quick enough to get behind the ridgeline. Puts in a shot into YOLO as well, which helps him getting a plane.
Mafia didn't get the info.
Gets immediately 2 more tanks.
Yeah, and Mafia did manage to get the info. T-Sec will be able to get the info himself, and that's good because Mafia have to cancel their push. However, at the same time, the E50M on one line did manage to get the info, and he uses it once again. So this means that Mafia are aware that Hit are trying to make their way towards this forest, and they should probably retreat or expect a push. Obviously, Hit.
They should activate like for just 1 shot. Like, what was he expecting?
Yeah, I mean, Maybe he wants every shot to count. But we see Ketsai pushing in with the 140. It looks like they want to push this. Meanwhile, the E50 does take the strike, and if Mafia set up here properly, it could be a very costly push for the side of Hit and Run.
Desha drove out of the strike, so did Panshu. They missed like 900 damage. The second strike is pretty good. Yusek dropping immediately to 390 HP. Kill pickup immediately, and Orzech dropping as well. 900 HP left. Desha might actually survive.
Yeah, I mean, Orzech going down. Desha does survive. The RHA misses the shot, and I think he's spotted now as well. He will get planed. Mafia trying to retaliate, but Hit and Run managed to kite away very well. We see Rexar committing a bit alone. I'm not sure if this is very... I mean, he's playing quite aggressively. They should try to retaliate, but yeah. Hit and Run picking up 2 guns.
And a 4k HP advantage as well. I mean, this looks very good for Hit and Run.
Yeah, Hit and Run applying the pressure, and yeah, Conrad taking a few shots. Kono also taking 700. DJ went very aggressively. This means that he should get support by his mediums. And yeah, looks like the round is over, and huge HP difference from the side of Hit.
I mean, I have to say, like, this aggressive move by the double E50M was so essential, because not only did they avoid getting 900 damage onto them, they also avoided the stun, right? And if you avoid the stun from the enemy strike, you can position your own strike in a way that tanks are allowed to drive in.
Yeah,
because you just cancel. Yeah. You just cancel the negative effect on the crew. And that was a really good push. I mean, Desha survived for that long that it ended up being a 7-0, right? I think, yeah, he survived the whole game.
Yeah, he did survive, and yeah, very good push from Hit, as you said. However...
Did you see Ketsai's hand?
Yeah.
Pans Fury was hitting it so hard.
Yeah. We see there the handshake between Mafia seem a bit... but I mean...
I think we should try to, like, adjust our posture towards what the teams are doing. So you do Hit and Run, and I'll do Mafia. Yes. No? Yeah, I mean, with all this being said, as you mentioned, now it's coming back to Mafia that they lost 2-0 on their own map pick, meaning it is time for them to either return the favor or end up just being out. And we had initially mentioned it that with this group being Hit and Run, Mafia, 1-1 and LJR, we have 2 teams that are kind of fighting for first, at least on paper. And with W and Stacked being 2 teams that we say are not that far off in strength.
Yeah, I would say so.
It might not be the biggest advantage to be first in your own group, but it definitely feels good to get revenge if you're Hit and have just lost 6-1 against Mafia. And especially also on the mental aspect of, like, remembering, you know, we are able to beat them if we want to.
Yeah. It's like a small reminder, hey, we're still here. Like, watch out for the playoffs weekend. But yeah, now we're gonna see Westfield, which is a map that we do not or we haven't seen very often in the recent games. And I think it's a map that both teams do not dislike. I mean, both Mafia and Hit have played before on Westfield. Either way, we see here the stats. I mean,
I think
how much did Desha do? 2.6.
2.6, but, like, to be honest, like, he ended up being the first one to push in, the one to be focused out. He did his shots of damage, and
for sure, like, he probably hit all of his shots.
Yeah, and I mean, if in a closer game, he does more damage in the late game because he stayed in the game. He kept his gun alive. He was on like 120 HP or something like that. So, or he baits at least one more strike. I think it's a pretty good team effort. You see, nobody really stood out that much. Pans Fury, obviously great performance as well. But nobody ended up dealing like 0 damage.
You know what surprises me? The fact we see here Pans Fury being the MVP
I think
of the round.
This is not surprising, you're right.
Yeah, no, this is not surprising. But what's surprising is that Mafia picked up double info tower, and they were just not there to cover their E50s. But I think what triggered Hit to push was one tank of Mafia taking that second info, because they had spotted previously that Mafia had a few tanks, and I think they were like we have to go for them.
I think it's also a matter of like sometimes Mafia has the information, but even with the information, they were just not there in time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they came with the BZs and so on, but it was just too much distance to cross.
Yeah.
And even if you have the boosters, they are only active for a certain amount of time. And with the soft to medium terrain resistances, it's not like the BZ is just teleporting there and is in the fight, right? Plus, you kind of want the BZs to be the one that take the damage. Sure, they will deal some extra damage, but you lose your DPM tanks. They singled out 240 and the E50Ms, and then you just have a gun advantage as well against you.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you said previously when they were playing on the Ghost Town. Like, these teams are good at reading, you know, info that's not really on the screen. And as you said, like, Hit just went for it, and yeah, they managed to pull off a good push there. Mafia focused. They don't look too bad.
That is, in the end, also just focused is such a big thing, right? Like, you see, mood is another thing, and there are a lot of smiles, you know, like Branek smiling, Cat's Eye having a big smile there.
It's nice to see that.
Monster's always a big sunshine, right?
He did a wink there. He winked at... but yeah, Westfield. Are we expecting a fight around the cap? I don't think so. I don't think any
I
of
think
these
if there's one team that is the one that aggresses without a light tank, it's more likely to be Hit. But I think they kind of learned their lesson as well.
Yeah.
Like,
we saw Mafia going for it.
Yeah.
Muro, so it was like reversed roles.
Okay, we see a light tank on either side, but still, Mafia with triple BZ, Senti and Brishkas, that looks like a bit of a push setup. Double type is very interesting.
That looks like full control to me. They have K91 as well for resets, Cat's Eye on the RHM, E50, another strike tank, CS, and a 140. I think that Hit will try to play control, as you said. They've learned their lesson, and Mafia are gonna boost the Bliskas. I was also playing previously, and this is a strat that's mainly focused around cap. However, they are splitting a little bit. We see that YOLO...
Important, you can see YOLO is getting the radio tower immediately, so...
He pops it as well, so they have info that Hit are not really contesting the cap. We'll see how Hit react to this. I mean, Hit should also get the info quite soon, because they see that Mafia have some cap pressure, those types making their way up very, very slowly.
It would be very important for them to get this initial RT strike, right? Like, oof, big damage. Orza is taking 1,000 damage. I mean, we have to just also give props to the individual players making the right shots. Like, Pan's Fury moving a bit further forward than needed to capture, just to get a better angle onto Orsic, immediately being rewarded for it. T-Sec as well as having this like micromanagement decision. You saw it, like he drove a bit further towards left, dodging a potential one-shot. And if you're Mafia, like, there are 2 RT strikes, plus they know like a CS will get another strike. Like, it's so difficult to play against this control lineup now that the jig is up.
Yeah, and they have double strike control, as you said. DJ also is quite in an aggressive position, but Mafia has just given up a lot of map control. We see YOLO being pushed back to almost A0. Mafia do have some important cap pressure. They will try to boost soon. No, he got reset. And
I think this initial single cap is definitely a good decision, because it's basically just a question of if you're taking damage on 2 tanks or if you're taking damage on 1 tank. Good shot by Profuse as well. Interesting that he decided to play this position. I think it's a very good option to play the BZ there, because you have the chance of kind of like preventing the type from taking the strike. But Hit knows that, obviously, and now they just put a smaller tank there that doesn't expose that much. The strike, I think, only hit USAC, so there's still a bit of pressure. But even though, good radio, by the way, good radio. Also good timing on the radio from Rexa, but even though Decha is in a very slow tank, he now made it all the way. And yes, the Type 5 is maybe not the best hull on tank, but it's not like you have to fight against the Badger.
Yeah, I mean, Decha blocking the cap. Franek collected the second strike, and we see that T-Sec is going for the third one, and it just feels like Hit are one step ahead. I mean, they decided to move Decha into the cap with this type to basically block it and remove any worries that they can build up cap points. And I think this is when it can become a small problem for Mafia, because until now, they have been, you know, putting cap pressure and they have forced Hit to use the strikes. But now that Decha is in position, they will be able, with time, they will be able to
accumulate
gather.
the strikes,
exactly.
right? Yeah. So Hit is on 2 strikes. Conrad just took a bit of damage, I think. I mean, this is like small overview. I'm not sure how important it is at this point. Sure, you see there are like bit of damage spread between the players. I mean, Profuse did 1 shot to keep the type.
YOLO getting spotted in the open.
This is very important.
Yeah.
So now not only do you lose 1,500 HP, even 1 more shot. Oh, Katsai very aggressive.
I think he just wants to trade, and it's really worth it if they manage to. He puts in 1 more big hit, and YOLO might be in big trouble. He will get hit once more, and he is 1 shot. He dies. DJ picking up a good kill. Now E50 and CES are making their way towards Orzhek, and it seems that this is looking pretty bad for Mafia right now.
So can we already say Hit and Run is back? I mean, we can definitely not count them out. 3,000 HP difference is accumulating.
Big
strikes coming in there, and another one. I think we are up to 5k HP difference now, and this looks pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, Hit have been, you know, out-rotating and having the game in their hands since the beginning, I would say, and yeah, Conrad low HP. He is gonna get picked off by Franek in his 140, which will pad his damage up. He will get 1 more shot into Yuzek. And yeah, really good display by Hit and Run.
I talked to Monster in the morning, and he told me, actually it was yesterday morning, and he told me 4-1.
4-1.
Well, I mean, you know, this is a very clear 4-1, and I think the positive energy is definitely there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that not only now that they have won the round, but even after the first round, you know, Monster boosting up everyone. And yeah, Hit winning this first Polish derby, showing that they are still there. And
you ruining our prediction.
I mean, I already knew. Like, guys, people at home, if you see that I predict for one team, the other one is gonna win.
Put all your money on the other team.
Yeah.
I mean, this was not as close as we would have hoped for. I mean, we kind of hyped this up as one of the best matches of the day. I think the level of gameplay was very good.
Yes.
We saw amazing, like, micro by either of the teams, like correct positioning, a lot of good decision making, a lot of quick decision making as well. And I think one thing that is always being discarded is like, there were just not a lot of obvious mistakes. Like, there's no Inspire tank on Ensk that just drives forward, loses all the HP and stuff like this. So, like, really both teams had to work for their advantages. And while maybe Mafia wasn't looking that great, now losing 80% of the games, like, this is a team that will still, like, against the other teams in the group, will still look very different.
Exactly. I mean, on paper, it looks like 4-1 is super harsh, but every game is, like, super close, and every detail really matters in these matchups. And yeah, we see here an overview of the games. I mean, as we said many times throughout this matchup, losing 2-0 is very, very punishing. And yeah, it's taking the game down.
As Monster said, the boss is back. Hit and Run taking so far like one of the really strategically best played matches. We had another 4-1, but that was between 1-1 and LGR, and I have to say, even though it's the same group, it's not the same level.
Yeah, we see here the stats of the game. I mean,
Lance Fury again, 5k damage, also a bit
in
of
the type
blocking.
Yeah. Franek farming in his 140.
I mean, Hugh is definitely, you know, he's the person that you want to have on the 140, like making sure every shot he can sneak in. He does 3 kills as well, so, you know, if a 140 with the lowest alpha from the combat tanks is the one that does the damage onto the kills, then you always end up not wasting a big type 5 shot for like a 100 HP kill shot.
Yeah.
And also him having a different hairstyle every time he comes back to China, you know.
Yeah. This time not doing a Fortnite pose. I mean, we will have to wait and see.
Maybe
for
he
the
will
stage.
dance again next weekend.
Yeah, but I mean, Franek on the 140, you know, designated Inspire player. Actually, we saw on the last Westfield, it was not Profus playing the Inspire, it was Orzech.
Yeah, it was a Centurion, another 140, I think.
Yeah, but still, I think it's important to have a very decided role in the team, which is the Inspire player, because it's a very... Obviously, you can just say it's an easy role and you just bait your team, but I think that it goes further than that. We see here the highlights of the games. I mean, first round of the match, we see here Kitsai overextending a bit, but in the end, I mean, Hit had too big of an advantage and they managed to take it down. Also on the second round, the types being kind of left alone. They didn't really have a lot of cover. Orzech getting picked off, and yeah, this, I feel like this 2-0 was really the turning point of the game.
I feel like Hit and Run took the initial advantage, and then even though they lost this round, they just didn't really let go of the advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, even if there is a reset, like Mafia is up a good amount of HP, and it's not like they're having that terrible positions. Sure, they play against the light tank, but still, you only decap once, so you need to like decap a second time, and there's a good shielding situation happening.
As you can see here on the minimap, like the Mafia team was just not ready for it. They were so far away. I mean, we see here as well, they were all over the map, and yeah, Hit one step ahead in almost every game, and yeah.
Yeah, that means we'll not see Pilsen in this round. It would have been our potential tiebreaker, but now we have whole second day and 2 more matches today. We'll also have a special guest coming, and I'm very happy to pair up one of our more senior casters, you know, teaching the youth, teaching
as always
the new generation of casters. Not only you and me, but also our upcoming guest. We'll have 2 more matches, as you mentioned. We have the Chinese Derby.
Yeah,
that is GCAT versus 2072.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
One is in the other group.
Because they're in different groups,
and
exactly.
Then we have
W Stack.
The best of the West, W versus Stacked.
That's a nice game to have to finish the day off.
Definitely. And I think both teams have shown that they can win, but they haven't really, like, you know, like shown off completely what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, I voted. I predicted for W 4-0 against 2072. It's true that they did play Tundra, which is a map that is not very... I think they also played Tundra because, you know, I don't think it will be picked that much in the playoffs, but we'll have to wait and see.
You can like experiment at the beginning maybe. Yeah. But with that being said, after a quick break, you'll have 2 new faces here on the caster desk. And yeah, we wish you having a good day and enjoying so far. We'll be back after the break.
Well, hello there and welcome back to match number 5 of the day. And since this one is going to be played between two Chinese teams, we decided to get ourselves a little bit of expertise. This is Hawk Yao from the Chinese server, and he is a bit of a premier because this is the first time that someone is going to be casting at WCI that has played WCI in 2023. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And hi, Europe audience and commanders. I'm Hokyo from China. The upcoming match is GCAT versus 2072. It's a Chinese civil war, so I think that's why I'm be here.
Indeed. Because, of course, in Europe and in North America and in Asia too, we don't really see a lot of what's happening on the Chinese server. So between both of those teams, like, of course, GCAT is the first qualifying team, and 2072 was the third one. Which one do you think is stronger right now?
Of course, GCAT is stronger, but on today's performance, maybe 2072, they got better the condition.
So between both of those teams as well, can you explain a little bit which one has like what kind of play style? Which one prefers maybe playing slow or fast or aggressive?
Maybe GCAT will play like stable, like map control tactic, and the 2072 they always played some aggressive tactic, and I heard some foreign some foreign coach is helping 2072. So maybe they have secret weapons.
We will have to see. I mean, this WCI, a lot of things are happening for the first time. First of all, though, we do have the lineup here of GCAT.
Yeah, we have Xiaohei, Raiko, Soldier, Ren Wang, Qing, Kongbai, and Handsome. Handsome is the captain and the caller.
And I'm going to apologize right here, right now, because I know that I'm going to be butchering a lot of those names. I'm going to be doing my best, but please don't get mad at me. And here is the lineup of 2072.
Yeah, it's Hao Nan, Cousin, Zhi Peng, Alicia, Twiz, Mi Shen, and Xiaozhang Max, XZ Max. Yeah.
Xiao Max.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call him XZ, I think.
Yeah, XZ Max, that's okay. Only Cousin have the offline tournament experience, so I think GCAT maybe have advantage on the experience.
Alright, so taking a look at the damage numbers, I mean, as we have come to expect from the Chinese teams, above 20,000 damage dealt per battle between them, 1260 strike damage, 65 number of shots. That's actually a little bit high. Hit rate, pen rate in the 80s, 90s. That is also as expected, but points of interest captured, that is extremely high with 2.6. That indicates that GCAT indeed are a team that like to play very, very slow and controlled.
Yeah, and GCAT, I think they have good individual ability. Look at the penetration rate. It's I think it's maybe higher than the 2072, and so maybe they will play slower and do some map control.
Now, here we do have the team stats for 2072. Damage also above 20,000, a little bit lower actually than GCAT. Strike damage also lower. Number of shots same for them, but still above 62, which is kind of a high amount. Hit rate and pen rate a little bit higher. Points of interest captured though lower, so they usually don't play so much of a long game.
Yes.
So between both of those teams, I mean, GCAT qualifying first for WCI, was that a surprise for you?
Yes, because you know the results, the championship is Falcon. Yeah, GCAT got the second, but they do defeat some strong teams, so they got the first qualifier is worse, I think.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Chinese qualifiers for WCI went not without a lot of drama. There were quite some interesting situations, but in the end, I think the strongest teams and also the teams that played the fairest managed to qualify. And yeah, now we have the first showdown between two Chinese teams. We just had a showdown between two teams from one region, which was Europe, and there actually Hit managed to win. Whereas in Europe, in the past few matches, it was actually Mafia winning. Here now Hit wins. So maybe China is good for Hit and Run. But now let's see the predictions here for GCAT and 2072. And I mean, quite the same for everyone, no?
Yeah, everyone thinks GCAT are stronger. Yeah, for the history performance, but today's performance, GCAT shows bad condition, especially their caller. Yeah, on the Thunder River, it's a full HP, busy and doing nothing, just died.
Do you think it's maybe the pressure of playing at WCI? Like, sometimes you make mistakes that normally you wouldn't make, just because you're playing here?
You know, I'm really familiar with Handsome, and he's my good friend. On the offline tournament, he would be easier to make those mistakes, and he will like anxious or because he's a caller, so when he keeps speaking, he will make mistake.
So do you think that's maybe a possibility for the other team to force mistakes out of Handsome, to put him under pressure?
I think as this situation, 2072 would be better because the caller Hao Nan, he don't like so much speaking as Handsome, and he will like more focus on his gameplay.
Okay. So we already said GCAT is going to be most likely playing a little bit slower, and 2072 is going to be playing more aggressive. But in between, which team do you think has the higher player skill?
For the skills, I think GCAT have the good skills.
Okay.
In like individual ability, like the players, like Raiko, he's a really good player. I think he's a good like BZ, like the Blitzka, he played really well and have a good penetration. But for the 2072, those players don't play. They haven't played the offline tournament, and which means they will be a little bit nervous, I think.
Now, of course, this is match number 5. This means that we have seen 4 matches already. Were there any results that surprised you?
Yeah, the first surprise is just the last game that hit and run is a 4-1 winning. The Mafia that makes my prediction wrong. Yeah, and they even could have a 4-0 on Murovanka. That's the crucial last shot that reset the cap. If he did that, that would win, and it will be a 4-0.
Well, to be honest, between Hit and Mafia, you can never predict what happens. It's always 50-50. But let's now look at the map pick and bans here. GCAT, first of all, banning Ensk, then 2072 not wanting to play Pilsen. We haven't seen Pilsen all day, I feel like. Bit sad, but maybe teams are saving strategies for later. We are going to start on Murovanka. We are seeing a lot of Murovanka today.
Yeah, because the Chinese team and the Europe team, they both like Murovanka.
And, I mean, Himmelsdorf is the coolest map in the game, so we are going to see that. Very, very nice. Sand River being banned, I guess 2072. They saw what GCAT did wrong on Sand River, but then they thought maybe GCAT is not going to repeat the mistake, right?
Yes. And GCAT banned Ghost Town.
And then Westfield pick, okay, by 2072. Tundraban. Cliff as tiebreaker, also a very, very cool tiebreaker.
Yeah, Cliff is the best tiebreaker map, I think, because it's balanced.
So on the maps that are now picked, who do you think has the advantage on those?
For the maps, I think GCAT are more skillful and it will have more tactic on Murovanka. Yeah, but for the Himmelsdorf, it's balanced, 50-50.
Okay, so let's say after 2 maps it is 3-1 for GCAT. Then comes Westfield. What do you think there?
That's a 1-1 map, I think.
Okay,
yeah, just 50-50. So I think the most important map to decide the winning is the Himmelsdorf.
Okay, so let's keep our eyes peeled for that. But first of all, we are obviously going to have Murovanka, but we also should take a second to think about the group standings, because both of the teams here, GCAT and 2072, they have played earlier today and they both lost their match.
Yeah.
So for them, it's kind of important now to start winning.
Yeah, it will decide who is the double loses team today.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, in a group of 4 teams, you only have 3 matches. So losing 2, it
means basically, yeah, you're on the 3rd or on the 4th.
Yes,
yeah.
And this means lower bracket for the coming weekend, and then you cannot lose any match anymore. Otherwise, bye-bye.
Yeah, so maybe this game will decide who is the 4th and who is the 3rd.
It's kind of an important game already, and it's only the first day of WCI, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So you said already that Rico on GCAT is very, very strong individually. Are there any super strong players on 2072?
I think his cousin. He's from GCAT, you know.
So he switched teams?
Yeah, he played in GCAT 2023 WCI. He
so
played in GCAT with me. Yeah, that's great. He's a really good medium tank player. On the individual plays, I think do some damage, and he could win the like Zero Lion if he is one player, 1v1 situation. He always win.
Okay. And also between those 2 teams, are there any like tank preferences? Because we saw already some teams sometimes even prefer Mouse over Type 5, which is not so normal, I think, right now in the meta, because the Type 5 is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Are there any players that just prefer weird tanks, or are they all just going with what's super strong right now?
2072, they don't use weird tank, I think, but GCAT will use because they have good ability. like Raikkonen, maybe he will use like Gorilla 15, or they will like K91. Those tanks are not usually used.
Yeah, but both of them can be super strong. I mean,
yeah.
It's, yeah, especially since the K91 can rotate the turret 360 degrees. It's crazy. Okay, other than that, I mean, the third Chinese team, since we have you here right now, we can talk about all Chinese teams. 1-1, what do you think about their performance so far?
Yeah, they just win the game. They have a good performance, but LJR is not a really strong team. So we can't find 1-1 is at good condition today.
Alright, I just hear production whispering in my ear that we are headed towards a short break. So after that one, we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
See you soon.
Never again. Ni vida. Le jamais. Nigdy więcej. Never again.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Unfortunately we encountered some technical issues again, so we had to take a short break. Also Kian looked at the clock, saw it's nearly 10:30 and really needed a nap, so I will be replacing him for a moment. But yeah, I'm very excited for our match finally to start, and I think it will be cool to see the two Chinese teams that usually just play in their regional league now kind of like in the same room playing against each other. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm really excited about that, and I just said I made a prediction that GCAT will win on 4-2.
So like everyone.
Yeah, every English streamer, they just made the same prediction, but after this 2 game earlier, GCAT does not perform as good, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how they can come back, because the first match was not very strong, but they showed at least, you know, some good rounds. They were able to play the first 2 rounds 1-1 on each of the maps.
Yeah.
And I think they have a good chance of coming back here.
Yeah, and another reason I think is they are playing the first game, so which means maybe they are not prepared so well.
Yeah, a lot of stress or like too excited.
Yeah, maybe too excited, maybe have too much stress. I don't know. Yeah, but they have the second chance.
Yeah. So GCAT was the second seed from the Chinese region, so I think they have a bit extra pressure because they were already, you know, they have higher expectations.
Yes, because in Chinese audience and in Chinese casters, we all think GCAT is the strongest team in Chinese, you know, because 1-1 just happened something, and the 2072 they are not so good in the history.
I mean, you can see so far everyone is relaxed.
Yeah,
I mean,
someone looks tired. You know, it's 11 o'clock. 2072 looks more excited, I think.
I think they also have a couple of very young players, right?
Yeah, they are more younger, and GCAT are more experienced.
I mean, you know, Kihen is old, so he was tired and had to go to sleep. I hope it's not the same for GCAT, right?
Yes.
Okay, we are starting with Murovanka. Do you think they will play with light tanks?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think both of the teams will choose one RHM.
I mean,
Oh.
our Chinese expert was apparently not right. So we have 4 BZs for the team in yellow, 1 Object 140 and 2 E50Ms.
And for GCAT, double BZ, 1 CS, 1 140, and triple E50M. So they are ready to pushing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, similar lineups. And we see 2 BZs driving immediately towards the cap circle, while a bunch of tanks is trying to get the radio operator center.
Yeah, 140 is getting the info tower, and Qin is heading for the strike.
He missed the shot. You can see Hei is getting the information.
Yeah, that's really important. And Hao Nan would stop the strike. He don't.
Okay, so Kazan is in the cap circle. There is cap pressure, but I don't think he can really capture. Renren is pushing into him. Handsome is following, and I think we are about to have the first collapse, but there are a lot of tanks defending Kazan now.
Yeah. But Handsome is really dangerous.
Okay, so the strike was being placed now. A lot of HP being dropped on both sides. And I think Handsome is down to a one-shot, so if Kazan can drive around the corner without getting tracked,
And
this
interesting
looks good.
is their teammates before, you know. Oh, it's a good shot.
Okay, so now the push from GCAT is coming, and it's 3 tanks against Chipeng. I think he will be the next one to fall, and their 2k HP advantage for GCAT, it looks pretty good for them.
Yeah, they have 1 more guns. They are pushing towards like mission. 4 tanks are pushing.
Okay, so now you can see the tanks of GCAT have kind of the upper hand. They're closing in, but it's still 5 against 5, and we really need to see good focus fire because Kazan is low on HP and Elysia is low, but they are not able to really shoot them right now.
But Kongbai is in a really dangerous position. He's down, and the Renren is chasing for the... Oh, he missed it.
I think he just drove into the building. Okay, so it's 4,400 versus 2,000. It looks pretty good for GCAT with the HPs, but they need to get some kills because it's 4 against 3, and 2,074 is 2 is not doing too bad. 3 against 3 now.
Yes, and Qin is doing some snipe, and the soldier is doing a 1 versus 1. He killed Kazan, so it's a 3v2.
And I think if he doesn't put a fire, then this looks very bad for 2072. I think it's the first victory for GCAT.
Yeah, GCAT plays good on Murovanka.
Okay, so first round, do you think those are happy faces or they're just staying focused?
Oh, I think they are stay cool because
I mean, look at him.
They are laughing. Yeah, maybe it's
laughing,
because
yeah.
of a delay. They are laughing.
Okay, so I think someone spilled some water. That's why they were like wiping the keyboard off. But yeah, good round. It was a lot of aggression, right? They drove in and captured the RT strike immediately with the CS. And I feel like 2072 was just reacting and not really having a good game plan.
Yeah, I think 2072, they don't have a good beginning. They give up the strike and give up the info tower. They just give 2 things and they do nothing in the beginning.
Yeah. Do you think it's enough to only send 2 tanks to the cap circle?
Yeah, it's enough, but it depends on the middle. You know, the church. That's important position on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, this is only the first round. We will switch the sides. I think this was very hectic because both teams were fighting for the radio tower, and then only one team got the information. But I think if they have a light tank, they can maybe play a bit more controlled and slow. And then it's a bit easier for everyone to see what is happening and react onto the enemy tanks.
Yeah, what surprised me is just both of the team don't bring a light tank.
Yeah.
They don't bring RHM. So I saw them play in the training match, you know. GCAT will bring RHM. I think the second round they will bring that.
Okay, I mean,
yeah.
we'll see. I think it was important that they used one tank to shield in the RT strike. But yeah, you can see the strike damage here, 2,600. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, but 2072 is 0.
I mean, the penetration rates, both of them very good, nearly 90% and 93% for 2072. And I think it's pretty interesting that GCAT had such an advantage at the beginning, and then it got very close towards the end.
Yeah, they got more information in the beginning, so the caller could choose which side should the tank move on.
Okay, so 5,500 damage is pretty good, especially against all those BZs, but he did a good job farming them. On the other hand, like, it was very close. Everyone did quite a lot of damage. It was just that Haonan in the BZ got pushed and couldn't really, like, survive long enough to maybe put in like a third shot of damage.
Yeah, let's look. MVP is Soldier. He did like 5.5k damage and 94% on penetration rate.
Yeah, I mean, very good game by him. Also, he has a bit of assistance, a bit of kills, and he even like decapped at the beginning when 2072 was driving into the cap circle.
Yeah, so I think he plays really important role in the first game. He did the damage and he killed 2 and he reset the cap. So that's the MVP should do, I think.
Yeah, I think also the CS that was driving in the middle did a good job because he didn't get shot by the BZs, right? He took the RT strike. He was able to do also a good amount of damage.
Yeah.
So I think GCAT did a good game, and it was close, but I feel like it was also always they were the team that was doing something in the right way, and 2072 was mostly reacting.
Yeah, so let's see if 2072 will change some tactic in the second round. It's because I think they're a creative team, you know. They don't have really strong like individual ability, so they must force them to play those creative and aggressive tactic to win the game. Like in the autumn season, in the like summer season, they always do that.
Yeah. Do you think that the meta changes between the servers a lot? Like, I mean, you have seen the previous 2 rounds on Murovankar. One was played just now between Hit and Run and Mafia. Do you think on the Chinese server we see different playstyles, or it's fairly similar?
Yeah, Chinese team, they study from the Europe teams, you know, but they will like change some details.
Okay, now we are checking. Will GCAT bring a light tank? Or is our Chinese expert...
I insist they will bring a RHM.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we had one match on the European server where W played with 4 light tanks.
Oh no. Maybe they don't bring?
Okay, I mean, they still have a moment to switch, but right now it's 4 times E50M, a K91 Inspire tank played by Hei, and Rico with the BZ.
Yeah, for 2072 they got triple BZ, 140 and CS, E50M and Blizzcard.
Okay, let's see where they will go. 2072 looks like they are pushing to the cap circle again. and GCAT is spreading out a bit more, but they also sent Soldier and Rico towards the cap.
Yeah, they looks like to control the map, and Ren should stop the strike.
Oh, good shot by the Brishkavitsa. And now it's 3 players in the cap circle, and Quinn should not be able to find more shots. So 20 seconds, they need to get an RT strike.
Yeah, they must get the RT strike to stop the cap, as the cap pressure is really big.
10 seconds.
Oh, the strike. They get it. That's
okay, now they got the strike, but the decap is only for 7 seconds. Now the whole decap happened. The second strike was very good. And I think they're also losing the E50M here.
Yeah, 2072 is re-pushing for Qin, and it's gonna die.
Okay, so it's still HP advantage for the team in yellow. You can see it's 2000 HP up. And if the E50M gets picked up, the guns are even now as well. Which side do you think is favored?
Yeah, they are doing some 1v1. Soldier is gonna die.
Okay, so you can see the 140 is a very important tank, and it's being picked up as well. I think the tanks from GCAT are a bit in the open, but maybe if they can kill the tank destroyer, they have a chance.
Yeah, the HP is really close, like 2072 is leading 1k HP.
Okay, so Rico is trying to push down Mission, and another kill for GCAT. Now it's 4 against 3. I think GCAT has a chance to do a comeback.
Yes, but you know it's really.
Oh, bounce by Cousin.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 2 versus 1, and Cousin is really dangerous.
Okay, so it's 3 versus 3 now. Hai pushed in, put in 1 shot. Another shot by Cousin. Cousin should die now, so it's 3 tanks for GCAT versus 2 from 2072.
Yeah, and K91 is in a dangerous place. He's being surrounded.
Ooh, very good ram attack by Mission. And the HP advantage is back on the side of 2072. I think the tanks are better to have medium tanks because they're faster, they can rotate a lot.
Yeah,
but they will get an RT strike and they have a lot of HP.
Yeah, both of the GCAT tanks are 2 shots. If he got the RT strike, they will be a 1-shot tank.
Okay, so the important thing is that the other BZ is very low. Like, he only has 249 HP, so if someone spots him or gets an RT strike, that would be very difficult to avoid.
Yeah, GCAT must find some way to kill the 1-shot Mission BZ.
Oh, hey, I think did not get spotted. That's very important. So now it's all about team play.
Oh, that's a dangerous choice to have.
I think they will strike the object 140.
Yeah.
Okay, 140 is down to very little HP.
Yeah, he didn't find the BZ.
Okay, now both of them are 1-shots. What do you think they should do?
For GCAT, they must kill the 1-shot Mission's BZ, or they can't win the game. You know, like the EFDM should like cap the radar tower to find the 1-shot BZ.
Yeah, okay, now you can see, I think they are trying to heal. Like you see, Max has nearly first ability healing. So, and if they can get the BZ to more than 450, that would be very dangerous for GCAT.
Yeah, if the XZ Max get the radar tower, the 140 can't hide.
Do you think GCAT should try to do something, or should they just wait and play around Vision?
Yeah, they should try. They should try to find Mission, because he had an RT strike on his tanks, you know. So if they just waiting, that would be no hope to win the game.
Maybe they can use a bush, but yeah, that's exactly what you predicted.
Yeah.
They will take the radio, and now they will kill the 140.
Yeah, 140 is gonna die. Yeah, RT strike is going. Oh.
Yeah, very good team play, right? So
yeah,
one player collected the strike. The player with more HP went for the
radar tower.
Radar tower,
yeah.
And I think he knows that they will try to get another strike, but I think Handsome has not much to do anymore.
Yeah. The biggest chance to turn it back is when missions kept the RT strike and 140 should find him, because that's the clear position. He knows that.
So what do you think that GCAT do well this game, and what were their biggest mistakes?
Yeah, I think the mistake is they give up the RT strike on the church. You know, the CAs got that strike, which makes they hard to reset cap.
And I think also that they were not very good with driving back on the flank, that they were not strong. So on the 1-2 line there was an E50M, and I think it was Crin and
Chin,
Chin, and he stood there. He did like 2 shots of damage, and then there were just 3 BZs pushing him.
Yeah.
So sometimes maybe he was. It would have been better if he was driving backwards and trying to wait for the others to help him.
Maybe he should do some one shot and run away as soon as possible, that he would die longer, he would survive longer.
Yeah, now you can see the BZ gets spotted.
Yeah.
But I think he's behind the building now.
Yeah, but it's impossible to turn it back. Oh.
Yeah, and now they will put both strikes.
Yeah, both strike. Boom, boom. Yeah.
And I think he avoided 1 strike.
Yes.
So he buys a bit more time, but you can see the other BZ is already on 500 HP.
Yeah.
So even in a 1 versus 1 situation, Handsome would have a disadvantage now.
Yeah. So that's meaningless, I think. Maybe he's thinking about the next map, I think.
Yeah.
You know, next map is Himmelstoff. Yeah, he is the bowler, and I think he's thinking, oh, it's finished.
Yep. So it's 1-1. I think you can see both teams are ready and they don't want to lose this match.
Yeah, they are tried their best on Murovanka, and the next map will be Himmelstoff, and that's the most important map, I think.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the match, and we saw it at Hit and Run versus Mafia, where if in the second round you're not managing to get your second point, you have a very difficult situation because the other team only needs 1 more win, while you have 3 rounds in a row that you need to win.
Yeah, if some of the team got a 2-0 on Himmelstoff, he got a match point.
Yeah, exactly.
So that if some team can win 1 game first, that will make them like more confident. You know, that helps the other round, I think.
For sure, for sure. Do you think we will see some more American tank destroyers on Himmelstoff, like T100 E4 and T110 E3?
I think both of the team likes use Type 5 Heavy. Yeah, they have used on Himmelstoff play.
And like on Europe, we see that usually there's like 1 or 2 per team Foch, and they try to push on the rails, use the clip potential. Is this a popular tank for Himmelstoff, or you think it's not so good on the Chinese server, or not so often played?
I think that's the I think that's a difference between Chinese team and the Europe teams, you know.
Yeah, I mean, while we are looking at the next maps, discussing the meta is obviously something that is interesting to see, but we have different strategies, both on Himmelstoff, EU, NA, APAC, that within the individual server is a lot of creativity. We discussed it earlier, having a light tank can be very important on Moravanker. I think after they didn't play light tank now, they will not play light tank on Himmelsdorf either.
Yeah, of course. They won't use a light tank on Himmelsdorf.
I think we had one round where W played with a light tank and they sent the light tank on the rails to spot and take the strike. But it was a long time ago, so I think right now it will be mostly heavy tanks. Maybe like a fast medium tank or E50M. But taking a look at the damage stats, Handsome in his E50M did nearly 5,000 damage. He survived very long, but it was not enough.
Yeah, I think she can make some mistakes in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, our MVP of the round will be Cousin. He did really well in his E50M. He didn't survive because he was focused out, and in the end it was only the BZs left. But 92% penetration and nearly 5,000 damage definitely helped the team to win. With the next round, we'll definitely take a look at the lineups again, but also the strategies. We have seen a lot of autoloader and going for the strike. Also, we saw cap pushes with the BZs, maybe even like an IS-7. If needed, they can decap with a good turret. And I think there are many things that you can do on Himmelsdorf, and many teams like this map because there are a lot of options to play on it.
Yeah, they can choose the middle push, they can choose like the railway, like the 3-line. That would be good. But for both of the Chinese team, I think they are really like push like 3, 5, 8. The tactic, they will push 3 lines.
Yeah,
at the same time. Yeah, at the same time, they really like to do that. But in the early matches, GCAT just push 4 BZs to the middle, but they hesitate to kill those tanks on the middle.
Yeah, I mean, you can see I was yawning. Look, all of them.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not fully ready. On the other hand, the team of 2072 seems to have some interruption. I think they're just wiping their hands. Getting sweaty from the very close round on the second Moravanker. Some discussions are still happening, but I think we are about to load into the game, and there is the map video. Current score is 1-1, and I think each of the teams has a lot of experience on Himmelsdorf, so it's very hard to say who will win on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, it depends on the tanks lineup, I think, so it's gonna come up soon.
Yeah, I mean, GCAT picked site 2, but I don't think on Himmelsdorf this makes a big difference. And we see an E100 triple BZ, 4 BZ, 140 for inspiration, and an E4.
Yeah, for 2072 they got 4 BZ too, and double E50 and 140.
So do you think the E4 is just a tank that is really good on Himmelsdorf because it has more alpha than the other tanks, and you just drive out for a second, give 750 and fall back? Or do you think it's a problem because the DPM is not so high?
Yeah, E4 is the good tank in Himmelsdorf and Ensk, I think, because the high penetration APCR, you know, and it is just like can penetrate every single shot. That's important on the city map.
Now we need to check how much damage are they doing on the cross. So you see good damage, minus 2000 into Haonan. And he has like 1,600 left. He made it behind the building now. Yeah, but this is a good start for GCAT.
Yeah, GCAT is leading like 1.5k HP. But bad news is 140 is on the hill. So Renren and Qin is really dangerous now. Oh, he's shooting now.
I mean, he took 2 shots, third one, so the 140 is doing good damage. But it will be difficult to share the HPs.
Yeah, Renren and Qin is in a surround position. It's really dangerous, and they're bleeding, I think.
Okay, so you can see both teams are losing quite some HP. there was inspiration activated now, so
yeah.
maybe they try to... oh look, they're pushing on the 2 line actually. The red team is getting closer, but I think the positions for GCAT are not so great.
Yeah, now 2072 is leading 4k HP now, but GCAT has to do something because the 140 is in the hill.
But I think the 140 can get close enough to put some shots maybe into the BZ still. They're up 6k HP even though the 140 is out of the game. And look, the E50M is still very healthy.
Yeah, because GCAT are losing their position and just lose so much HP on the way.
So how do you feel about commentating a player that you will play with soon? Because I just saw Twists doing a kill, and I think he had some moments where he played very well, but he also had some moments where he was having some problems, for instance with a light tank where he lost a lot of HP. Are you excited to play with him next season?
He's a young player, so he has like a better future, I think. You know, he's played better and better in the like autumn season in the qualifier. He's doing better.
So do you think you can like teach him a thing or two because you have a lot of experience?
Yeah, I think the young players also usually have better better ability. Like me, I played like 12 years esports in World of Tanks, so I'm experienced people.
So you have the better head and they have the better hands?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, this one was a pretty good game for the team that was losing at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
They sacrificed HP, but they got some strong hull down positions.
Yeah.
And I feel like GCAT just pushed into them and then didn't really have the chance to kill the E50Ms. And the 140, you said it was on the hill, so it was also safe. So all the medium tanks stayed alive and only the heavy tanks took damage.
Yeah, you know, the 140 in the hill is give a really big pressure to GCAT because they can't handle that high DPM 140, you know, so they must push out. And 2072, those tanks are waiting. That just they just do damage in the first round, so they will have they will have really high HP leading on the game. Like we mentioned, 2072 they got like 3k or 4k HP leading in the beginning when GCAT pushing.
Yeah, I mean this was very important, and I think it was also a bit risky, but you said they were pushed because the 140 did a lot of damage for free.
Yeah.
And they had 2 BZs that were pushed and they couldn't drive back anymore.
Yeah, so that's a risky, you know, choose a 140 to the hill.
But it was a good outcome.
Yeah, if GCAT just pushing when 140 is on that position, that will GCAT win, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we will see later how much damage the Object 140 did. But we also have to keep in mind the ability, like the inspiration is very helpful for the E50Ms.
Yeah, I don't think maybe he doesn't did those huge damage because when he's on the position GCAT, like he's doing like 3 or 4 shots, GCAT's just pushing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can see it twists your teammate at 5.6k damage. That's a very good number. Yeah. And 4 tanks from 2072 in the top 5.
Yeah, that's a good performance for 2072. The 140 got 5.5k.
That's very good
damage. That's very good damage. Yeah. And Mission got nearly 5k.
Yeah, I mean the E50Ms are the tanks that you want to deal damage, right?
Yeah, I think Hansen is like in a hurry, you know. You can look at his damage because I know him a lot. You know, if he didn't do some damage, that means he's like keep speaking, and he's really in a hurry. So he forget he's driving a tank, you know, just makes him die.
Yeah, the MVP, your teammate, 5.6k damage, a good penetration as well.
Yeah, 94% penetration. You know, when we play the games, we most look important. The data is penetration rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because every shot that you bounce is a longer time that the enemy tank survives.
Yeah, especially on like E4, like BZ, the penetration is really important. We will emphasize every time that carefully and make sure you will penetrate every single shot. That every shot is really crucial. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think GCAT has enough experience to come back after losing 2 rounds in a row, or do you think they will be affected like in a mental way?
Yeah, I think they will adjust some tactic, and especially the heal like the 140. Maybe they should. I think they will pushing suddenly. I think in the beginning they won't wait. If you put some 140 or some like E50M on the heal, but yeah.
Yeah, it seems like they are putting in a new player. So maybe you can tell us more about Puff and Soldier.
Yeah, Soldier is a new player, new coming for the GCAT in this year. Yeah, Puff was in YBG player, but they are in the same city. Puff is in the same city with Handsome, so they had a good relationship, you know. So he caused him to come to Suzhou together, and he played not bad, but I don't think he's a really stable player. Okay. He sometimes performs really good, and sometimes will make mistake.
He's the player on the front, right, on the right side?
Yeah, with the glasses, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll give him a moment to get ready. Obviously, it's an important thing that he has the chance of like sitting down and, you know, making sure that everything is working, and then we will continue. But now that GCAT had the 1-0 lead, 2072 has definitely recovered, and you can see lots of smiles.
Yeah, they're relaxed,
joking, and I think this is an important thing, especially like if you don't see each other very often. Usually you just play from home. Like if you have a good mood, a good vibe, that helps.
Yeah, from the camera we can see that they are communicating with each other. That's important thing.
Okay, so do we think now GCAT will come back and do a 2-2, or do you think 2072 has a chance of getting 3 points in a row?
I think it's gonna be a 2-2. I think GCAT can adjust. They have adjusted. They replaced the Puff, you know.
I mean, they also got a bit of additional time now to calm down. And you said it before, Chinese teams like Type 5.
Yes, Chinese team really like Type 5, and Europe team like E4.
So 4 times Type 5, 140 and double E50M.
For GCAT, they choose 1 BZ, 1 IS4, double Type 5 heavy, 1 140 and E50M, E4 for Puff.
Exactly. That means we can take a look at where the tanks are going. There is 140 again towards the hill, but this time good adjustment.
They set a E50M when it's a 1 versus 1 situation. If E50M can win.
Okay, so we need to check if Elijah takes any damage. I think the E4 missed, and both tanks arrive pretty healthy. That's good.
Raiko get the same position as Haonan last game get. Oh, that's good shot.
Yeah, a 1 for 1. And I don't think the faster reload matters because he's back into cover. All the Type 5s are spotted now.
Yeah, and 2072 is pushing. It's hard to penetrate with Type 5, but GCAT has an E4. Yeah, that's the value of E4.
Okay, now we see the IS4 took some damage as well.
Yeah, now we see the heal 140 has spotted, and the E50M will catch him.
Okay, so now the 140 needs to survive.
Yeah, he's doing damage, but E50M is finding him.
But I think the BZs can help if they shoot up the hill. I think it's still okay. So we see 1.5k, 2k HP up for GCAT. And Rendren is still alive. I think the Type 5s are just a bit slow right now. The question is, how do the E4 and Chin, how will they be able to put in their own HP? Because they are very far in the back.
Yeah, but GCAT is leading 4k HP right now, and they are pushing Raiko.
Okay, so Cousin and Elijah in the E50M will be able to kill him.
Yeah.
The question is, how expensive will it be?
Raiko missed the shot. That he will die. Yeah, Cousin get him down. And
okay. So GCAT has more HP, but they are down 1 tank.
yeah, and the 140s run away.
Okay, so do you think for them they should pressure further because they have more tanks? Or do you think they should be more careful because the tanks from GCAT have good hull position?
It's a dangerous situation for GCAT. 140 is on the behind, and the front Type 5 is pushing. So Chin and Handsome will really embarrassing.
Okay, so you can see Handsome is getting shot from the side.
Yeah,
but they did 2 kills in a row now, so that's very good for GCAT.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see Handsome trying to angle on both sides. HPs are very close now,
Yeah.
but GCAT still has 1 extra gun. Cousin now getting shot, but I think Handsome is in a very difficult position.
Yeah, and E50M react really slow combat.
Okay, so you can see Twists now being sandwiched by the E50M, and GCAT has a good HP advantage. Kongbai has the reload, picks up the next kill, and I think Cousin will also die.
Yeah, Cousin will also die. Only Mission left.
Okay, so 3 versus 1. That means GCAT will pick up the round, as you said. I mean, it was close for a long time, but I think GCAT did a good reaction on like using the E50M
to counter the 140.
140. Exactly.
Yeah, but I don't think he did the best. You know, the 140 ran away.
It took too long.
Yeah, take too long, and 140 go down the hill and do a lot of damage. They should win easier.
But I think you can see there is some discussion happening. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. But it's 2-2. I think we said 4-2 for GCAT, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next map will be Westfield.
Yeah, Westfield is a map that easily to be a 1-1 map, I think. You know, but I think GCAT doesn't perform as good in the Brovanka. Yeah, they have the chance. They could have won the second round.
Okay, so Westfield was picked by 2072. That means GCAT was able to at least say which side they want to start on. Do you think this is an advantage on Westfield?
I think the side is not really important in the map. It's a balanced map, you know.
Okay. And like, have you seen on European server teams playing with 2 or 3 Badgers and just camping on the base?
Yeah, we've played last year Badgers, you know, but on this meta, like they will most use like Type 5 or like BZs will be good.
Yeah,
mostly.
I mean, we saw Hit and Run play with 2 times Type 5 on Westfield.
Yeah.
And I think it was very good how they combined the fast tanks using the spotting and the strikes, and then the Type 5 for capturing the arty strikes.
Yeah, the Type 5 is a good defense spot on the small town in the middle.
Wow, look at the damage.
Yeah, Xiaohui did 7k damage.
And Cousin also 6.6, which is a lot. But in the end, I think it was very important that they managed to reduce the number of guns in the game, because then more tanks stayed alive to continue shooting.
Yeah, like 2072. Oh, Haonan did 0 damage.
Oh, how did that happen?
Yeah, he's calling, I think.
I think sometimes it's very difficult if you're the first one to drive in, and with a Type 5, you're supposed to shoot on long distance.
Yeah.
And then enemy E4 shoots you once, shoots you a second time.
Yeah.
So
MVP Xiaohui. Yeah, he's a good sniper and a good 140 player, I think.
But I think last tournament he played for Xihong, no?
Yeah, He played in Xianhong and played in Falcon.
So
in the
he
spring.
played all 3 tournaments in WCI?
In
Or-
WCL in China.
Did he play in 2023?
I don't remember exactly.
But he was
Maybe.
not in your team, right?
Yeah,
He was
he's
not
not
in
in GCAT.
No,
in
I don't think he
2023.
was in Falcon either.
Yeah. He's
So-
in Falcon in this Spring Festival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we definitely saw them do their comeback now, and I think now that they exchanged the player, calmed down,
Yeah.
maybe the next round they will win as well.
Yeah, this exchange makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
He played not bad, tough.
Do you remember who played in the first match? Like when GCAT played against W?
That's Suzhou played.
Yeah, okay.
This is the first time Puff on the battleground. Westfield is a balanced map, I think.
I think there are many different things that you can do. You can play with light tanks, you can push immediately, and I think that's something that is nice with Onslaught, is that we see a lot of options. And
Yes.
I told you, we see a badger.
Yeah, and 2072 got 4 BZs, 1 CS, 1 X, and 1 Blizzard.
So maybe they will just push. I think having a badger and a type 5, if the enemy wants to push, is a good thing. I think Hai needs to be very careful to not be the first one to die, because the Inspire tank is very important.
Yes, that's really important.
And we can see the plane only hit 1 tank.
GCAT is gonna control the radar tower, and the 3 E50M is going to control the strike. They will play map control this round.
Yeah, I think the Badger is good because you cannot really push into this DPM tank, and it's very strong hull down. And I think the Type 5 will try to block the RT strike. Yeah, you see?
Yeah,
very,
stop the
very
RT
good
strike.
shot.
Yeah.
And, this is good because the E50M Handsome, he was able to get the lower RT strike, and now they make sure that they get some decaps.
Yeah, and the cap is 20 seconds left. They have a strike, so...
What do you think about the position of Twists? Like with the Centurion, it's very aggressive.
Yeah, that's... It can counter the C4 position, but the Badger is not at that position.
Yeah, I think the Badger made the right move, but it's very important that they get decapped, because if not, the game is just over. Okay, now you see they put a strike onto the full HP tank, and I think Renren is doing a very good job with dealing damage into the tank that is on the other side of the cap circle.
Yeah, GCAT is leading 1k HP now, and with a light tank situation, they are leading HP.
Yeah, I mean, they had 2000 HP less at the beginning, and you can see Puff and Handsome are pushing, and if they get another decap, this looks very good.
Yeah, and they're gonna kill missions. Busy.
2 seconds.
Yeah, but the cap,
Good
yeah.
Good decap, 15 seconds again. GCAT has 2k HP advantage now.
Yeah, Combat got the strike, can stop the cap.
Okay, they do the strike. Okay,
Yeah.
and I think now it's very safe. 4000 HP advantage,
Yeah.
and GCAT will do another kill onto Haunan.
Yeah, and the Badger is on the right position. His perfect position to do damage.
Yeah, I think Rico also played WCI in 2023.
Yeah.
And he has an important role with the Badger. It's a special tank that we don't see very often. But if it's in a good position, it has a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think he did a lot damage, and he has 2k HP.
Okay, so now you can see Chin is also driving in, getting additional kills, and with the next salvo, I think it's just over. Right now it's 5 versus 6, but the HP difference is very big now.
Yeah, GCAT is leading 5k HP, they're gonna win the game.
And now they won 2 in a row again. I think our prediction is looking pretty good, right? Like 4-2 is very possible.
Yeah, it looks like GCAT is stronger. You know, they are adjusting good.
Okay, so the new player that just got subbed in picked up another kill at the end, so Puff will be happy as well. Look at the big smile in his face.
He's the happiest player in the match, you know.
Yeah.
He come up and win double game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I mean, there's also smiles on the other side, but now they need to really focus, because otherwise this is the second match that they will lose, because in the morning they already played a match.
Yeah, so that's an important match for both of the team, you know.
Also for honor of playing against the team from your own server, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, GCAT is in theory the first seed, because they were the first team that was qualified. So I think it's fair that we say that they're a bit better and maybe they have a bit more experience. But I think both teams have shown that they can definitely fight back.
Yeah, they have shown their strengths. They are adjusting like their ability, but the next Westfield round will be really important. Like GCAT is doing a map control, what they are good at. They're doing map control tactic, and this is Westfield is a good map to make some control.
Yeah.
If 2072 can't like 3 cap, that will be difficult for them.
Yeah, and the last map, if we have a 3-3, will be Cliff. I think Cliff is a very interesting map because we see often like very direct fighting. Still, first we play Westfield, and this round was very good from GCAT. We had 2 or 3 situations where the cap circle went to lower than 10 seconds, but they were patient and they were very focused and they got all the decaps.
Yeah, I think AX made the crucial that he stopped the cap.
Yeah, for sure. And now you can see Chris doing a lot of damage again.
Yeah.
But I think it didn't really matter because GCAT was able to pick up a lot of kills, and the Badger kind of made sure that they are not pushing anywhere.
Yeah, so he did this 3.5k damage, but he survived. You know, he's not on the position in the very beginning, so he lost a lot of chance to do damage, I think.
Yeah.
Kombai did really good this time, you know.
But
I found several times he made a lot of damage, like 4k, 5k.
And I think in Type 5 it's also important that you move around correctly, because you said it yourself. If you're driving into the cap circle and the enemy Centurion Twist drives around, you can give very difficult shots into the top of the turret. But yeah, you said it, he is the MVP.
Yeah, and he got a 100% penetration rate. That's important. Yeah, that's good.
And you can see he even got 60 points on the cap reset. So him also helping with good shots and decapping was very important for GCAT to get enough time to close in and finish off the kills.
Yes, then that tactic is the most GCAT tactic to control the map that versus 2072 want to like triple cap and smash. So we will really look forward. Will 2072 will change their tactic? Will they still like 3 BZ's cap, or they will control map versus GCAT?
Yeah, I mean, we saw other teams that tried to push onto the medium tanks. So like maybe play double Batchat and a CS and try to kill the enemy light tank or kill the enemy medium tank that goes for the strike. I think it was in the season where the Batchat got buffed and it had the ability at the very beginning immediately, where W played with 4 Batchats on Westfield, or maybe even 5, but it
can't be used this meta, you know. And the 2072 doesn't use so much Batchat. Maybe we'll have 1 Batchat in their lineup.
Okay, let's see. We're getting ready. The map video is playing. I never knew that there were sheep on the map.
Yeah.
I saw it for the first time today.
That's small.
Okay. Now
Oh,
we
they-
have 5 BZs and a light tank for 2072. And you can see it's not the same player that is playing the Centurion.
Yeah, and for GCAT, they got 4 BZs, 1 140, and 2 TDs.
So both of the teams are trying to play aggressively with BZs, but 2072 deciding we want some vision. He hit 3 tanks with a plane. This is not enough to get immediately a second plane, but it will give some initial information nevertheless.
Yeah, this time 2072 got RHM, but GCAT bring no light tanks.
Okay, so Handsome and Puff are trying to pressure, but I think Twist was very quick and captured the RT strike, so that is some nice additional damage.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Good damage from Jin, but he also takes 1 in return. So far the HPs are very even, but the team with more HPs is still 2072.
Yeah, Zhipeng lost 1 shot HP. I think that could be a blind shot.
Okay, so they got the radio tower. Everything is spotted now. Do you think they should do something specific? What should they do with the tank destroyers?
Yeah, I think GCAT, maybe they can push and they are assembling their tanks.
So it's 6 versus 7 now because the light tank is out of the game.
Yeah.
And it's very important that they focus fire. So yeah, Handsome pushing in. The strike comes in as well. Elijah dropping to 1.4 thousand.
Yeah.
And you can see 2 tanks are pushing onto Cousin in the corner.
Yeah, and they have a healthy HP. And oh, A-side get killed.
So now it's important that the Centurion puts in a lot of shots. But I think it's weird that the tanks from 2027 are pushing away from the Centurion. So if they are pushing now, I don't think the Centurion can help a lot.
Yeah, but 2072 is leading HP now.
And I don't know if the A3 push was good enough, because you can see it's 2 versus 1, but it takes them a lot of time.
Cousin still have 2 shot HPs.
And if he heals, maybe he can survive for a bit longer and do 1 extra shot.
Yeah, he got down.
So
GCAT can have
has more HP now.
Yeah, GCAT can have 2 more BZ to join the main battle.
Okay, so you can see they picked up the tank in the corner. It's 6 versus 4 now. The Centurion has still very good crossfire, but Puff, Handsome, and Peng Bai are driving on the side where the Centurion can't really help.
Yeah, and RHM has catched by 140. That's bad news for 2072.
Yeah, the HP is very close, but I think if the RHM dies, they have a big problem.
Yeah, XZ Max is die, and GCAT now leading 2 guns.
Yeah, but double kill, and Haonan needs to leave. The Centurion can do a lot of damage, but only if someone takes the shots for him.
Yeah, he's been chasing by 2 tanks. I don't think he can live with that HP. Oh, he only left 1 shot. And I think GCAT is gonna to have this strike.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit risky. Kongbai is driving in, but Handsome finishes the kill. A bounce from Chipeng, and I think this looks very good for GCAT now.
Yeah, it's 4 versus 2.
And
but they got a strike.
But nobody is 1 shot.
140 is like 2 shots.
Yeah, 788, so if Chipeng maybe can help with 1 extra shot of damage, this could be a kill, but they need 2 kills to even out the guns.
Yeah, and GCAT is capping the RT strike in the middle. Maybe the RHM should use that to stop. Oh, he didn't use that.
Okay, so it's radio tower plus strike for GCAT.
Yeah.
And maybe they can even just wait a moment because they have more tanks and more HP.
Yeah, I think they can cap. Yeah, they are capping with 1 or 2 tanks, and 1 tank is defending the RHM. That's enough.
Okay, so Handsome has a good position because it's very difficult to find him. Genren is also joining the cap, and the 140.
Yeah, and 140 is waiting for the RHM.
Yeah, I think they're doing a good coordinated effort. Good team
Oh,
play.
oh, he missed that shot. But GCAT has strike.
Oh, the strike
they
missed.
Yeah.
Okay, good
RHM
shooting. The
gonna
strike
die.
hits, and I think this is the end of the game because now it's
Yeah.
1 tank against 4. He can maybe bounce a shot.
Yeah, Shipong cannot survive. So GCAT win the game.
4-2.
4-2, yeah.
Exactly what we predicted.
Yeah, I'm right.
Wow, I think everyone is very little excited. I mean, they're like nodding, but nobody is like really cheering there.
Yeah.
I think they understand that this was a very difficult match. They won, but it was not easy.
Yeah, it was not easy. GCAT just exchanged a player that used, right?
I mean, that worked out
Yeah.
for sure. And they got a bit of a break, like 2 minutes extra to calm down, to
Yeah.
discuss maybe also some strategy.
Maybe they're discussing the strategy.
And the idea was good. They sent an E50M on the hill to counter the 140.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And
But what happens if there is no 140?
I don't know, maybe. But in the first game, you know, just 140 on the mountain, so it's hard to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, interesting strategies.
Yeah.
I think it was nice to see how the 2 rounds of Westfield were very different. First round, GCAT, you said they are very good in playing distance and control, and they won. And then the second round, GCAT didn't play control.
Yeah, they're pushing, and 2072 is gonna to control the map, but they failed.
Yeah.
Right? Because I think GCAT has better focusing fire, and they have higher penetration rate. Yeah.
And I think
just
it was
win them.
important that they have good timing as well.
Yeah.
Because you remember there was one BZ that took the radio tower.
Yeah.
And then he saw that the RHM was on the other side. And then they just pushed in and played 7 versus 6.
That's a good timing. GCAT chose the 7 versus 6 timing, and like 2 BZ versus Cousin in 1-4 the whole. So they spread the tanks really good.
Okay, so that means we will not see Cliff, but I think having 2 rounds of Westfield was very nice.
Yeah.
You can see Xipeng did lots of damage, but it's not just him playing, right?
Yeah, I think that means, you know, 2072, they got some people do a really low damage. That means, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had a position where he could do a lot of damage because all the tanks were driving back and forth in front of him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, the BZ blocked 3 shots, but he did 0 damage. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. And I found Kumbai and Twiz, they performance really good today.
Yeah.
Right? Every time we get the stats, they have good damage.
So you're happy that he will be in your team?
Yeah. He's
I think
really
he also did good job on Himmelsdorf, where he did a lot of damage.
Yeah, and he's using a RHM. You know, he got a 4.6k damage. That's really good.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the strike damage. Even though he was on the other side, he still helped.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't enough. GCAT did a really good job.
Yeah.
And I think at the beginning they were still a bit shaky, but after the player change, it looked like they got some fresh energy, and I think they deserved this victory as well.
Yeah, it worked. And Kumbai got another MVP with Bliska and 4.8k damage.
Actually, 5.8.
5.8k damage and 89% penetration rate, and with 3 kills.
Yeah, very deserved. So which round did you think was the most interesting round from those 6 games?
I think the second round of Himmelsdorf is interesting. You know, GCAT put a E50M to the hill to counter the 140, but he didn't kill the 140 round. I thought GCAT is gonna lose that game when the 140 is on the behind to focus fire on the Type 5. That's a bad situation for Type 5 if a high DPM tank on your back, right?
Yeah, and now we can see our highlights here. The first round of Murovankar, GCAT did a good job with initial focus fire, but then when the tanks were coming in step by step, they just had more tanks in the game. You can see it's 3 versus 1. The HPs were very close.
Very close, yeah. Both of the Murovankar are really close. Yeah, so I think maybe both of the team plays Murovankar really good.
Yeah, so here you can see Twists dying at the very beginning, so this was a bit of a problem, but I think the important thing was that the E50Ms died very early as well, so a good comeback on the side of the double BZ. Yep. They played together in a team, and won against the medium tanks.
Yeah, on the later game they have chance to turn it back, but they lose that chance.
Yeah, this was the game where only the 140 was on the hill, and they pushed, GCAT pushed, and it was not good enough because they lost so much HP.
That's a big trap, you know. Even though it's a 7 versus 6, but it's a big trap. Everyone is waiting.
Okay, now we see the second round, where the E50M tried to kill the 140.
Yeah, but seems like 140 is faster. Yeah.
Okay, but now you can see, like, the HPs are okay. There's 1 extra tank.
GCAT is leading some HP, but the position is dangerous because the 140 is on the back.
Yeah, and now you can see the focus fire again helped, and they ended up just losing too many tanks.
Yeah.
Here I really liked what Rico did. He didn't drive in at the beginning. He waited, and then he was patient. And now he is rewarded with getting some nice extra damage.
If he go in the very beginning, he will be pushed, I think.
Yeah, or he can also get crossfired from the Centurion.
Yeah, on the second Westfield, I think that's just because GCAT has better team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the shots there at the end. Maybe if they change a tiny bit, then if the Arch M kills Hey, maybe they can win it.
Yeah, but GCAT did better today.
Yeah, and now they're the deserved victor.
Yeah.
Do you think GCAT tomorrow has a chance in their other match? So today they played W, right? Or did they? No, they played stacked.
Yeah.
So tomorrow they play W.
I think they have a chance, you know, because, you know, 2072 got a 2-4 versus W.
Yeah.
Got a 2-4 versus GCAT.
So maybe
I think that just means 50-50.
Yeah, I think
and
that's
GCAT is improving their problem. I think, you know, like they found some players are not in good condition. They change the player, like they adjust their tactic. That's good.
So now I have one more question.
Yeah.
Who do you think will win the last match?
The last match?
Yeah, we have one more match left, and that is W versus Stacked.
I think W gonna win.
W will win.
Yeah.
Okay,
I trust
so
Europe teams. Yeah.
We have a little break now. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your expertise.
Yeah, thank you for inviting.
Hope everyone is enjoying the stream. We have a short break and then we will be back.
See you soon.
Hello there, and welcome back to the last and the final match of the day. Can you believe it? We have made it to an EU versus NA derby, and first of all, baby, congratulations. You won a prediction.
Yeah, finally, I hit my prediction. However, it wasn't that special since most of us had predicted 4-2. But yeah, a win is a win, is what they say.
A win is a win, and I mean, both of those teams that we're going to be watching now have had one already. Both W and Stacked have won their respective matches, so whoever wins this one now is looking mighty fine for tomorrow. for taking one of those first 2 spots in the group, which of course is the most important thing to essentially start in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, both of the teams won, as you said. It's going to be a very tough game, I think. Like, we see here the lineup of stacked OP Hacker, Koman, Deft, Sebastian, Kenway, John, and Vova. Fluky hasn't played yet, but we might see him in the next day. But yeah, overall, I think the lineup of stacked can possibly create some problems to W. I mean, I think they have shown a decent game against GCAT.
I mean, with W recently, I feel like the most problems that can be caused is their own lineup to themselves. But let's see how they fare against the North Americans, right? Clerf, Nepal, Mentos, Itox, Yos, Squeezy, and Jackifa. Are they up to the task to put the North Americans in their place, or is the Bald Eagle together with the Maple Leaf and some South American flags as well going to reign supreme?
Yeah, we see here the team stats of Stacked. Again, this is from their previous league phase. 21k damage, almost 800 strike damage, pen rate and hit rate pretty decent, and HP restored is quite high compared to the other teams that I've seen. I think the highest was like 1.8 or something. But yeah, it's all because of the meta. We see here on the side of W, 1.2k HP restored, and yeah.
I think that actually is a really good point, because it kind of underlines the difference in preference as to how the teams want to play, whereas Stacked is very prone to going super heavy with a lot of group heals, etc., which of course is going to boost the HP restored. W, completely different approach. They like light tanks, they like the medium tanks, maybe an anchor, maybe 2, but that's kind of it. They don't have a lot of tanks that can actually restore, first of all, those stats. And here we have the comparison between Koman and Nepal. And whereas Nepal is able to edge it out in damage and strike damage, number of shots, of course, influencing that as well, Koman actually does have the higher hit rate, the higher POI capture by far, and a bit more HP restored.
Yeah, I mean, Koman and Nepal, both very, very good players for their teams. And we see the predictions. Daki is going to go for a 3-4. He thinks that it will go to a tiebreaker. I'm not sure if we are hoping for that one. But
I mean, he really wants us to sit here until, wait, what time is it right now? 1:45. He really wants us to be here until 1 a.m.
He's going to have to sit with us, though. But yeah, I'm going for a 1-4 to W. Again, you should not take my prediction into account, guys. Kai is going for a 2-4. Moff is actually going to go for the same as me. And Phil is going to go for a 2-4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, the German duo here, Phil and I, with the 2-4. Yeah, I think 1-4 is kind of not enough, considering the problems that W recently has experienced. And I mean, for Stacked, they're also not looking too hot recently, right? In the most recent tournament that we saw, which was the culmination of the OLF, Stacked came third. They had 2 teams in front of them on the North American server. That's kind of very concerning. Then again, good for them, they won the first match today. Alright, map pick and bans. Let's look at what we have. It's going to be Pilsen and Westfield taken out respectively. Muravanka. Teams really like Muravanka. What can we say, right? And I mean, W responding with the ends pick, I think that's good for them. Yeah,
W have been shown quite decent performances on Ensk. We see that they banned Tundra, which they actually played in their first match. Stacked banning Ghost Town, and W's last map pick will be Cliff.
Then Himmelsdorf being banned by Stacked to give us Sand River as the possible tiebreaker if it goes according to Ducky. But yeah, first of all, Muro and Ensk. Muro, we saw it quite a lot today. Is there any kind of opening / strategy that you're missing still? Maybe La Rata?
Yeah, we haven't seen a proper La Rata. We've seen cap pressure, openings towards the mid / forest, but I'm not sure if we will see a La Rata. I mean, it could be possible, but I mean, actually, now that I speak about it, I wouldn't see a reason why W wouldn't play it. But I think that in this meta, playing La Rata is very punishing, and as you mentioned it before, I think any mistake gets multiplied by 10 when you play that strat, so you really have to have everything on point and yeah, play basically almost perfectly.
I mean, the thing is with that strategy as well, it got nerfed, yes, but I think Muravanka is still one of those maps where it can very well be played, because you don't necessarily need the baby strikes from the sniper mediums to be resetting the cap, right?
There are so many angles from the middle.
Yeah, essentially the cap is open if you know your angles, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think Muravanka could still be very viable, but is W going to whip out that strategy, or are we going to see a plain old brawl, or maybe control play from either team is the question.
I'm expecting Stack to take an aggressive fight against W. I just have this feeling, you know, they can combine for sure, but I think that from what we've seen previously, they really like to take fights, and we see here Stacked starting off with triple BZ, 1 mouse, 140. They actually switched to 1E50 and a 268 and a Foch.
I mean, we were kind of stumbling over the mouse, but it was meta some time ago, actually,
yeah.
on Muravanka. That's why we didn't count it out. But yeah, W with the double BZ 75, 140, 430, K91, and Hori and the RHM. So actually, W coming out with the light, whereas Stack do not have one. That means they are the ones who need to press the issue.
Yeah, also W starting with a K91, which has that mini strike, so they will try to split a little bit the map, and we see that, as I said, Stacked are gonna most likely go for it. They are boosting. So far, nothing spotted. They do spot Mentos here. 2 of the BZs are spotted. Deft is still, he got spotted as well, and they are just gonna keep pushing through the middle. I think that this might be very risky. I mean, they are trying to catch Itox, but they haven't really found anything yet. Meanwhile, they are taking the strike in the middle as well with the E50, which just got reset.
Yeah, Itox now finally had to evacuate from behind the destructible house, but still, there is a lot of tanks behind him that can cover. Jackpot, though, in the 268, taking some damage, and now OP Hacker, the team captain himself, to arrive, puts a big one into Itox, who goes down towards a possible one-shot. Coleman to peek, but he's still reloading. Deft, actually, the one with the shell in the drum, and Itox goes down towards a one-shot already. Can W cover Itox here is the question. That is a lot of damage, but the first kill goes Stacked's way.
Yeah, I mean, Itox going down, and I thought W could cover him better. So far, they didn't manage to, and we see that Kenway still has the strike available, and the team of Stack don't want to stop here. They are going for Jekefa, they are chasing him down, and let's see how much damage they take in return for this.
I mean, the Hori manages to get behind the house, get strike, but Stacked is far from done. Coleman pushing in towards Mentos, but in comes the supportive fire by the Hori. Coleman just keeps going. He wants to pick up that Hori before he rogues too much more. Another shell coming out of the Hori. Now the phaser coming out as Jackpot goes down. That is still 2 kills for 1 in favor of the North Americans, who are also leading in the HP department. Mentos going down towards a 2-shot here. Nepal desperately trying to come into the game into K91, while Coleman is on a 2-shot, tries to put a shell in towards Mentos, gets support from Kenway, and Mentos goes down. That means Stacked has W up against the ropes in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, Stacked taking the game, and they are going into Nepal, they are ramming him down, and we see that the 140 and the RHM from the side of W are completely out of the battle, and what a starting game for Stacked. I mean, they just went for it, they found Itox, they kept snowballing, they took that first strike, and so far, so good from Stacked.
So far, so good from Stacked. They take the initiative through that 4 and 5 line. They basically split the map completely with that. And it seemed to me like the team of W, after their opening, they were kind of confused by the super aggressive map split coming out from Stack. And there were no security protocols in place as to how to react to this.
Yeah.
Like, of course, I mean, Squeezy is trying to draw out the game as long as he can, but the issues for W started much earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the triple BZ getting spotted, and we didn't really see any moves from W in order to retaliate. Like, you either have to trade the BZ that's dying to that triple BZ from the side of Stacked, or you have to make a move anywhere else. And yeah, they just let Stacked take the strike, kill their BZ, and yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, you can lose that initial BZ of Itox, sure. I mean, you're probably bound to, right? You can even not kill anyone in return, but the damage you deal must be double the HP of what you give up with that singular BZ, and that was not the case.
Yeah, because at this level, I mean, we all know that keeping those guns alive is very valuable. So even if you do lose a gun, trading double the HP, or at least the same HP, would be the ideal thing, because you lose a gun and you have to, you know, make up for it in the other department. But yeah, we see Squeezy hiding in the bush. He's not spotted. He's actually double bushed, so I doubt he will get spotted here. And yeah, just stretching the game a little bit. OP Hacker is already rubbing his hands and having a laugh. And yeah, as I said, I mean, Stacked, I really believe that they have the potential to go, you know, 1-for-1 with any other team in the tournament. And they've shown this first round that they've got potential.
And I have to say, rounds like these, that is when it really starts becoming fun to cast, because there's a lot of action, and within a lot of action there's going to be a lot of chaos. Players are going to be making mistakes which the other team needs to capitalize upon, right? It takes two to tango. One person to make the mistake and the other person to realize, hey, this mistake has just happened, and then we can capitalize. And I think here the issue for W was really not capitalizing on the fact that they were having the upper ground in the west, plus the camo and roaming advantage in the east with the 140 RHM combination. There was just no map control being generated and no HP advantage being generated for the overpeaks on the BZ75 initially.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a W that tried to play some kind of control. It wasn't full La Rata as we were talking earlier, and I'm just thinking, like, will they keep going this way? Will they try to go fight against Stack? Because Stack just went for it, and yeah, first round it worked.
Yeah, I think once again, just like in match number 1, by the way, where we had the 268 on Tundra, once again the issue with the TD was that the TD was too close, right? It couldn't really come into full effect, because after every shot it got spotted, it took damage, it had to go back. And that is not what TDs like this want. They want to be either unspotted, or they want to pop up ideally behind one-shot enemies and then go like pop, 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 here you go, I have my reload ability in full effect. Neither of those was really being done, and normally when you pick something like a 268 or a Hori, you are banking on 5k or more.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, it's not easy to play these TDs, and they really have to be in good positions. Especially, we saw that Itox went down quite early. I think Jekefa tried to trade him, and he did take some shots back. And in the moment where, like, when he goes down with the BZ, Jekefa cannot stay there anymore.
No.
So, and during the time where he has to run, he's basically useless because he has no turret. And it's just super risky to play with these TDs because the snowball effect is very strong in Onslaught.
Alright, that means the first map of Moravanka, or rather game number 1 on Moravanka, is going to go Stacked's way. The North Americans with the first punch in the match. And now the question is, are W going to be able to respond, to retaliate? Because realistically, Stacked looking very, very sharp.
Yeah, I mean, we see Sebastian with almost 6,000 damage, and Sebastian from Argentina, just like Fluky, they are used to play with very high ping. And yeah, this is what happens when they have equal ping as the other players. I mean, it's actually true. Like, they are very good players, both of them. But they have to play with much higher ping, and when they come to these kind of events, you're already a good player established on a top NA team, and being able to show off on equal ping is a good boost for your team.
I think the biggest problem for Sebastian right now is that the ping might actually be too good for him.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. They actually told me that they had to play some training games because they are literally not used to it. Like, it feels weird that the tank is so responsive. So
no, Mr. Referee, please add some ping to me, please. I cannot play like this. The ping is too good.
Yeah. But yeah, we saw their Coleman as well with 5k, and Sebas taking the highlight spot here. I mean, yeah.
That's what I was talking about. If you're picking 268, you want 5k plus. And here we go, Sebastian delivering.
Yeah, he delivered. His team also made a good initial position that maybe forced W to, you know, expose themselves in other areas. But yeah, he's always there. And I think with the 268, I prefer it over the Hori because you have the capabilities to move around the map to support the team. Also, you have that nice HE against Batchats, which are not so meta anymore. But it's always nice to have, you know, a tank that can follow the team and play aggressively with you if it's needed.
And I mean, the thing with Hori and 268 aside, right? The fact that Stacked went in very, very aggressively with the BZ75s immediately created distance that then you can use and abuse with the 268, just because you're not going to get spotted for every peak. You're maybe going to get spotted for shooting, but as soon as you shoot, you're moving back anyway. So, yeah, for him, it must have been a much easier game than for Jackathon on the other team in the Hori.
Yeah.
There is, like, it doesn't matter if you're a 268 or a Hori, it's just the distance at which you're fighting.
Yeah. Anyways, round 2 of Muro. What are we expecting? I think that a team like W, you can never count them out. I mean, obviously, it's just the first round. There is 3 more to go for Stacked. It's a BO7. But yeah.
I mean, good opening for Stacked.
Yeah.
Then again, W's first match of the day, they also went down 0-1, and then they ended up coming back. So this is not like super bad for W as of yet. But first of all, let's talk about lineups here, because there is 2 interesting ones to talk about. I'm going to start with the Stacked lineup, who are bringing the quintuple BZ75, a 140, and an E50M.
W, meanwhile, will use an E100, a 140, double E50M, 1K91, and double RHM. So it's a version of La Rata, which is a bit heavier, but it's not really La Rata. I think they will try to play control. And we see that the team of Stacked are heading their way straight towards the cap.
I see an E100, and I am immediately so confused on Muravanka. We'll see what Mentos is going to be doing with that one. But yeah, obviously W is going to be taking initial map control into the Magic Forest. Let's see if they fell some trees there, but of course Stacked, they find the west wide open and ripe for the taking. But if there is something that other teams have learned in the past, it is that you do not try to cap Muravanka against W. They do know their angles.
Yeah, and we saw that Kenway actually had started to take the strike earlier, but I think he got reset. So now Ios does have the strike. They have the initial reset if they need to. They will use the plane now and will get the decap. And this will help them build another plane, and they will basically have them perma-spotted for the entire time.
I mean, normally I do not call this early, but that looks like a GG for me, bro. You can see John here in the cap, absolutely unable to stay safe. There is also an artillery strike medium on the side of W that's not quite charged yet. The K91 just off of the first strike, but you can see how bunched up John and OP are. That means, in turn, even a baby strike is going to reset multiple tanks. And you can see even John, he has to reverse out of the cap to somewhat stay safe. The tanks of W are just playing a beautiful game here. 1 RHM North, 1 RHM South. The rest of the tanks is just covering the angles. And here, I mean, right now, W have not lost a single point of HP right now. And meanwhile, look at Stacked. I mean, they're battered, they're bruised, they're not broken yet. But how are they going to recover from this scenario?
Yeah, I mean, Stacked has lost almost a quarter of their initial HP, and we see that they are slowly getting, you know, a shot here, a shot there. We see that both RHMs have taken quite aggressive positions, especially the one in the south. Finally, Stacked will try to take an info, but yeah, I mean, it looks pretty bad for the team of Stacked. They are completely surrounded. We see W also taking another strike. And yeah,
I mean, Ios here now taking a shot of damage. That's just off of the fact that the E50M of Stacked was able to take the E1 in for tower, so he's going to reposition. But there is no light tank actually on the lineup of Stacked that could be challenging either south or north. They simply are not able to do it. And yes, Kenway is going to take the middle artillery strike again, but in the meanwhile, Squeezy has taken the eastern one, and that means once again resets are never going to be a problem for W, who are just systematically bleeding stacked dry.
Yeah, and we see the E100 of Mentos from that area. Basically, he has clear shots towards the side of the cap where OP Hacker is right now, and it's actually interesting. They use the E100 as anchor there. Even if he's spotted, he can just peek and trade with the tanks in the cap, or most of the times he's going to be unspotted either way. But the E100 there, we saw that Ios came close as well and got some HP back, and yeah, I mean, they've got the angles, they have everything under control. It feels like Stacked already accepted the loss almost. I mean, they are not really making any moves.
I mean,
they are trying
about
now.
It.
Yeah.
One line push, and Yos, if he doesn't see the...
Ooh,
he does
he
see
gets
it now,
spotted.
but he gets spotted in return. This might actually be a problem for the RHM player of W here. He does end up getting unspotted. The blind shot by Coman going wide. Ios trying to absolutely book it away, and as well he should. I don't think he's going to get spotted on the cross, but that was a super, super dangerous situation. Just again showcasing how nimble but how fragile this La Rata is. That being said, with Yos making it out, W is still far and truly ahead.
Yeah, that was close actually. The timing was a bit scuffed, and Ios managed to make it out. I mean, the RHM, especially in Onslaught, you get despotted very quickly, and Stack doesn't have a light to keep him perma-spotted, so he's completely fine. Stack do have a strike, Kenway. He should use it. I think he can retake the middle strike, but I'm not sure if he will use it now on Itox. He gets the decap, and yeah. But slowly but surely, W have been working down the HP of Stacked, and they are the ones leading the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, W are just waiting for Stack to admit defeat and drive in here, essentially. If they are not going to catch a bad timing, like what almost just happened, then I don't think it is a realistic possibility for Stack to take this round, at this point in time at least. Once again, La Rata, it is a very nimble tool, but a very fragile one. So if you overplay your hand, you can absolutely get punished. But I don't think in this last match of the day here, the team of W are in the mood for making any kind of mistakes like this. And you can already see how many contingency plans W have built around this cap attempt by Stack. You see now Deft coming in here, but both Rheinmetalls had a plane, the second one being used now. That means both people on the cap are spotted actually, but already the bounce on Deft was actually a critical, is going to reset. Deft had to boost over. That is once again more damage in towards the already full coffers of W.
Yeah, and for the people at home watching, like, W are not forced to do anything. Stacked are the team that is, you know, behind in this game, and unless Stacked make any moves, I mean, they are gonna try to keep the cap pressure on, but W is gonna look to run down the clock, basically. I mean, they have the advantage. Volva is actually boosting the cap, and let's see the strike from W. They didn't use it yet.
I mean, good blind shot coming out by the E50M into Nepal in that K91, but you can see now the cap is coming a little bit closer, but once again reset coming in.
There's just no way to cap this. I mean, they can run around the cap how many times they want. They can go left, right.
There is no safe spot.
Yeah, literally W has the... So basically Jekefa from that angle can shoot the right side of the cap. Then Mentos has permanently a shot into Deft and OP, and on top of that they have the strike and the double RHM with planes. So there's literally no way they can cap this. Yeah.
I mean, there was a strike going in towards Itox in the 50M, but the thing is, it just doesn't matter. Of course, the lineup of W is pretty nimble, but even in Onslaught, like especially in Onslaught, the tanks are healthy enough to survive a strike, or 5 if need be. So just striking an E50M out of frustration here does nothing for Stacked. Actually, I would say it is kind of a negative thing to do, because you're giving up a piece of utility for no apparent gain, really. Losing 450 HP on an E50M that's not close to dying doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, the clock going down a little bit. We can see W are retracting their forces. They don't want to be caught off guard by anything at this point in time. And in turn, well, Stacked have given up on the cap. They realize that it is absolutely useless to try and attempt this here against the lineup that W have brought. So now,
after 8 minutes of game, finally.
It took a while, but they got there. Hey,
it's never too late.
Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Ooh, that
Flurf
was
actually got spotted, and it was close. It was very close.
It was close, but
even if they would have hit him, I mean, it wouldn't really change anything. The BZs doesn't, like, they don't have enough alpha, and W just have way too big of an advantage. And it looks like they tried to gather up here. They might try to push something, but there's 1 minute left on the clock, and it doesn't look very bright for the team of Stacked.
We just saw the team damage numbers at the bottom. I think it was 8.5k to 1.5. So if Stacked don't miraculously do 7,000 to 0 damage within the space of 50 seconds, which is an unlikely proposition, I would say, then this one is definitely in W's back. I mean, 450 damage gets them a few percent of the way there, but already retaliation on towards Kenway. Finally, the repush starts with the triple BZ over the A line, but of course with 30 seconds remaining, what is that going to achieve? I'm going to spoil you, baby. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, W is far gone from there. They are going to try to push through the middle, and for the people at home, don't forget that it's very important, tanks. If Stack do manage to catch a tank here, Clorf taking big hits, but it's still not enough. If they would have managed to catch one of the tanks, they could actually win this round.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but the siren is going to announce what we already knew basically 8 minutes ago, and that is that W are going to take round number 2 on Muravanka, and we can see the faces of the Stacked lineup. I mean, yeah, some tanks get close to dying by W, but to be honest, I think La Rata on Muravanka trying to play against that must be one of the most frustrating things you can experience in Onslaught competitive.
Yeah.
It's like, you know you lost, you're hoping the opponent screws up, but they don't, of course, so you end up losing, but it takes so long. It's so obnoxious.
And look at the smile on W's faces. I mean, after you do Tom and Jerry with them for a whole 10 minutes of the game, it's like, I don't blame them for smiling a little bit. But yeah, Stacked also had possibly one of the worst type of lineups to play against this. I mean, they do not have a light at all. And yeah, they just simply do not have info to do anything. It's very, very hard. It would almost have to be a throw from a team like W in order to lose a matchup like this.
I mean, if they lose RHM, for example, in the north, I believe, then it's bad for W. It's not unrecoverable still, but there were points in time throughout this game where either light tank was, well, maybe not in immediate danger of dying, but still rather close to it. But yeah, after all, this means that Muravanka is going to get split 1-1. Still, though, questions remain, because the first round Stacked seemingly far superior. I would attribute the second round here mostly to opening, although we have to give credit for W, of course.
Yeah.
Lesser teams would not be able to pull off a strategy like this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, again, I don't want to discredit W, but like the lineup of Stacked just absolutely has no chance whatsoever. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens on the next map, which is...
Talking about the next map, yeah, I'm going to take a look at my small little cheat sheet here.
Because I already forgot.
Is going to be Ensk.
Ensk, true. And that was picked by W, if I'm not mistaken. It should be.
That is a good question. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I think, yeah, W select the second map. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So Ensk. I think Ensk is a good map for W.
Then again, I think Ensk can be a good map for just about any teams, any team, simply because, well, on Ensk there are so many corners and close things that you cannot really cover. But here you can see the HP advantage actually, and we do see that Stacked, of course, started with a lot more HP.
Yeah.
But that didn't last for long, and after that, well, damage dealt favored W all the way. 0 kills done means that damage dealt at the end of the day counts, and yeah, W far and superior in that one, over double of what Stacked was able to achieve, simply because Stacked was not able to swat away those annoying flies.
Yeah. Actually, looking at it now, I'm surprised. Actually, they did a fair amount of strike damage, W. They have like 2.7 if I didn't... yeah, 2.7 is a fair amount. But yeah, it's just nothing really to say about the damage on the side of
Kenway's game, right? He goes to the middle strike at the start of the game, then round about every 120, 180 seconds he gets to strike once, and that's like his experience for 10 minutes.
Yeah, at least his DPG is not going down too much compared to his teammates. But yeah, we see here Mentos MVP, his first LAN event. Finally made it to a LAN event. And yeah, in the E100.
I mean, the thing is, like, you would think that E100 in that position is kind of easy to play, but I think it's super easy to overextend with that tank and kind of to lose track of what's going on and then lose a bunch of HP for nothing. But I think he was kind of very, very full HP until the very end.
Yeah.
And that means he basically played a game without mistakes. And that is what you want to have in competitive.
Yeah, I mean, especially on that strat, on Muro, they just need to cover the angles to make sure that they always have resets when it's needed. And yeah, we saw that Jakefa also had his own position where he basically didn't move from. They just stayed there anchored, and they were just shooting whenever they could, when either of the lights were dropping a plane. So yeah, good stuff from them.
Now I wonder what's going to happen once a team figures out where exactly the reset angles lie and then just keeps blind firing the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Because over short or long, you're going to hit the mediums, you're going to deal damage. If you're in BZs, you have high alpha. Just take this like my Tessuck suggestion, I think in Season 2, where I kept saying, like, bring Tessuck, guys. It works against the Juggernaut TDs, trust me.
And it actually did.
And it actually did. No one listened to me until people started listening to me.
So it's not that NA is ahead of the meta. Maybe Keyhand is even further away, I mean, further ahead from the meta.
There is a point on the circle where you go so far ahead that you end up behind. I think that is where I might be at this point in time, but yeah. Anyway, Muravanka done and over. 1-to-1 split, essentially nothing happened. We are down from a best of 7 towards best of 5, and we are going to start on W's map pick of Ensk. Of course, the map is very brawl focused, and the meta has shifted a lot towards super heavy tanks, tank destroyers as well, whereas in earlier seasons of Onslaught we saw a lot of sometimes IS-7s booking it towards the middle. There was a time with AMX M4 as well. But yeah, Foch Bs used to be very important, 268 V4s, but nowadays I think it has become a lot more stationary, even though teams tend to get caught off guard for some reason, time and time again, by pushes through the city. Yeah,
it feels like going back to the basics sometimes actually works, and yeah, I mean, the meta right now is has shifted, as you said. The E4s are very popular on these type of maps. I mean, the better teams prefer to play E4s and slowly take map control and yeah, outplay the other teams on skill. And we'll have to see. I think that Stacked will for sure try something aggressive on this map. I would think that I don't see W pushing anything too crazy. I think that they will just play E4s and try to play control. But who knows? I mean, I might be completely off here, but
I mean, W have had some time to cook up some stuff, basically since the roster changes.
Yeah.
So it is entirely within the realm of possibility that we are going to see an aggressive opening. Looking at it though, it looks like Stacked might be looking for the jump on towards W. Quadruple BZ75, double Foch B, and an E4.
Yeah, on the side of W, they have a BZ, an IS7, a mouse, actually double BZ. One of them has the special 3D skin or the style. Squeezy on the 140 and double E4 as well.
Opening-wise, we see W fittingly in the green camo going towards the green. Meanwhile, Stack driving mostly towards the 5 and 6 line with some of their tanks. We see the triple BZ75 hooking it down.
They are splitting with one tank on the 0 line stacked, which is a bit risky. If he gets caught there, he might be in problems. He has absolutely no cover. They are putting triple cap pressure as well over here.
Yeah, I think the problem for Stack here right now is that they're hoping to catch something with the double Foch B that's booking it through the city, but W have left that one entirely open, and the problem now for Stacked is that the info tower has been used together with the artillery strike. That means cap right now not the issue. The double Foch B is going to drive towards the north. They're going to be meeting the double E4s that can actually reduce the incoming damage at this point in time. Good news for Stack though, the BZ75 that was on the 0 line has made it out, and the 50Bs, the Foch Bs, the push gets called off. They don't like the prospect of driving into two AMD4s.
Yeah, they took, Stacked actually took a lot of damage, and the Foches got spotted while crossing the city. And yeah, we see Clerf coming in. They might try to look for a repush here. They're having a peek. Deft is gonna just start blasting them. He pops the ability as well. Meanwhile, Mentos and Squeezy making it down this flank. They put some shots into Kenway, and yeah, moves are starting to be made.
I mean, of course, Deft is going to heal back a substantial amount of the damage he just took. That is going to be the bright side of the Foch B ability, but now the team of W is in the re-pushing mood up in the north of the map, and John is going to pay the price for that, minus 1400. But W, it seems like they're not done. However, Stack, they're sweeping it back in here with double BZ75 together with double Foch B. This is going to be the make or break of the game. Is W able to respond? Yes, John falls. That first kill of the game as Clerf trying to boost out away from those nasty Foch Bs here. Ayas reducing the incoming damage, and that is exactly what you want to see from the Europeans as they are 4000 HP up. I mean, the E4 is wiggling. Jakubov trying to do what he can, but of course the Foch B at this range is not going to be missing them. Clerf falls. The same can be said for Sebastian, and Jakubov down towards a one-shot in the E4, but the AMX-50 Foch B, it's all out of steam, it's all out of gas, there's nothing left in the tank. Boba is reloading, and the steam that Stacked was trying to come into the north of the map with, it's all gone.
Yeah, everything is gone. The Foches are out, and Coleman is surrounded by 4 tanks, and a very good round for the side of W. Actually, while they were re-pushing, there was a BZ in the city, which was Kenway, that was just grabbing the strike. He was like, guys, I'm just taking the strike here, you guys fight them. And yeah, very strong round from W. It felt like they just saw everything coming. The Foches were spotted. The E4s had time to give a good volley, and they also had time to retreat. And Stacked's plan was basically like completely ruined.
Yeah, Stacked was basically banking on essentially catching something in the city, although they were also hoping on not catching too much in the city, if you think about it that way. But yeah, W with a very simple green opening, completely catching Stacked off guard, able to do a lot of damage on the cross. Also the fact that they get the artillery strike means that cap is not an issue. They have all the time in the world to decide what they want to do. They decided to re-engage up north. Perfect decision making, and now all of a sudden Stacked trailing.
Yeah, I mean, fairly standard split from W. Stacked, as we mentioned before the game, there was a high chance that they would try to come up with something, and they did, but it didn't really work out this time. I think the Foches in this current meta, and we actually saw it in this game, is just very hard to push. And we see that when they get spotted, it's very costly to go for these E4s. You take shots from everywhere. If you want to start clipping the E4, they just give you 1.5k if it's 2 of them. And it's just very hard to find those, you know, those really reliable clips. that can change the game.
And the fact as well that as soon as you pop the Fosh B ability, you essentially put yourself at the mercy of the enemy team. Like, you want them to shoot at you, but if there's double Fosh B, then you can aim at one of them, wait until he pops the ability, and be like, alright, now I'm going to aim at the other one. That one also has to activate the ability, and essentially both abilities get used for only the gain of one. So that is kind of one of the mitigation tactics that a lot of the teams are starting to use, because of course the longer something stays unchanged, the more people are learning to play against it and with it, because I think the ability timings on the Fosh Bs have also improved a lot. There were some horrendous ability timings, let's say 6 or 8 months ago. Right now I think they're kind of on point.
Yeah, we see here the overview of the maps, which just got changed, and we see here the match stats. I mean, everything is green, everything is W color, and yeah, I mean, Stacked restored 3k, which is the Foshes, but it didn't really matter. I mean,
the underlying issue here was that opening-wise, Stacked was gambling on catching something off guard by W in the city, which they didn't end up doing, and from there on out, W was able to react better because they had the shorter logistical routes for the rotations.
Yeah, and they were just like together, they had the right reactions. Also, they took the info, which Stack didn't have the chance to take. They have info, they see everything, and when you're a team like W, when you get that info, you basically know what to do. We see Nepal, and Nepal has been showing off in these MVPs quite often, actually.
I was about to say, it's not the first time that we see him here, but once again, rightfully so.
Yeah, Nepal was playing in LTP at the start of the year, and now he came into W, and he's pulling off very good performances so far.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. When Nepal was playing in LTP, I actually was super unconvinced that he would do well. But now in W, he's actually, like, he's stepping up. So good for him. But back in LTP, whenever I was looking at him, he was doing something in a light tank, and most of the time he was losing HP for no reason.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just me being biased, like after 3 or 4 battles where I saw it and it kept happening. But nowadays, props to him. He's doing really well.
Yeah, also he's helping a lot with strats and preparation, so yeah, it's very good for the team that they have dedicated players helping with strats and all of that, and yeah, props to him.
Alright, so now if you're Stacked, what do you do? Because you had one good opening, and after that, well, kind of downhill from there, right?
Yeah.
What?
It almost starts to feel like the Muro, I mean, I don't want to be harsh, but maybe it was a bit of luck. I mean, maybe I am harsh with this comment.
Oh, you're going this route.
But like,
I thought you were going to go the way of like the second Muro was so annoying to play that Stacked is still recovering mentally.
You didn't expect me to go that far. I mean, it feels like they played the same way in all games, right? Like first Muro they pushed, they managed to find Itox. W were a bit unprepared. Second one they tried to push again, they just got hit by La Rata in the face. And now they went for it. They didn't really catch anything, so it might be the time to maybe try to look for something else. It feels like W already. I mean, we see Io's smiling a little bit. I think he's just annoyed about the long breaks between the games. But yeah, it might be the time for Stack to switch things up, maybe.
I mean, it would be the perfect time, because if they don't, then W are going to start running away with it. 3-1, that is match point already. 2-2. Sounds very playable instead, so let's see if Stacked from the Americas server are going to be able to bring it back here in the second round of Ensk, and they are trying to do so with triple Bliska 140 mouse and double BZ 75.
Yeah, it looks like they are not really gonna try to switch it up. We see W with BZ type 5, double BZ, excuse me. Squeezy on the 140, one Fosh B, double E4 from the side of W. And yeah, they do have a mouse stack, so he's gonna play the role of anchor. He's gonna try to find some space, and the team of Stacked are making their way down the left side and OP splitting towards the right side. Squeezy doing the typical run to get some info. And they didn't actually spot that many tanks on the side of Stack. They have the double Bliska hiding, but Mentos isn't really committing, so that's fine for them. Def taking the strike slowly. Meanwhile, Klurf lurking a little bit on the other side, but so far he's not really looking to advance too much. Def taking 2 shots there. I mean, the IS-7 should have quite decent silhouette there, but he takes a lot of hits, and Mentos is coming close, and he's just gonna start trading with him.
I mean, good shot by Mentos here towards Deft. That's not the first big one that Deft has been taken, and that is why he's down this far in the HP department. Now Mentos realizing that there might be more coming his way, and indeed there is. So Mentos now smartly backing away. He's going to take a lot of damage for trying to boost out of there, but he's going to stay alive at least for now. And I love the fact that nowadays teams are now sending a bodyguard towards the 140. Nepal trying to do what he can to protect Speezy, but that is a lot of airstrikes going down. Stack, they're putting everything into one basket to be able to take out the tanks that W have on the 0 line. One of them down. Nepal, the second one, still alive and kicking, but not for long. Bova about to take him out, and that should make the kills 2 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to take out Squeezy. Very good pickups there. Klurf is trying to join in. He is Amarak, but he still has some shots. He's starting to clip John. He takes him out, and the fight is very close right now.
Fight is close when you look at the guns, but not so close if you look at the HP anymore. 2,000 separating, but a lot of that is on Sebastian, mind you. And now Sebastian putting a lot, another shot in towards Itox as Kenway goes down, followed by Itox once again. Gun parity, but the HP advantage is there for the team of Stack. They also still have the Inspire medium that we see right now. Bova from Canada, he is going to be the make or break for his team in this game, and he's not about to go down easily.
Yeah, Vova, the superstar on the 140. I mean, he has a good position, but he's also quite vulnerable if Jekefa will peek that corner again. He does put the shot, but he takes a big hit in return, and we see him wiggling here, sniping the cupolas. Meanwhile, we see Klurf putting in a big shot. He does hit his own teammate there. He has 1 shot left. But yeah, Sebas taking a lot of hits, and W have come back into this game.
W somehow managed to come back here. Only 400 HP separating the team as the heal goes on as well by Mentos. That's going to mean even less. And now Jekefa going to peek, hopefully for him, in that E4 as he's going to take out Sebastian Coman with a retaliation shot. So Jekefa is going to bleed for this, but all of a sudden it is 4 versus 2 guns for the team of W that still have less HP than the 2 men remaining on the lineup of Stacked, and now it's going to be Coman who will have to make the plays. He has 2,200, but for every move he makes, every step he takes, it's going to be W watching you as he's already spotted.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of stuck here. I mean, Mentos has him perma-spotted, and he doesn't really have info on any of the other tanks, and if you're in his situation now, it's very risky to peek any of these corners. Yeah, exactly because of that. Jekefa anchoring down. He's gonna put the strike. Let's see if he pens. He takes another big hit, and he does bounce Fabi. He doesn't manage to kill the E4. And yeah, it looks like it's pretty much over.
Yeah, Jekefa doesn't say no to these. He's going to pen 2 for 2 on towards the BZ-75, and Volva unfortunately has to watch his team crumble around him, staying alive as he should, as the last tank in the game for his team has brought in a lot of his HP. He's down towards a 1-shot, and of course he's trying to pad his stats for as long as he can, but it's not going to be long for this world. IOS to shut it down, and W to go to match point.
Yeah, this round was very close.
I think that's the first time I see the W players actually happy today.
Yeah, it was a tough game for W. I mean, we saw the team. I mean, Stack look a bit heartbroken. They did very good moves. I mean, they came with the BZ through the rails. He tanked some damage, and they decided to push forward with the Bliskas. They focused Squeezy fairly well. He died very quickly. But after that, I mean, it slipped away slowly but surely. That's what happens when you play against good teams like W. I mean, am I biased?
The glaze is unreal right now. I'm just going to put it out there. But yeah, to be honest, it felt like Stack were ahead for a long time in this match. The opening was good, the reactions were good. Just after this, slowly but surely it started slipping away. Not only were W able to convert a lot of damage on towards the tanks of Stack that were killing the pocket on the zero line, like the 140 going down is huge. And of course, Vova being able to clean up the BZ-75 after is also huge. That is not only 2 tanks gone, but the Inspire as well. From there on, normally you should take positions, you should play from angles and just kill them by surround. But instead, Stack, they tried to go closer and just lost by this. I mean, some unfortunate non-pens as well, but I think the issue wasn't really the penetration ratios, it was the approach after killing the zero line pocket.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when you kill the Inspire that early, I mean, if you lose in such a... Because it doesn't end right after you kill the Inspire, right? It's more of a prolonged fight, and it must have gone wrong somewhere else, because the Inspire is the most important piece, and when you have that difference of DPM, it should be you know, making your way up in the score. And we see here a lot of damage from Sebas. He was playing the mouse again, the mouse being ignored, farming damage.
Yeah, it's fine.
Vova also putting some good damage, and also Koman in his BZ. He was alive until the end. He didn't manage to. He was in a tough situation at the end. But yeah, Klurf with the Foch.
I mean, much more interesting is the curve in the middle, right? Initially, W getting the advantage, then Stack definitely pulling it their way, but then slowly but surely it slips down towards parity again until W all of a sudden is ahead again, despite losing the Inspire early, despite losing Zero Line early as a position. And here we do see the damage stats coming out. Of course, Sebastian getting the top farm here, but I think overall, the problem was just that these Bliskavitzas were being committed to the fight in a way where their effectivity was kind of limited.
Yeah, we see there Klurf, MVP, the pride of Romania, showing up. And yeah, I mean, those Bliskas, I think they pushed well onto the pocket. It's normal that they do take a few hits because they have to, you know, cover that distance. But after that, I saw that the focus fire could have been better. I mean, initially one of them shot the BZ covering the 140. Obviously this is very picky, but yeah, it's small differences that make decide whether one team or another wins the round. And yeah, W managed to take this one, and it looks like I might be on track for another prediction. I did 4-1, so I mean 3-1. I'm there, close.
I mean, that essentially would mean that you would be doubling your prediction wins today, right?
Yeah.
But for that to happen, obviously, W would need to win that next round, which, if memory and also this cheat sheet don't serve me wrong, is going to be taking place on Cliff. And Cliff, it's a coin flip map, let's be real.
Yeah, it's very coin flip, and I think, and I'm pretty sure that W will play with an RHM for sure. They can get
not a T100?
I mean, it depends on the side. So from one side you can go safely to the hill with the T100, but yeah, basically they will have a light because we've seen earlier how Stacked like to play with Grilles or some weird setup, and you know, having this light is it comes in handy. Indeed.
Well, let's see if Baby's read is going to be correct, or if any of the teams have cooked up something entirely different. And well, looking at the teams so far, Stacked opting out of that grill, quadruple BZ-75 and triple CS. Season 2 is calling. They want their tanks back.
Yeah, and we see that W do have indeed an RHM. They have an E50, 140 CS and triple BZ.
Alright, let's hop into this potentially last round of the match and last round of the day, as the opening by W is fairly straightforward, sending everyone but the 50M towards the middle of the map. Meanwhile, the split by Stacked a lot more pronounced. Coman in the CS is going to drive over towards Donut from middle. A lot of tanks are going to take lower side, and this means that Stacked is going to give a lot of control over the lighthouse part of the map over towards W. That being said, though, one of the CSs has made it up. I think that's Sebastian, but he paid around 1000 HP for that.
Yeah, Sebastian taking the hill. Also, Stacked do have now the BZs on the Donut, so they can punish any move from the BZs trying to get up the hill. And so far, the W team has taken one strike. We see Clurf actually going quite aggressively, but he cannot really farm anything because none of the Stacked tanks are there, and he's not gonna stop there. He's gonna keep going, and if he manages to take this balcony,
that would be huge. Actually, the thing is, the info tower on the hill actually does end up getting taken by Sebastian, who takes another shot of damage by the RHM, but now he's in a position where he can actually be safe. Sebastian trying to retaliate, and now that is a big problem for Sebastian. The South American here caught in between a rock and a hard place. That RHM is just going to farm him to bits if he doesn't find a safe spot. Another shot connecting in towards his tank. Now he's on towards a one shot. Also keep in mind, Cap is also ongoing. But right now, the CS63 being the point of contention. He can never be sure when or if he is spotted. And also, if W take another strike, he's also cooked.
Yeah, and Clurf putting in very important shots, as well as OP trying to retaliate here. But we see that it feels like Clurf almost destroyed all of their plans, right? He started farming, and Sebas probably started saying, RHM is here. Vova tried to make his way back, and Clurf is already taking a new strike. He's not there anymore. And all of this is good for W. I mean, they put
repush coming in though by the BZ75s, so Stacked, but they're taking a lot of damage for this. Realistically, that was the only option that they had left to get back into the game here, and they're kind of not succeeding with it because Sebastian has fallen in the meantime, and this in turn means that the BZs are going to be taking so much damage for all of this. It is, well, going from bad to worse right now for Stacked, who've lost the first tank as well.
Yeah, Kenway taking a lot of hits, and it feels like the team of Stacked is very split right now. They have a BZ taking the strike over the donut area, and yeah, the HP advantage is quite big for the team of W. They also have some cap pressure, and it looks like they are gonna try to make their way up. Jakefa putting a big hit, John taking another 1000 damage. We see here Clurf as well, fully farming the members of the Stacked team, and it looks very good for W.
Well, Clurf fully farming, Clurf almost fully farmed here as he's down towards 499, but I don't think it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things. He needs to evacuate against the CS63 of Vova, but in the meanwhile, double kill coming through for W as Itox and another one of their team are going to pick up the players of Stacked one by one. Vova now chasing Clurf. He's going to get the pickup, so that is the first tank of W, and the most important one finally gone. But at what cost? Well, everything. Stacked is going to lose the second match in their group against W, who put themselves top of the group, 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, W top of the group. We see they are happy. They are happy, as they should. I mean, they played really well in this matchup, and we see here the members of the team. Yeah, good stuff from W.
I mean, good stuff from W, and I think they're starting to answer a lot of those questions that we had coming in towards this WCI, right? Because, let's be real, the OLS season that they had was garbage. So
yeah, they are also starting to pay me back for the predictions lost in the OLS season.
It's all interest coming back now. It's all interest from here on. But yeah, and for Stacked, I mean, an annoying loss, but not a devastating one as of yet, because they did put themselves in a very good position by beating GCAT earlier. Meanwhile, I mean, for W, it's going to be all smiles right now.
Yeah, I mean, Stacked played well against GCAT. It was quite close, but yeah, they played well. Also against W, they've had the taste of victory against them in one round, and I think they can, you can always learn from these games. I mean, see how you played against GCAT, see how it went against W, and you can always try to improve. And tomorrow they will have another chance to go at it, and yeah.
Absolutely, and here we do see the kills on all the games that we saw just now here, of course, with the better end for W. And that is going to conclude play day 1 of the WCI 2025. And here we see the damage dealt over time. It was just essentially an escalating curve here and not in the favor of Stack W. They get a little snowball rolling on top of the tippity top of the mountain, and then it just keeps going, and at the end
it just doesn't stop.
It's just an avalanche, and Stacked end up getting crushed under it.
Yeah, we see here the damage, and yeah, Klurf putting in big damage for the RHM. We also saw that he took the risk to keep advancing. I mean, they had the info, but it was, I mean, it's brave to take the step because they had double CS that could always make it back, and yeah, he farmed a bit. Itox gets the MVP with the BZ.
I actually don't agree. I think Klurf should be getting that one, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
like he was single-handedly winning the round by essentially removing Seabass, and after that forcing the quote-unquote mistake from Wova, which wasn't really one, but I think he opened up the map so much. And of course, as the RHM player, it's hard to have a damage-wise the biggest of impacts, but I think he was the highlight player for W in this round.
Yeah, and not only, as you said, not only because of the damage, yes, he still did a lot, but it was that he opened up the map, he forced Stack to make those mistakes, and yeah, here we have the recap of the games. The first match where Stacked managed to find Itox, and the team of W was a bit frozen, they didn't really know what to do. I mean, they were very close with tanks. We see here Jekefa in the Hori also not managing to get away from that snowball. And yeah, first round went well, but they couldn't continue in this one.
I mean, after all, what do we take away from this? It's just that W takes one round to get warm in the match, and then they actually start playing, right?
Yeah, yeah, true.
Also looking at the first match that they played today. But yeah, second Muravanka, I think that is definitely a way to break the spirits of your opponent and get back into the match. It's just you annoy them 10
It actually
10
annoys
minutes.
the opponent.
Yeah, you annoy them for 10 minutes until they don't want to play the game anymore, and then you go completely refreshed and probably happy into map number 2, where, of course, we saw Stack the first time around with a gamble opening, which ended up, well, the coin landed on the wrong side. And here in the second one, that was actually kind of weird to see, because in my opinion, Stack was well and truly ahead of it, but the problem for them was that, you know, they weren't committing the high HPs to the fight. Meanwhile, the low HPs started dying for no reason. And then Koman and Stack, let's be real, 2v4 is super unlikely.
Yeah, and here we see the ending round on Cliff. I mean, Klurf also in the end, he's low HP and he makes the most out of it, but at this point the game was over. And yeah, overall, it was a fun game to watch. I mean, it started off with Stacked, you know, we got hyped up. We possibly could have seen an upset, and then W said nope.
No, W, after losing the first round, absolutely slamming the door shut into Stacked's faces. And yeah, as I already said, that is going to conclude the first playday of a WCI 2025, at least for the group stage. And of course, more of the goodness is to come tomorrow, where we have an equal amount of matches headed your way, 6 in total. And if that is not enough, well, we know, of course, it isn't. Then the weekend after, of course, we do have the playoff stage that on the 30th is going to crown the WCI champion of 2025. To be honest, it would be an interesting thing if Hit managed to defend the title and get the triple in there, and it would be super disappointing for me, at least, if Monster doesn't open the winner interview with what can I say. But on the other hand, to be honest, like, Yes, Hit won against Mafia 4-1 today, but they have fairly recently lost 2 super important matches to Mafia as well, so definitely not unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long way. They started well. They won their first game against Mafia, a very strong opponent, but yeah, they've got more matches to play, and yeah, we'll see if they can defend that title. I mean, I personally think that they looked very well, but yeah, here we have an overview of the results. We saw the first game, the opening game of the WCI 2025. GCAT stacked taking it 4-2. Then W following it up 4-2 as well against 2072. LJR losing 1-4 against 1-1. And as we said earlier, Hit taking it against Mafia 4-1. GCAT 4-2 against 2072 in the Chinese Derby. And yeah, the game that we just saw ended 4-1 to W.
Yeah, I mean, Stacked seeing the light of day in 1 of the 4 rounds, but after that, W really putting the pedal to the metal here. And this leads us to the group's standings. Of course, there have been an unequal amount of rounds played across the groups. This is why in Group A we end up with W on top. They have played 2, they've won 2, they've lost 0. Both GCAT and Stack with a win and a loss each. And 2072 is so far so bad for them, actually. 0 wins, 2 losses. And in Group B, we have a shared number 1/2. It is 1-1 and Hit on first/second place. And of course, LJR and Mafia at the bottom here. To be honest, well, I mean, it's a shared 3rd and 4th place, but, you know, screenshot that one and post it in the memes channel.
Mafia under LJR, yeah, it's something that you don't see very often.
Talk
However,
about LJR versus Mafia, I mean, they do tomorrow morning, or, well, tomorrow noon, actually, our time, they do have the chance to immediately rectify that one, as we're going to be opening up with that match. Second one is going to be 1-1 against Hit, which should be a very interesting one as well. GCAT after that trying to take the crown in Group number A from W, and then Stacked looking to stomp 2072 into the ground, actually. And then, of course, LJR, well, it's going to be a hard day for them.
They will have
tomorrow.
A very hard day.
Imagine, yeah, we have 2 matches tomorrow. Oh, who are you playing against? Well, Mafia and Hit. Oh. And then we're, of course, going to finish off with the match Mafia against 1-1. So that's actually the first European against the 2nd Chinese seed. So that should be a banger as well.
You could say the same for 1-1. They play Hit and Mafia as well. So I'm not sure they will... yeah, I mean, it's always fun to play against those good teams. I mean, they have no option either way, but... obviously, those games will require like maximum focus, and yeah.
But yeah, anyway, that is going to conclude a pretty long day number 1 of WCI 2025. In case you can't tell, both of us are looking kind of tired after this one, but we hope that the games were fun and entertaining regardless. Tomorrow we'll be back, hopefully without any kind of technical difficulties, and we'll be starting on time. Sorry once again for that one. But yeah, after this, tomorrow some great matchups await us, and we can't wait to be back then. See you, bye-bye, good day, good morning, good night, and see you tomorrow.